Check, check. 1, 2, 3. We're in business. We're here. We're ready. It's time to do the thing, folks. And we are not going to waste a single minute. Let's get right into it. The SpongeBob music is sending me. I'm really into it. But we need to play one other song that's a little bit more important. It was that one. That was the song. Hello. Greetings. Welcome. It's me. I don't know who else you were expecting. I gotta get my sound on. We're vibing today. We're vibing. Big vibing. Vibraphone. All right. Let's assess the situation. Let's assess the situation here. Gotta get my tweet out. There goes, boom. All right. Last time, a lot of stuff happened last week. Last week, we got a huge story dump, lore dump. There's a lot to unpack there, but it kind of feels like we've reached kind of like a midpoint, or maybe like a falling action point of the game. I have a feeling we're either about exactly halfway through the game, or maybe like 2/3 of the way through the game. That's the impression that I get. If you know, I don't want that answered, but I'm just speculating here. So we got a little bit of information about what we're up to do next. But for the most part, we're kind of at that point where it seems like the world has kind of like opened up and there's a lot of different things we can do. So let's review the notes here from last week. The next story trigger is at Ark of Destiny. We've already been there before. But we also heard about some other stuff. We heard about a town called Gunner's Heaven, which is like a battle arena, which is very like mid-game slump RPG classic. And then there's a place called Laxus Land that has info about presumably the upgraded form of world travel, which has got to be flight. Everything has hinted towards there being some kind of like flying vessel or airship of some kind equivalent. And now we have something more tangible. We have a place that we can supposedly go that has information about that, but we don't know where this place is. So we're going to try to find that. And then we also got information about 2 other places that are pretty close to where we are now. A mysterious crater and an inland sea. And we have no idea what those are going to be. They could be some of the towns we're looking for. They could be Millennium puzzles. They could be other optional dungeons. We have no idea. So I'm pretty stoked about our prospects. Once again, I'm trying to use the right analog stick to move the camera, and that just doesn't happen in this game. Because this ain't Pokemon. Okay, so let's have a look at the map here. We are currently at Boot Hill, correct? Yes, we are at Boot Hill. So the 2 optional areas we heard about here use this as a reference point. So from here, we're supposed to go south. Head south along dunes from South Beach. Okay. So that means we're supposed to sail from our ship this way. The problem is I have no idea where our ship is. Oh, is that it? That is our ship. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we're looking for. I didn't think our ship was here. It's a weird spot for a sign. Famous wheat fields lie northeast. Far to the east lies South Farm Station. Famous wheat fields? Is that referring to Boot Hill? Because that's exactly northwest of here, and it's not as far as the station. So that's a very confusing hint. But yeah, there is a farm in Boot Hill. So I think that's what they're talking about. Okay, so south from here, we're supposed to go south along the dunes. So that's directly south. And we're supposed to see 2 beaches. One leads to a mysterious crater, and one leads to an inland sea. So if we look at the map here, we're actually at the top of the map now. So it's potentially referring to the point where we pass between those 2 continents. And then the inland sea could be that, you know, little cove there. But it says that's to the west. That's the west shore. So maybe that means the inland sea where we found Yggdrasil. Well, let's start heading that way. See what we can see. We'll always take a free battle. Head south along dunes is a little bit confusing too. Okay, so here we are. We got 2 different beaches. This must be what it's referring to. So to the east is a mysterious crater, to the west is an inland sea. So I'm assuming it means true east and west and not like to the left and right of where we're facing. So this one would be the west shore, which would lead to the inland sea. So that's referring to Yggdrasil. But this area here to the east is a mysterious crater. And if I'm not mistaken, we've actually landed here before, and this is where we encountered those super powerful enemies. Can I not disembark with this map up? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. There we go. So I want to see... It looks as if we've never been here before on the map, but I'm wondering if maybe we, like, reloaded a save or something. I specifically remember that we went to a beach that we were thinking was maybe a story point. And then we got bodied by some really strong enemies. Yo, Alex, what's going on, dude? Your main gal, Virginia? She's doing great. Well, I guess maybe that's not true. She had kind of a rough arc last week. She had to come to terms with a lot of information. Ooh, look at this. More information. But overall, I think she's doing pretty good. How are you doing, Alex? Good to see you, man. Let's see here. Village of Dragon Lore. That sounds cool. The dragon could have something to do with the flying. Northeastern Heights. I wonder if it means the 2 sides of this canyon? And then Cradle of the Metal Gods. Which sounds extremely metal. That is the Western Heights. Okay. Interesting. So it kind of seems like it's referring to the 2 sides of this little continent. Because one side of it is west of us, and the other side of it is east, and there's also a northeast portion. So that's going to be my assumption. I need to write down a description of this reference point for later. This is Center Continent. South of Boot Hill. There we go. Oh no. Hopefully not literal headaches. Hopefully just work headaches. I mean, you know, you get what I mean. Obviously, ideal would be none, but... Oh yeah, we got our ECN gauge increased from 10 to 20 last episode, which is huge. I was expecting that if we got something that expanded it, it would be by like 1 or 2. There doesn't appear to be anything else here. It's interesting that there's a beach on the other side of this. But we can't really do anything about that. We can't pass through here. So if we want to get around to the other side, we're going a long way. And even if we wanted to get around to the other side, it wouldn't help us in any way. We would just be on the other side. So it doesn't look like we can get to either of these sides of this continent without flight. So that tells me that these two areas are, you know, optional. Or way later in the game. And then, interestingly, there's a location that we've apparently been to, but it's a dead end? What is that? Doomed to obscurity? Is that what that is? Are we looking east? Yeah. Huh. I don't remember that. Okay, well that crosses that off the list pretty quick-like. So our other option is Gunner's Heaven here. South of the sword statue near Boot Hill. South of the sword statue. Well, I pretty much know where that is just based off the map, and we're actually pretty close to where that is right now. Because here's Boot Hill, which that continent at the bottom of the map is also the continent at the top of the map. And the sword statue is just like further east. I think it's that little red, that red icon is probably the station. This station right here, but it's really close to that. And we're pretty much directly south of that right now. I wonder if it's this little island. Let's check this little island. No. It's also possible that the stadium is locked behind flight. I guess I should check this little island right here. This seems like a prime spot for a optional area. Bing, bing. Oh boy, these guys suck. Grabsk. What a great name. He is weak against electricity. These guys are weak against wind. There's a gimmick with these guys, though. I can't remember what it is. Wind and electricity, right? Yeah, those are both on the same character, which sucks. There's no avoiding that either. They're the same medium. So. Alright, cool. Crit takes care of one right away. Happy with that. Ding, 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 ding. Alex, you been playing any games lately? What's next on your list? You still working your way through Final Fantasy, or was 9 the last one that you needed to play? Because weren't you going in numerical order? God, what is going on with my eye here? Gloomhaven Digital? What is that? You'll play 10 eventually? Oh, okay, so you haven't done 10 yet. That will be a ride. That will be a ride. Alright, well that worked pretty well. It's a board game, but you have the digital version. Oh, cool. Very cool. What is it similar to anything, or that maybe I would know? Like a brief synopsis? I'm curious. I'm actually getting ready to... One of my next house projects is this little area outside here that's technically part of the music room, but it's not going to be used for music stuff, and it's going to be our, like, tabletop board game night area. It's a dungeon crawler that's co-op. That sounds cool. I've never played a dungeon crawler board game before. Man, I might have to go put some eye drops in my eye. I don't know what's going on here. Usually my eyes only bother me when I wear contacts. Or, you know, if there's like a severe allergy season. Dragon fossil! Oh, that reminds me, we need to go back to Jolly Roger. We've got some parts to cash in. Let me finish scanning this little island here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Does not appear so. And my gamer brain is telling me that, like, any place that seems like it should have something and doesn't is going to have something at some point. Okay. Where else can I dock my ship in this area? Because again, directly south of the sword statue is really close to here. Let's scoot up here and check out this little area over here by this arch. Because this is also kind of south of the sword statue. No, I don't always do that. Oh, I know why I do that. I do that because I'm trying to scan. The button to warp back to Jolly Roger is the same button that you would press to scan. Let me just get eyes on this sword statue since we're so close by it anyways now. Alright, so this is the statue, right? And we need to head directly south from here. South of Sword Statue, near Boot Hill, is Gunner's Heaven. The arena. So yeah, we're in the right spot here. But it could be anywhere south of here, not necessarily like go south from here and then the first thing you hit. You know, it could be on this little continent right here, and then we need flight to get to it. Okay, well... So the only other thing that we've heard about besides the next story trigger is Laxus Land, which I'd really like to find because it has info about flight travel, but we have no idea where this town is. And historically in this game, we've not been able to find anything out of order, like before the game wants us to find it. So I'm going to go to Jolly Roger. I'm going to cash in our dragon fossils for that ship part that we've been saving up for. And then I'm going to have to step away for a second and do something about my eyeball. But I will be back in just a minute. T, hello. Welcome. I will be right back, folks. Give me like 90 seconds here. Hopefully no more. But I got to do something about my eyeball. It's bothering me. I got to go put some drops in or something. I'll be right back. Okay, we're good. We're good. My eyeball is saved. I think. I think I'm gonna pull through. Hey, B. A good evening and a yeehaw to you. All right, T, are you ready? Is now the time? Are we gonna cheers? Or maybe you're already imbibing. We've got a highly caffeinated beverage here, folks, that I'm just gonna tear into, you know. Flozax is here. What up? Okay, yeah. So, I'm a sucker for a beautiful can, and I'm also a sucker for a Red Bull every once in a while. And they come out with these, like, rotating flavors, and a lot of times I'm just like, I'll try it. And this one got me. It's this, like, nice little teal color. They call it the winter edition, which is really weird because for some reason you associate energy drinks, or at least me, associate it with the, like, energetic seasons, like spring and summer, and not with fall or winter. So the idea of, like, a wintry energy drink is just, it seems kind of, like, antithetical. The flavor is fig apple, which, I don't know, kind of a weird combination. Fig doesn't have a ton of flavor, but we're gonna see. Sometimes these slap, and sometimes they are just like, meh, whatever. The last one that I had, I think it was this year's summer edition, and it was like, oh yeah, what was it? It was like strawberry something. It was like this really enticing sounding combination, but it was just whatever. It didn't really, like, evoke the two fruits that it was supposed to be. I tasted it on the show. I don't remember what it was. It was like, it was strawberry something. It was like something like citrusy, like strawberry tamarind or strawberry kumquat or some obscure citrus fruit. I don't remember. And it just tasted like strawberry, so I was kind of let down. Star you. He comes out, man. He just shows up sometimes. You never know. I got my Master Belch shirt on. He's gonna help me drink this. All right, let's see. Are you ready, T? Are we gonna cheers? T went and got one too because I sent her a picture because I know she likes energy drinks, and I was like, hey, have you had this yet? And she was like, no, but I'm gonna get one. I said, okay. Let's give it a smell. It smells good. It smells really good. Cheers, T. Cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. I don't know if you guys have heard, but it's Friday. Big news. Ooh, cheers to your coffee. Whoa! Oh, wow! This has got some zing to it. Interesting. Okay, so it's definitely leading with the apple, but it's not just apple. It's like, it tastes like candy, which a lot of these do. It's got like this, like, very tart, sour note at the beginning, and then it kind of mellows out. This is really, really yummy. T says Camdy. This actually tastes a lot like these sour apple belts that I've been eating with the spicy powder on them, minus the spicy. But these have like a classic green apple candy flavor with like this like kind of like earthy. Oh yeah, remember how green these made my tongue? I might have to eat one later. They're so good. Yeah, this is a win. This is a W. This is really good. Oh, I forgot to check my poo. I should have checked my poo after I ate those. It didn't give me spicy poops because it wasn't that spicy. Those are good. Those are some good ropes. I planned on eating them as like a dare, but then I was like, oh, these are actually really. I'm gonna have one right now. I gotta have one right now. Come on. Look at this. Look at this stuff though. It's horrifying. Look at it. It's like it's so green it's black. Look at it. Come on, camera. Look at these things. It's wild. The sour powder on them is like black, but there's also like spicy powder on them. It's good stuff. It is really mean green. Down the hatch. It's so weird. It's so weird, but it's so good. Okay, let's play some video game. So we're back in Jolly Roger. We've been saving up for some ship parts. Why am I so slow? Did I bump something? Why am I walking? We needed 50 dragon fossils for the new frame, I believe it was. Right? No. Or is it an engine? Was it the engine? Yeah, the engine. So this is supposed to be the best one. The ultimate next generation onboard engine. We got... And it's going to increase our payload. How many should I research? Why would I do more than one? I don't understand that question. Only got one ship. So now let's set it. Oh, first we're going to repair our ship. Yeah. Are you needing repairs? And let's see how much of an increase we get from the base. Okay, so our capacity is going to go from 12,000 to 54,000, and our max HP is going to go up by 30,000. Sweet. No presumable losses here, so huzzah. So we now have the best everything except for the harpoon. Harpoon! We haven't upgraded our harpoon yet. But everything else is maxed. So, and we're not going to change our crew at all. We like this crew. This crew makes sense. So how much do we need to save up for the Soaring Falcon? 40 dragon skulls. Dragon fossils. It will increase our accuracy and our crit rate, but also our weight. But that's okay. I don't care. I'm sure it'll be helpful. So I don't know exactly what this capacity stat does for our, whatever. But we'll find out next time we get into a sand battle. We'll probably figure out pretty quick. I wonder if we end up getting something that's better than the sand ship that can fly. I wonder if it's going to have upgrades too. Oh, I should sleep at an inn because I lost so much ECN. Why? Can anyone tell me why I'm walking? Do I always walk in towns and I just am spacing on that? I think that's how it is. Yeah, I'll pay your exorbitant rates. What do you think, T? This is pretty yummy, right? I'm into it. I would drink again, for sure. Would get addicted. Okay. You would maybe get it again, probably. It's pretty yummy. The only saving grace with Red Bull is that it's small, and that I don't drink a you know, 16 or 20 ounce cancer bomb. Okay. So we're gonna go to, I guess we're gonna go to the next story trigger because we don't know about anything else other than a place that we don't know where it is. Oh, didn't we hear about something near the secret garden though? Oh, I think I'm thinking of an enemy that we could farm an item from. It was the heart leaf. Yes, because we were suffering from the misery status effect a bunch. But I don't see the need to grind those right now because there's no guarantee that we're going to see that again. So, yeah, rather than, like, try to go around to pieces of the map that we haven't been to and just, like, scan willy-nilly and try to find stuff, I think I'm just going to forge ahead to the next story trigger. Because we haven't really been able to find anything out of order in this game. It's very interesting how it works. Like, if you go around and try to scan for new towns and stuff, they won't show up all the time. You can't just find anything that's there. There's, like, lockout points. Like, we came to this island, right? This is a perfect example. We came to this island right when we got the sandcraft because we wanted to explore the world. And we scanned and scanned and scanned all over this place, and it's like, wow, it sure seems like there should be something here. But we didn't find anything, and then we ended up leaving. But then the game told us to come here and was like, hey, go to this island south of Jolly Roger, and that's where the Ark of Destiny is. And sure enough, it shows up. So there's definitely more to the fact than, you know, the place is hidden, and then you gotta scan for it. There's also like a linear boundary set. Like, okay, don't allow the player to find this area until X, you know, switch is flipped in the story or the code. I want to look around in here because we got a new gadget, didn't we? Or tool? I don't know if we've been here since we got Galecrest. We might be able to do something with that. We also have a bunch of duplicators. Because I know we didn't get all the chests in here. Oh yeah, we also have no idea what this guy does. This guy he just exists. He looks like a save point, except he's blue, and he does not react to us other than dancing. Which is, you know, hilarious and awesome, but I gotta imagine he's meant for more than that. So, still don't know what he does. Here's one we don't have. So this switch doesn't do anything? We don't have a tool that interacts with pressure switches. So I don't know what this would be. That's really bizarre. You would think that you... like, and nothing happens when I step on it either. So, I don't know how to figure that out. This one we already did. And... that one we did. Bring back an item. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be something that we don't have, right? We haven't opened any of these doors yet. So we could check that out. Or actually, I think we did open one of them, and then we realized we couldn't get what was behind it, and we, like, reloaded our save. I'm remembering something like that. So let me, there's a save point in here. Let me save before I use those duplicators. Because I think we actually opened both of those doors to see what was behind them. And I don't remember what was back there, but I remember that we couldn't get it. So maybe now we can. I don't remember what we had or didn't have the last time we were here, so let's just check again. We have... oh, we gotta do story time tonight. Oh my gosh. We have 2 new pieces of the adventure book. Okay, so this one is very similar to the other one, except there's no switch at the bottom. So I don't know what's going on there. It's too high for me to use my new, like, teleporty thing. Oops. So it's not that. Okay, and then what's in this one? That would be a fun little aside. Go back to Humphrey's Peak and read the storybook. Oh, this one we can do. This one we can do. Okay. Right on. Okay, so let me, actually, you know what? I'll just leave that door... I'll just leave that other door open. Name tags. When are we ever going to use those? That's such a useless item. We still have 2 duplicators. Wonder how this works. Is there any chance that that is triggered by this? Seems very unlikely. The bombs don't trigger the pressure switch, so... I'm okay with that one door just being left open, because obviously at some point we're going to come back here and get that chest. So... we'll let that be. Since I have 4 duplicators, I think I'm pretty safe. We've been getting them pretty regularly. I'm sure there's a finite number of them in the game, but... what screen is this? Is this the library? Yeah. We've already read all the books in here. Have you heard of a dragon? It is supposedly one of the rarest artifacts you can find, but I have no idea what it looks like. Boy, thanks, Linda. That's helpful. Do you say anything different? It's so rare that if you excavate it, you would have to undergo a purification ceremony. I hear that if you don't, you will die the next day. Jesus. But she doesn't say anything different to any of the other characters. So dragons are quite mythical in this game, apparently. Yeah, just an entire dragon. That doesn't sound like something you could excavate. Do we die the next day because the dragon murders us because we tried to dig it out of its hole and it didn't want to be dug out? Well, what did this guy's voice sound like? Didn't I give him kind of like a pompous kind of voice? I can't remember what he sounded like. Well, this is probably going to be a long... sounds like the ring curse, yeah. I understand you have been wounded. Are you all right? Yes, I'm much better now, thank you. I'm relieved to hear that. Good health means healthy wings to a drifter. Well, about your next mission, I would like to request... I would like you to dispose of a mining shaft our order had been operating. It was used to mine for fossil energy, but the cost of running it has far exceeded its potential value. And due to its inactivity, monsters have taken it up as their dwelling. This could escalate into a problem for the neighboring residents. I would like you to dispose of it before the problem gets out of hand. All right, but please go over the details with us. The Order member in charge of the excavation site will relate the details to you. I have entrusted this mission to her. The disposal of the mining shaft, the reward, everything. Understood. We'll do our best not to let you down this time. Ha! Do not be too eager. I am not upset about the previous mission. Thank you, but I still feel we need to make it up to you. Okay, so we are working for the church/cult now. 100% now. We're taking all our orders from him. We have no other lots in life other than to work for this guy. The mine shaft we would like you to demolish is located halfway between Claiborne and Jolly Roger. Okay. Mine shaft must be destroyed. And again, every time we talk to this guy, it seems like we're not getting the full story and there's some kind of ulterior motive. Mine shaft must be destroyed. Located halfway between Claiborne and Jolly Roger. Luckily, we know where those 2 towns are, so we can triangulate that. Claiborne and Jolly Roger. Okay. Cool. Helga, who is in charge of the excavation, should already be there. Please ask her about the details of the mission. So I'm guessing, just like I was talking about before, This place is going to be on some continent we've been to where it's like, man, sure looks like there should be something here. And we like probably scanned the crap out of it and found nothing and turned around. And now something's going to pop up. Do you say anything useful? Oh, you do. I've been so busy with the activities of the Order, I haven't had a chance to go outside and look up at the sky. If only I had brought my telescope from my hometown, I could gaze at the sky during my breaks. My hometown of Backlog is north of Bhaskar, past the dunes. Oh, this is a new town. Backlog. North of Bhaskar. Past the dunes. Telescope, huh? There's no beach for a ship to land or a train station in the area for that matter. Oh, okay, so you have to fly there. The only way to get there is by air. If you happen to visit there, tell everyone hi for me. Cool. I'm glad he told me that before I sailed all the way across the planet. Only accessible by air. So yeah, air travel is going to be a thing in this game, and the more I'm hearing about it, the more I think that it's definitely part of the story, and it's not going to be optional. When we first heard about it, it sounded like maybe it would be optional, which would have been an interesting play for an RPG. I think the lady has arrived. That car door sounded very close. Alright. We've exhausted everything we can here. We've got our next mission. So, we're gonna go to this mine shaft. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, Luna's barking at the puppies? That's funny. Luna. Speaking of dogs named Luna, my drummer adopted a second dog recently, and her name is also Luna. And she ate 5 raisin bagels last night and had to get rushed to the ER vet to induce vomiting. Because if you don't know, for anyone that doesn't know, raisins and grapes are extremely toxic and poisonous to dogs. It's the weirdest thing, but it's like the #1 thing that they can't eat. People, for some reason, everybody knows that dogs can't have chocolate, but chocolate isn't nearly as dangerous to dogs as grapes. But she's fine. She's fine. She's totally cool. Blood work came back okay. They got everything out of her system, but yeah. Don't let your dog eat raisins. And it's so funny. Well, it's not funny, but with him, he already has a bunch of foods that can't be in the house because he has like a life-threatening nut allergy. And then his twin sons also have several food allergies. So there's like all these like foods that can't be kept in the house. So now that's just like, okay, maybe we have to ban grapes and raisins from the house too. Because his other dog is like a small toy breed and would never be able to get like on the kitchen counter or anything like that. And now they have another dog that's like tall dog, and now he's got tall dog problems. Okay, I don't remember where these towns are offhand. Here's Claiborne. Claiborne is right there. And then between Claiborne and Jolly Roger. Oh, okay, those are really close together. So it's probably on the same continent as Claiborne. I wish I could see beaches on this map. That's definitely a problem. Man, I hope we get this airship soon, because sand travel sucks. It really sucks. Alright. So let's go up here. This looks pretty good. Oh, actually, it could be here. This would be a good spot for it, because it's the same continent as Claiborne, but it's like separated by a cliff, and you wouldn't be able to access it without the sand ship. So this is potentially a good spot to put something. Oh. Oh, that looks like a tunnel. That kind of looks like a mine shaft. The Iron Dragon's Nest. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is what we're looking for, folks. That was pretty easy. I wish we could easily access Claiborne from here, though. That would be nice. But we're at full health, we're at full vitality, so just go for it. And Jolly Roger is right there, actually, which is great. So if we needed to sail here from Jolly Roger, we could get here in a moment. Cool. Dungeon time. Yeah, sometimes we forget that grapes are raisins, don't we? Because it's, for some reason, it's the only dried fruit that gets its own name. We call dried cherries. We call, if you dry out an apple, we call it a dried apple. But if you dry out a grape, we call it a raisin. We don't call it dried grapes. Which, raisin is just the French word for grape, which is where we got it from. But it's just kind of funny that that's the word that we use. And we adhere to absolutely zero conventions whatsoever because English.
I have been expecting you. You are here for the demolition of the mine shaft, correct? Yes, but can you explain in detail what we're supposed to do? We have already set up a time bomb at the very back of this mine shaft. We would first wait, okay, hold on. She's speaking about a time bomb in a very casual and cavalier manner. And she is presumably an average to above average member of a religious adjacent organization. This organization, man, this Ark of Destiny organization is so suspicious. They have no deity. They have no code of morality that the constituents are required to adhere to. It just seems like it's a front for something. It's like the positivity mafia or something. Okay. It's like the Jehovah's Witness if they only dressed nice and rode bicycles and did nothing else. Like, everyone would just be like, there's got to be more to this story here. We would first like you to open up the 3 fire protection walls inside the shaft and then activate the bomb. The countdown will begin immediately after activation, and once that time is up, this shaft will be history. That about sums up the work to be done, but there is one big problem. Once the countdown starts, there is a good chance you will encounter monsters. Unfortunately, there may not be enough time to return until detonation. That is why we could only set the time bomb and not activate it. But only skilled drifters come to mind. Would you be willing to accept this job? This job sounds a lot more severe than we initially heard. I can't decide on my own. What do you all think?
It's good to let loose once in a while. Sounds like fun. I'm up for it.
It all comes down to money. I'm in as long as the reward outweighs the risk. With that said, would you mind telling us more about the reward? The front money is 5,000. You will get an additional 6,000 once the job is complete. Well, it would be a lose-lose situation for you if we fail to accomplish this mission. Yes, I understand that. Then what would you say to this? We will only accept the reward once the job is complete, but instead the reward money will be 18,000 Gela. That's quite a sum. I can offer 13,000 Gela. What do you say we take the middle ground of your initial offer of 11,000 and our proposed sum of 18,000? Do we have a deal at 15,000 Gela? Very well, 15,000 Gela it is. The reward money has been decided. Whether we accept this job or not is up to you, leader. I feel kind of bad now. Okay, we'll take on this job. May I ask you one thing? What was being mined in this shaft up until now? Fossil minerals. To put it simply, what you have in your holster now. Huh? Ah, indeed. Let us be on our way. You'll find out soon enough.
So it's like gunpowder or lead or... Oh great, a ambush on the very first battle.
Look at these little stegos. Oh, they have zebra butts. That's fun. Why is that number so small? Oh, it's like a countdown. That's not good. Okay. Typically, those have been numbers of turns. But he's inflicted it on 2 characters. So that's not good. Let's analyze this basilisk. He looks like he'd probably weak against either ice or thunder. We could try and see if clearance works on this status effect. That seems worth a try. And then everyone else should just start doing as much damage as possible. So they inflict poison. That's not nearly as scary. Most of us have poison resist, if not all of us. Oh, but he's also inflicting bronze. Is that what this countdown is? Is it? Okay, this countdown is bronze. Okay. Bronze... I think this is the first time we've actually encountered bronze. Bronze is like petrify in other RPGs. He's weak against ice. Okay, I was right. Okay, that's 1. Does this get rid of bronze? It does. Okay, awesome. Then I am not scared at all. 4 turns to get it cleared off of somebody is not a big deal at all. So we're just going to keep attacking. Oh, we'll use an ice spell, though. Because apparently he no likey. And then we can clear that off of Jet. Cool. What if they end up being good, though, because they're not using beliefs to control? I mean, it could be. It could be like a... What would you call that? Like... You know, they make you think that it's too good to be true, so you're expecting some twist, but then the twist doesn't come. I don't know if there's a name for that narrative device. Why did that do 0 damage? Whew, that was a good hit. Hi, Gobi. Are you looking for snuggles, Pup? You can come up here if you want. Come on, Gob. Come on. Come on. There's a good piggy. Hi, Nima. Yeah. What's up, girl? There's some rainy weather out there, so Nima's not happy. She's a little antsy. You'll be fine, Pup. Find you a good spot and lay down. Yeah, it's a good girl. Good puppies. Yeah. They like this room so much better than the old room. It was like impossible for them to like hang out in the old room and like keep me company. They would like want to be in there. He must have used some kind of like physical barrier on himself or something, because I'm doing 0 damage to him. Thank you, T. Alright, come on, Jet. Dragon Fossil, we'll take that. Yeah, I'm really happy with this room. Not really a whole lot more that I would do to it at this point. I'm gonna be buying some frames for some artwork that I've been meaning to frame for a long time. That's gonna go right over here. It's some really cool Earthbound art from Melissa King. I have another one of hers up here, but I've had these other ones for a long time, and I was thinking I was gonna get a custom frame, because it's one piece that's like a 12 by 18, and then 5 of these little square things that are all like 5 by 5. And I was like, oh, I'll get like a custom frame made with like a custom mat that has like a big hole at the top and then 5 little holes at the bottom. And I priced it out years ago when I bought the art, and it was going to be like $400. And I was like, oh, guess I'm going to have to save up for that. But then recently I found a place that has odd-sized frames, because they're kind of odd sizes.
And so I'm just going to frame them all and hang them individually. So I'm just going to have a 12 by 18 frame and then these little 5 by 5 frames in a row underneath them. And I think it's going to look actually cooler than a single frame would have looked, because it would have had so much extra like matte around. So I'm really excited about that. And then I think the walls are pretty much done. I put a couple more posters up. I don't think I'm going to put any more foam up, acoustic foam up in here anywhere. It could sound better in here. Like if I get really loud, you can hear some slapback over that's coming from this little corner over here. But for most stream scenarios, the acoustics in here are good enough. Plus, I'm going to be getting a new mic soon, and it's going to help with that. Not that this mic isn't doing a good job. So, I think the acoustic treatment is done in here. And all that's left now is just like, I've left myself a bunch of room on my big Pokemon shelf here. So, over time, you know, I'll get more Pokemon stuff to fill up the Pokemon shelf. And then, I still am kind of undecided what I want to do with these two shelves here. But I'm also already at a point where if I get more games for certain systems, I'm out of room. So I'm gonna have to figure that out at some point pretty soon here too. Like if I get another PlayStation family game, I'm out of room. And then if I get about 10 more Switch games, I'm out of room. Or anything else from Nintendo family. So, gonna have to figure that out at some point. Oh, look at this! Okay, this is a good sign, guys. This Switch right here is exactly the same as the one that's in the Ark of Destiny. So, we're probably gonna be forced to interact with this in some way. Maybe via a new tool that we're gonna get. And once we know how this Switch works, we'll probably know how the one in the Ark of Destiny works, and we'll be able to get that chest. So yeah, you stand on it and it goes down, but nothing happens. So, that's kind of strange. I should be using Jet here so I can scan. There we go. Scanny scan, scanny scan. A device is keeping the door shut. Is it this switch? No. Shelves are great, man. I love shelves. Oh, maybe I need to hit this switch somehow. But how? The boomerang might be just right height, no bucket required, but let's see. Oh yeah, that's the right height. Oh wait, no, not quite. Okay, yeah, that's the right height. It's not the right tool though. It doesn't react to it. Maybe it's ice? Nope. Is it fire? Oh, her fire thing gets cut off. Interesting. Man, this song is peppy. I love it. Such a good dungeon theme. Not all the dungeons have the same theme, but a lot of them have had this theme recently. Okay, so maybe it's the steady doll. No, she doesn't go above the lip. Okay. I don't see a way to get up there. Oh! Okay, I have a theory. I wonder if this is some kind of like spring, and this is supposed to vault me up onto here, because that other one in the Ark of Destiny is right up against a high ledge as well. So I wonder if I have to like become heavier, you know, to have it like vault me up in the air. But I don't have anything like that. I can't jump. Bombs don't do it. That seems like a really solid theory, though. Because why else would this ledge exist? There's really no reason for that ledge up there to exist. Because usually when we see switches like that, we have to actually touch them with our body in order to activate them. And there's no door up there that would lead me up there. So, let me see if she says anything useful. Also, I didn't comment on it during the conversation, but it's very interesting that Clive was the one to negotiate a higher payout for us on the spot. That seemed like out of character for him. It seemed like something that Jet would do. Like, Jet's the one who's always harping about only being in this for the money. And Clive is this, like, reserved bookworm who he just likes the thrill of archaeology and learning about stuff. Yeah, because if I could just hit this switch with my boomerang from here, what would be the point of putting it up on a pedestal and having that switch over there? What are these little boobers? Black pudding. Yikes. So it has like a mushroom inside of it that looks like a frickin' brain attached to a nervous system. That's super yummy. Black pudding. So it kind of looks like a flan. Okay, it is a flan. You gotta use magic on it, okay. It's half damage from all spells except for light, which is weak against. Okay, black pudding. Got it. Weak against white. Spelling it out for me here, Media Vision. Oh, speaking of Media Vision, I didn't know this. What game was it? There was a game that I looked up recently. I think it was like a remake or a remaster of something that was done by Media Vision. And I was very surprised. Not because of what it was, but just because, like, I didn't really think that they were up to anything. Okay, well, I can't damage these guys. Let me just do some regular magic, I guess. It's half damage, but it's something. And then we'll Spectre one of them. And then try some fire. We'll try some wind. Maybe they're like super low HP. I forgot to look what it said. Oof, okay. The resistance is a lot. That was a little better. Also, Jet has the... I think Jet has the worst magic out of everybody. Him and Clive both. Blubbery. Well, these guys are annoying. Screaming Mad. That's a strong attack, too. I'll just attack with Gallows to get my FP back up, I guess. I'll probably end up killing them all before he has enough FP to do it again, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, they have like 500 HP, so 40 damage isn't gonna cut it. It's rough when these, when an enemy is only weak against a certain element, because there's no way to get the same elemental magic on more than one character, or at least not yet so far. So that's kind of a challenge. You know, you got to attach certain mediums to these characters, and then they get the spells that that medium has. And there's no duplicates yet so far in the game. With 8 mediums, there's no duplicates. We have exactly one instance of every elemental thing that there is in the game. So I'm still holding on to hope that there's 4 more mediums in the game, though. It really seems like there would be. I feel like there's got to be at least 4 more. They might be optional. They might not be part of the story like the first 8 were. But I feel like they got to exist.
but it could be something that it takes a while for us to get to. It just depends on how far through the game we really are right now. You know, if we're around halfway, it could be longer. But if we're like closer to 2/3, 3/4, it could be soon. There was, man, this was a really good drink. I really like how tart this is. Tofu's here. Welcome in, good sir. We are having fun today. I'm caffeinated. I'm surrounded by cute puppies. And breaking news. It's Friday. How are you, Tofu? How's tricks in your world? Yeah, we got the cute puppies here. Keeping me company. How are we gonna hit this switch, though? This is the only... Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Wait, can I set a box down? I don't think I can set a box down. Definitely can't set a box down. Can I hit this with a box? Somehow differently than my boomerang could. Yes, I can. Okay. Oh, I forgot about those. I broke those immediately because I assumed there was going to be items in there. Okay, so the jury's still out on that switch. Aw. Hi, Tofu GF. Yes, it me. I do well. How you do? What is this place? Ooh, dragon skeleton. This was a scrapyard for ancient superweapons called dragons. To some extent, a burial ground. A superweapon? Dragons? Okay, so these people literally don't know what a dragon is. That's what we're learning right now. Looking around for big boy jobs? Oh man. That is that's a 07 on that one. Good luck, my dude. I wish you the best. I know how that goes. I haven't had to look for a job, or a day job, in a very long time. So I feel that anxiety, like that whole process of like, oh man, it's so much. So yeah, best of luck to you, my dude. And I know like having a brand new kid and everything, like that's a lot. So let me know if there's any way I can help. I'm certainly not a LinkedIn wizard by any means. In fact, I deactivated my LinkedIn like 2 years ago because I was so tired of getting notifications. Because people would be like, hey, add me to your LinkedIn network. And I'd be like, hey, I haven't updated my LinkedIn in like 7 years. So, no. The biggest hurdle has been overcoming the imposter syndrome. Dude, you are preaching to the choir, my friend. I'm sure anyone in here that's a musician like me knows that imposter syndrome never goes away. Well, Flozax knows too. Flozax is an artist. Anybody who's in a creative field knows that imposter syndrome never goes away. There's like no standard of pricing for how much you're worth. So you have like absolutely nothing to work off of, and you just have to arbitrarily decide how much you're worth. It's the most maddening and like anxiety-inducing thing ever. Oh yeah, the salaries are huge coming out of a decade in restaurants. Well, I'm happy that you're not going to be in a restaurant anymore. I paid my dues there. I worked in a restaurant for 5 years. It was my first real job. It was my first job that wasn't working at my college. And I had good experiences, but I'm glad I got out of there. Okay, yes, back to the super weapons here. A super weapon? Dragons? These powerful dragons were capable of destroying mountains and ripping through the earth with a single blow. One distinctive quality they had was that their bodies were composed of living tissue and machine. Okay, so these are not the dragons that we know in fantasy. Living tissue combined with machine. So these guys are literally
cyborgs. Bionic. Something like that.
They were a living creature, just like humans or animals, but half machine.
So these super weapons were actually alive?
These dragon fossils are utilized in our everyday lives as fossil energy.
It's true. We collect these from enemies as rare drops, and we use them to buy parts for our ship. So it's like a little nod to fossil fuels in a very literal sense.
For example, even our arms are produced from dragon fossils.
Arms are the weapons in the game. The guns. Made from beast fossils. I shudder at the thought.
Whenever we handle our arms, we synchronize with and focus our spirits into its composition. This ritual allows us to activate the arm without outside interference, thereby firing bullets.
Is that how it works? Okay, we're 40 hours into the game and we just learned out how guns work. So we're actually, every time we shoot our gun, we're performing a spiritual ritual that allows us to shut out outside interference and cause bullets to fire. I guess we did already know that bullets, or that arms have like a, they have like a, some kind of like signature connection with like your DNA or like your life force, or some kind of intangible fingerprint that makes the person unique from all other persons. So like if someone like steals your arm, your gun, it doesn't work. It only works for the person that it's like attached to or made for somehow. Some kind of like fingerprint scanner on it or something. So we knew that much, but I didn't know that there was a special mental process that was taking place every time we shot it. So we're very connected to these weapons. They're very important. Well, good for you, Tofu. Good for you, man. Yeah, it is definitely a lot less anxiety-inducing to look for a job while you have one. That is certainly ideal. Yes, that is how District 9 weapons worked. Good memory. I remember when I saw that movie, I was like, that movie had like a profound effect on me. Just because of the way that it was like filmed. Or not the way that it was filmed, but the way that it was edited, I guess. The way it was presented to look like kind of the like found footage documentary style. Like it was pretty wild. I did not care for nearly as much some of the other movies that were made by that same writer director. I forget their name.
This is the reason why arms are produced from half tissue, half machine materials, instead of iron.
Half tissue, half machine? Could such an entity have existed?
I like the commentary at play here. So like these dragons existed, and we don't know what they are anymore. They're like this mythical thing from long ago, but we're harvesting its remains as a fuel source, and it's clearly finite. So much like oil, like we don't really know how oil works or where it comes from. We just know that it's there and we know how to use it. Okay, so this is a flashback to the appearance of Siegfried, who's our new character. Kind of unclear and ambiguous whether or not Siegfried is an antagonist or just kind of like a chaotic neutral. But here he is talking to the prophets. Its origin dates from time immemorial. This planet was at the height of splendor. Various forms of technology had reached a zenith, and the boundary between man and God was blurred. It is unknown when or how it started, but a great war raged without end. With war came rapid advancements in technology, which further escalated the evolution of technology. That's too many technologies in that sentence, Siegfried. War was bringing about advancement. It was the Neo-Sapiens who began to create and improve themselves in order to win the war.
So I guess that's just reminding us that, like, we heard a little allusion to that during that big lore dump. Which I'm actually glad that it did, because I did not remember that. And, the most of the stuff that was talked about during that cutscene was much more, like, front of the mind than that. Here's another one of these switches. Man, what are these switches? I hope we find out soon. It really seems like it's gonna launch me up. Okay, we got a pressure switch here. We know how these work. Opens the door. Can I... Why can't I set a... Why do I have to be a barbarian? Why can't I just set a box down? Why are these boxes even here? No items in them. I didn't need them to solve the... This wasn't even a puzzle. There's just a switch behind a box. Okay. How do we... Okay, so that's a door. So that's achievable. What's up with this door? It looks very 2D. Can this be blown up? No? Can it be burned? Goes right through. Can we go right through? We've never seen a door like this before. Are these birds new? No. The Okipeat. They are weak against earth, as most birds have been. And then what are these guys weak against? Ice? Okay, good. So let's do an extension. Refrigerate. We can hit both of them. Hopefully they die. These guys are really annoying. They inflict bronze, which does not go away at the end of the battle. And then here's our earth spell for you. Hopefully that kills. We have a chance of single turning this. Depends on how much damage the ice spell does. It might not be enough. Poison! Poison's fine. I can handle poison. Okay, there's a bronze. That sucks. So yeah, we have to use consumable items to get rid of bronze outside of battle, because you can't use magic outside of battle. So that's unfortunate. Got a Gimmel coin, though. But we didn't get inflicted with bronze, so we're fine. But the poison does persist as well. Poison's not nearly as big of a deal. Okay. What was I going to try? Oh, yeah, I was going to try teleporting through it. Nope. It doesn't say anything if I try to interact with it. Oh, there's a switch right here. Okay. Weird. Why would they have a special door design like that? Another flashback. The warriors who accept the half-organic, half-machine structure have attained limitless power and everlasting life. All their fear, anxiety, and weaknesses of their heart have been sealed shut inside their cold, hard steel bodies. It is this very moment that these warriors become an entity that surpassed Neo-Sapiens. Okay, so this guy's using a lot of jargon and terminology that has not been explained. We don't really understand what a Neo-Sapien is. We don't know who these, like, armored entities, armored warriors that he's talking about either. It kind of sounds like he's describing himself. He could be one of a group. But he has a human face under his armor. Demons. What about him? I was just thinking how the demons and dragons from folklore share the common trait of a mechanical body. Wait, they do? I don't remember us being told that the demons had mechanical bodies. Did I miss that? This feels new.
In addition to their half-organic, half-mechanic structure, They also possess destructive power unimaginable by today's standards. But also... I know. No matter how powerful they weren't powerful enough to survive to the present day.
Okay, so we're getting some flashback mixed with like exposition / elaboration. Piecemeal here. I'm happy about it. This game has done a really good job with storytelling, I think. It rides the line sometimes with like a little bit too much of the exposition happening through like repetition and dialogue, but I get it. You know, I'd rather have it overstated so I don't forget than have it not said or understated.
Just like you see here, dragon fossils were excavated from various locales, improving technology for the people of today. Here's an interesting fact. From all the fossils excavated, not a single egg or larva was ever discovered.
So, what's that supposed to mean?
That there is nothing more and nothing less. Dragons neither grow nor evolve. They existed at their evolutionary apex.
Evolutionary apex? You mean they're born into their final or ultimate form?
Yes, that's one way to interpret it. However, there is little more to that.
These warriors, suited with a complete body and spirit, were feared and shunned by Neo-Sapiens as demons. But these warriors rejoiced at their fear. This only proved how powerful they were as superior beings. However, this evolution of power did not continue forever, and eventually came to an end. Realizing their imminent demise, these warriors took their own mother planet down the path of decay. And so, this very planet, the very planet Terra, where we lived and battled, was engulfed in flames. Wait, Terra, that's not the name of this planet. Our planet's named Filgaia. So, is Terra like a moon satellite planet? That's new. Either that or like, I guess maybe we have the wrong name for the planet. Also, I don't think that those are flashbacks anymore. I don't think Siegfried said any of that stuff previously. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's maybe why subliminally my brain immediately jumped to that. But yeah, it's common for the RPG planet to be named Terra. You know, Terra and Gaia are probably the most common. But in Wild Arms, it's Filgaia. These guys are weak against light and nothing else. Which sucks. Oh, let me try my non-elemental spell. Maybe this will do an okay amount of damage. I guess we could run from these guys too. Yeah, I was thinking that too, T. It could be it's got to be one of the two. Either there's another planet or Filgaia used to be called Terra.
Gobi's a sleepy puppy.
She's out. She's out. Lima too. Alright, Black Pudding. You guys suck. I forgot to look how much the non-elemental spell did. Try to pay more attention this time. Doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Maybe that was the 300 something I saw. Okay, yeah. That's actually really good. It's not enough to kill, but it's a lot better than 40. It's enough for somebody to be able to combo one and kill it without Virginia's help with the light spell. So that's pretty good. Cool. Ooh, we got a treasure chest. Come on, Jet. Come on. Ooh, so many items. No rare drop, though. Well, I guess that's not true. I'm always expecting the rare drop to be a status prevention item, but if the enemy doesn't inflict status... Oh, we got an item this time. Ooh, potion berry. Cool. That is a very suspicious little piece of land over there. Why would that be there? It's really odd. We've seen so many of these little pressure switches, man. If we're not going to be able to come back to this area, there's got to be something to them.
No matter how powerful you are, one that is born into battle eventually fades in battle. These dragons existed both as fighting machines and as organic life forms. What did they bring us? What did they leave behind?
Many warriors perished. However, the prideful ones did not seek eternal slumber. They abandoned their mother planet and invaded a world of another dimension, fighting countless battles. Okay, so there we go. Sounds like these people ruined Terra and were like, let's go find a new planet. And apparently Filgaia's in another dimension. There was a time when we battled for control and rulership of ancient Filgaia. We were opposed, wounded, and defeated, almost to the point of extinction. Even so, we still thirsted for battle. So, okay, so now he's referring to these people from Terra as we, and it kind of sounded like he was saying that Terra was like the demon planet, and that was where the demons came from. So is he a demon? Or is he like a leader of the demons? And he's some other species or race? We're getting closer to finding out more about Siegfried, I guess. Our extinction was imminent. The fact that he says our extinction makes me think that he is associating that himself with them as the same, species or race. So maybe he's a demon. I guess he could be mechanical. So we left behind data of our entire composition, memories, and personalities inside the information library Hades, so that one day we may return from the dead, return to this planet once again to fight for dominance. So the demons screwed up their planet, left, came to our planet, tried to wrest control of it from the humans, lost, and were sealed away. But before they could do it, they left behind this library of information about how to resuscitate them. And then over time, the humans were so stupid that they forgot why the demons were bad and why they shouldn't revive them. And now they're trying to revive them. And if they do, we're gonna get destroyed. This X on the wall is very, very ominous. Seems very peculiar to be associated with nothing. I'm very nervous about this dungeon because presumably it's going to be like Metroid style where we have to set off the bomb at the end and then backtrack through in a constrained amount of time. And there's so much of it that we haven't seen yet. And I'm assuming we're not going to be able to come back in here. And look at all these pressure switches, man. We're bound to get a new tool in here. Okay, here's this mob again. Extension. Refrigerate. Petrify. Attack. Attack. Which, if we do get a new tool, that would be huge news, because right now everybody has 2. And we didn't really have any reason to believe that everybody would get more than 2. But if somebody gets a 3rd one, then that means there's a possibility that everybody's going to get a 3rd one. Kind of like how we're feeling right now about the mediums, where it's perfectly plausible that there's only 8 in the game. But if we get a 9th one, it kind of implies that there's 12. Whoo, beautiful gallows, beautiful. Lots of good item drops coming out of the chests. I don't know if we'll ever use... Well, I'm sure we'll find a use for these gems, but look how many we have. We never use these. Oh, you know what? This is actually making me eat my words from earlier. Earlier I said there was no way to have the same element on more than one character, but this is how. You know, if somebody's weak against water, you've only got one character that has water, but everybody else could throw out one of these. So, technically this would be an easier way to deal with the black pudding. You know, have the other 3 characters throw out a light gem. So, I stand corrected. Sort of. There we go! New tool, Radical Sneakers! Press the square button to execute a vertical jump using the powerful springs found inside the souls. Use them in conjunction with the jump plate to jump to higher locations otherwise unreachable. Okay, thank God. And it's jet. So now everybody... Look at that. Okay, this window is perfectly suited to 3 tools. I suppose if the kerning changed, there could accommodate a 4th. Maybe. But see, this leads me to believe that there's probably a 3rd tool for everybody. Dude, we can jump now! This is huge! Holy crap, this is huge! And it's not just jump straight up. And it's not just jump... It's not just jump in a specific place. It's jump anywhere. This is huge. Wow, this is huge. This is easily the best tool we've found so far in the game. Bam, bam. Spectre on you. And let's see if a light gem kills one of these in one hit. We jumping in here tonight, folks. Man, there's so many good snacks down there. I am stocked up. I am freshly stocked on sodas and snacks. And it feels good, man. What are you gonna do, Clive? Just stand around, I guess. Gobi has really thin skin around her eyes. Or not thin skin. She has thinner hair around her eyes. And so like her pink skin kind of like is more visible in between her hair than it would be anywhere else on her body. And I think it could be from her and Nima like playing, you know, because they're like kind of like nipping and biting at each other, kind of like in the face area. So it makes it look like she's got like cuts or some kind of like rash or something like that. But she doesn't. But it's like, it's very like alarming to like notice, like, oh no, what's wrong? But she's just got thin hair right there. It's kind of weird. I'm always like keeping an eye on it to make sure that it's really nothing. And it certainly doesn't bother her. Although every time she's ever hurt herself, it hasn't bothered her either. So that's not enough to go off of on its own. But yeah, I think it's just from play. The vet has never said anything about it at any of her checkups. In fact, at her last checkup, the vet was like, this dog is perfect. Is she allergic to grass or anything? She could be. I don't think she's allergic to grass. She's definitely allergic to some things, though, because she got a really bad allergy in her eyes a while back. I think it was the cedar. There's a lot of cedar down here. People get cedar fever and have cedar allergies. Look at that. Okay, so this is the bomb. All right, so this is good. So this is what I was worried about. I was worried that we were going to have to, like, get all the optional stuff while doing a time-sensitive backtrack. But instead, we can backtrack now and then come back here when we're ready to go and get the heck out of here. So we're going to do that now. It's going to take a little bit of time, but that's okay. I'm down for it. It won't take that long because we don't have the... Oh, this is so satisfying. This is like when you get the hook shot in a Zelda game or like some other like huge traversal item. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Dang it. Shoot. Well... Was it just going to take me across to here anyways? Because this is new. Okay, we might be okay, actually. I'm, like, super turned around with where I am now. I can't jump down ledges, though, which is kind of weird. I have to still do that. Okay. Ooh, that organ sounds good. Boom. I have no idea. Okay, I know where I am now. So we're gonna need to go this way. So yeah, it could be like an allergy something or other, but I just don't know. So yeah, where was that one gonna lead me? Was it gonna like allow me to jump horizontally really far? Crazy how you can play a game for so long and not be able to jump, and then the game gives you a jump. Oh, I can already think of one area where this is going to be important and lead to like an optional item. This is the end, right? I went the wrong way. Yeah, this is the final room. Shoot, there was one other thing near the entrance. I don't think there was a chest involved, but in the interest of being thorough, I'm going to go all the way back to the beginning. Nope. Oh, I could have made that, I bet. Oh well. Oops. Bing doo doo. We didn't even notice that door the first time we came through here. Or maybe we did. Okay, now we're close. This was early. Here we go. This is it right here. So yeah, what's the point of coming up here? There's absolutely nothing up here. I guess this is just a way to... Okay, this is just going to be a way to get back to the entrance faster. It's going to make us utilize this to get back faster. Oh, I do not want to fight these guys. These guys are so annoying. But I'll fight them. Devastate. Vortex. Maybe we can take out 3 in one turn. Let's see. I love how many different colors of numbers there are. I can't think of another RPG where if the enemy has a resistance to an element, you get the number in a different color. Like, it's very typical for damage numbers to change if it's, you know, damage versus healing. Or you might have one for, like, absorb. Or maybe you'll have a different color for, like, you know, your MP going up versus your HP. But I've never seen one for resistance. Like, oh, I'm letting you know that you could be doing more damage, you know, if you did a debuff. Or, hey, this enemy has an elemental affinity of some kind against whatever you're using. That's pretty cool, I like that. It's very subtle, too. You might not... I guess you might not even notice. It's gray versus white. Alright. So I think we're ready to finish this up now. That was the first... Yeah, this is the absolute first room in the whole dungeon, so... Let's head all the way back to the back. Now that we've wasted all of our ECN. Hopefully the timer doesn't run during battles. Otherwise, we could be in hot water here. Because we've already picked up all of the crystals. So we're going to get sucked into every battle. But we do have our new escape ability that we can try out. So that's good. And if we do get stuck in a fight, the enemies here haven't been horrendous, time-wise. It's not like, God, what was that one dungeon? There was one dungeon where we kept seeing the same enemy over and over, and they took forever to kill. And that was before we could run away from stuff. So we were forced to fight them every time. I'm surprised I don't remember it. It was traumatic. I guess I must have pushed it out of my brain. Who's your Gobi? Who's your Gobi? Why are you so sleepy today, Gobi? It's crazy how sleepy they are. It must be because the lady is finally back. They must have got some exercise today. Because they're normally, like, freaking out right now. Play with us, play with us. Why are you sitting there? Especially on a Friday. Alright, let me see if I can... Nope, it forces me to go back up. Okay. Oop. Okay, so that's going to be our route back home. So yeah, it looks like most of these pressure switches are going to send us towards the entrance, which is going to be very helpful in escaping. Oh, went right by it. This leads back to the previous room, right? Yeah, we don't want that. It seems like it's going to be pretty friendly here, and all of the pressure switch paths are going to help me, and they're not, like, trying to trick me. You guys have any affinity with water, ice? No. Okay, so it doesn't matter which one we use. We'll use ice because it looks cool. For some reason, there are 2 groups of 2 instead of 1 group of 4. I don't know how that's determined. It's very Dragon Quest. But that affects how you're able to target them, too. In an exactly Dragon Quest way. Oh, these guys inflict disease. Didn't even realize. Good thing we have immunity. And I'm gonna need to go get my glasses case. I need a cleanse. My lenses are mucky. It's always a mystery how that happens when you're just wearing them. Okay, everyone shoot. Whoa. That was weird. Noise on my roof. Is it Santa Claus? Oh, whoops. Done fell into a chasm. Silly me. Gobi's on full alert now. There goes that car door. I think the lady is home for real this time. Okay, you can attack the separate one, and then we can all team up on the group. Bark, 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 bark. Yep, she's here. Farewell, Black Pudding. Oh, there's still one more. And that is a really foreboding animation. Spectre. Barely know her. Hey, hey. Oh, yes, thank you. I forgot about that. It was all the way on the driveway. When I pulled in, it was like blowing around on the porch. Sure. Whack, 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 whack. Listen to those tails. Alright, I want to see if what this does. Oh, that's pretty cool. So it does kind of like snap you to a specific location that's probably assigned to. But we actually want to go this way, I think. No. Okay, I'm getting turned around again. Oh, these guys are so annoying. I should be paying attention to the experience to see if it's even worth it. We haven't used the runaway ability too much since we got it. It's not like perfect success rate. We know that much, but I don't really know if it's like... Yeah, I don't know how it's calculated. If it's like fixed, or if it's based on your relationship with the enemy's level, or what. Get out of here, puddin'. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Yeah, this is slightly more tame, but still wild arms. Oh, there's a pupper. Here's a big pupper. What's up, Gad? How you doing tonight, my dude? Yeah, the lady is being smothered by the pups. She's doing a snuggle hug. Okay, this must lead to the ending. I'm getting so turned around now. This dungeon was completely linear until they gave me the jump, and now that I have the jump, I'm getting all turned around. Okay, Basilisk. Oh, look at that. You guys are getting a little free puppy time there down in the corner. Thanks to the lady. Petrify is what I'm looking for. Little free Gobi. You just applied for your 3rd dog? Oh my goodness, Tofu. Tofu has a dog named Kita.
No.
Yep.
What?
Crazy,
Spelled the
right?
same?
Spelled the same.
Little lad is sick.
Uh-oh. Oh no, Gad.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, that's definitely scary. Glad he's alright. Still no rare drops. This whole dungeon, we've done so many fights, we've had so many chests, but no rare drops. Wait, no, this isn't the right way. Here we go. Okay, I think this is it. Named by the 5-year-old who lives next door. Interesting.
That's a cool way to do it. Somebody else.
Yeah,
name your dog?
that's quite the unexpected honor bestowed upon your neighbor. Okay, everybody else should be able to kill this 4th guy who's for some reason not in the group. Yep. Gobi, you're silly. But they had the distinct privilege of naming the dog.
And you think of them every day because
Right.
you call your dog.
That's so strange. It's such an odd... I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't have any negative feelings about it. It's just, it's very strange. It's very unheard of, I should say. Okay, it was a nominated name. Sure. Get up there, dude. There we go. Okay, here we go, folks. We're going to set off the plunger here.
Switch on! We only have 20 minutes and counting until detonation. Let us take the quickest route back.
Alright, if it's actually 20 minutes, I'm not worried at all. That's so much time. Even with the timer running during battles. That's an absurd amount of time. So I'm just gonna take these fights.
What is that thing?
It's called a basilisk, but it's like a stegosaurus with a zebra butt.
Zebra butt.
That is a zebra butt.
Nice.
Yeah, he's like a stego in the front. Definitely doesn't look like any basilisk I've ever seen. Is basilisk like a Greco-Roman mythical creature?
I know it's in Harry Potter.
Yeah, I know. Yep, it's in Harry Potter. Which leads me to believe that it's probably not a creature that was invented by Dungeons and Dragons. But maybe it is.
I thought in Harry Potter it was a snake.
It is, yeah. It's like a snake that paralyzes you with its stare. On a quick Google, origin Europe. Okay. Copy. I'm not going to take any of the jumping shortcuts because I'm not confident that I won't get turned around. So I'm just going to stick to the main path since I have so much time. If they had given me like 2 minutes, that would have got me spooked. But this is plenty of time. Very generous. Steal? Bird, please. Yeah, me too, Tofu. I'm always interested in where that stuff comes from. So many drops. Make it worth my while. Nope. Oh, yeah.
Roseanne.
Have you never seen that one before?
No, you showed it to me before you put it on.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But I haven't seen it.
Frozen hours. Thank you, Gad.
Roseanne. Did you ever watch that show, like, for real?
Yeah.
You did? I watched
Not like a ton, but
The time bomb has been activated. There isn't much time. We must leave here at once.
behind you. Oh, behind you. You just run for safety. We'll take care of this. Oh, of course, it's gonna be some kind of boss. It's a bossilisk. Ooh, it's a big googly eyeball. Okay, well, this is unexpected. Buer.
That's like that guy from,
This thing has a gimmick for sure. Okay.
That eyeball thing is like from Avengers or something.
Avengers? Wait, what did it say? Shoot, I missed that text box. It said the last word was entrance, but I didn't see anything else. Did anybody catch that? I think it maybe just said defeat the boss before the time runs out so you can make it to the entrance, but I don't know. I can't imagine this boss is going to be too tough if we're on a timer here, but we'll see. No elemental affinity. We've got its speed and its defense down, so we can just start unloading here. We should be able to take it out pretty quick. Virginia's at full health, so we won't use Valor. Or Valiant, that's what it's called. So everybody just shoot. And then Clive can lock on. Yeah, Buer is frightened by the light streaming from the entrance. That's what that said. What does that mean? So magic is doing no damage. Okay, this guy's gimmick is that he only takes physical damage when he's closed, and then when he opens, he only takes magic damage. That's right. Yo, Draconics, welcome in, my dude. Yeah, we're chugging along. That's a good way to put it. That is a good way to put it. Things are going quite well. I don't remember how much you were here for last week, but last week ended with a huge lore and story dump. And now we're kind of like in a new chapter that feels very middle game, or maybe like half, the last third. The world is starting to open up a little bit more, but we are getting some story. Why does Virginia's attack do no damage? I don't understand that. Is her arms attack based on her magic stat or something? You wanna come up here, Nemo? You're eyeing it. Oh, Jet's paralyzed. Okay, that sucks. Hi, Big Poochie. Hi. Your breath is very stinky. Yeah. But I will still kiss you. And there she goes. Reload. Viewer is frightened by the light streaming from the entrance. What does that mean? The fact that that keeps coming up makes me think that I'm supposed to do something about it. But maybe that's just telling me that that's why he's acting less? I don't know. Tried to paralyze Jet again. Good thing I didn't heal him. We'll do that now. He's a good damage dealer, so... Viewer is frightened by the light streaming from the entrance. What does that mean? That seems like a good thing. That makes me think that he's being frightened into attacking less. Maybe being frightened means that that's why he's not opening? Because that's his, like, defensive pose? Is that targeting everyone? I think that's targeting everyone, and Jet is the only one who doesn't have immunity. Which, if so, that is an absolutely monstrous attack that could just ruin your whole day. Okay, his defense is still down. Wow, he gives out a lot of experience and money. Okay, thank you for not paralyzing me for once. This guy's not doing a lot of damage, but he is absorbing a lot of damage. Okay, cool, we got him. He wasn't that bad at all. You pre-ordered Midnight Suns and Crisis Core. What is Midnight Suns? Hey, Elise, thank you so much for 26 months. Thank you for the maximum number of months possible, and at tier 2 nonetheless. How are you tonight? Lovely to see you. Marvel's XCOM game. Oh, okay. That sounds like a cool idea. Oh, yeah. I've seen some promo for that. Okay. Cool. I'm assuming you've played XCOM then, and that's like a subgenre that is interesting to you. The only XCOM-like game that I have played is Mario Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and that is one of the most unique and innovative video games I've ever played. It's a phenomenal game. Yes? Okay, cool. Very cool. I have descended to this world once again so that I may fight for a planet where I may exist. However, what is it that you seek? Do you wish eternal slumber? Okay, so he's posing this question to the prophets, not to us. So it kind of seems like they thought they were summoning the demons, and maybe he's some kind of like spokesperson or leader of the demons. And he's like, yo, I'm happy to be here, but why y'all want me here?
No, I haven't completed my work yet. I must regain memories. I wish to be reborn, most beautiful and powerful.
What we seek is a complete body and spirit, surpassing the power of beasts and the wisdom of humans to become superior beings.
So does he think that they're like gonna get wishes from him like he's a genie?
I have here the bodily blueprints of my followers, demons.
Okay, so he's now referring to his followers as demons. So maybe this guy isn't a demon, he just associates with them. So he's got these 3 masks. We've seen masks like this in the game so far. I believe we actually have one. I think we stopped Janice from getting one, maybe, possibly early on.
Once they are set free, they will instantaneously devour your bodies and wipe clean your spirit to try and control you. However, should your spirit overcome that of my 3 followers, there may be a chance to salvage it. You have shown great devotion to my advent. Do you wish to live on by becoming one of the loathed and feared demons?
I do. Yes, I do.
We all do.
Alright, so it looks like we're not rid of the 3 prophets yet, unfortunately.
As long as demons signify superior beings.
Oh, that's all 3 of them together. Okay, I don't know how I was going to say that. I like how they all say what they want, and he's like, well, I got 3 little demons right here that might suit your needs. So he's going to turn them into demons to save their lives. So we were getting a little parallel editing there. So our characters weren't actually hearing all of Siegfried's exposition. Siegfried's exposition was informing us as the player of additional story beats that seemed tangentially related to what the party was doing, but the party wasn't actually receiving that information. So we learned some stuff about the demons, but the party doesn't know what we just learned. So that was kind of cool. That was a neat parallel edit storytelling device there.
What was that? I know I felt that chill before. It's similar to the fear of the medium. Just as when the eternal sparkle took shape by the power of the demons. I hate to admit it, but every prediction or guess that I make leads towards something terrible.
Just cut to the chase. What was that?
I don't know. Guess we'll have to rely on Granny again.
Something's up again. Give me a break. Before we go looking for new trouble, let's go get our reward from that Ark of Destiny order.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go back to Baskar and talk to Granny. That's our next destination, apparently. Simple enough. So yeah, that, as I predicted, that location is gone from the map. We can't go back in there. So if we would have missed any of those chests, they would have been gone forever, which we didn't find anything super cool there. We found a duplicator there, which, you know, whatever. I guess if those are finite, that's a good grab. Well, we wanted to go back to Ark of Destiny anyways. So, let's go straight there. We can get one of those chests now. Actually, I think 2 of them. Where am I at? Oh, I'm about to pass it here. It's right here. And this map is not the easiest to navigate. Definitely a learning curve to it. Alright, so before we go talk to that guy and probably trigger a cutscene, let's go get some chests. Bonk. Oh, I'm turned around. This is the blue save point guy, right? Yep, we don't know what he does yet. Alright, here we go. So now we can get this chest. Sick. Another duplicator. Okay, so we got both of our duplicators back that we used in here. Ooh, Draconic's coming in with a game Gush. And another game that I'm very surprised is not on the list. Battle Tanks Global Assault. Very, very good choice. I will have a lot to share with that game. But this one doesn't have a switch. So this one is very peculiar. We have no idea here. There's no switch here to launch us up. So, how in the heck would we do this? We have no idea. It's set up just like that other room, but no switch. And then there's 3 more duplicator doors back there, but we have no idea how to get rid of this force field thingy. And then this one... Did we check this one? Yeah, that one was just a regula. Oh, hello there.
I have confirmed the demolition of the mine shaft. Here is the reward money we promised.
Oh.
And please forgive me for running off on my own.
15 grand, baby. We have so much money, it is insane. We have 184,000 Gela. Okay, so it's interesting that we didn't have to go talk to, like, the main guy. And that we just got a reward from that lady in a hallway. I wouldn't have even walked through there. That was just kind of on a whim. So that was very fortunate. I'm going to step away for just a second here, guys. I got to use the restroom. I'm going to run a quick mid-roll so nobody misses too much gameplay or the game Gush. And then when we come back, I will do the game Gush. I will see you in 3 minutes. Thank you for being here. You're lovely. Alrighty. Thank you for that short break. I got to clean my glasses as well, which I really needed to do. It was really bugging me. There was a smudge right in front of my line of sight there. It's driving me nuts. Maybe you guys couldn't see it, but it's killing me. Does your face hurt? Alright. So here we go. We're coming back. And we're going to do a fun little segment. If you've never been here before, one of the key tenets of being a backlog boy is being a boy with an extensive backlog. There's more to it, but that's a story for another time. And one of the segments we like to do on the show here is what you see in the chat here. We reach up into the backlog and pull down a game chosen by chat via channel points. And we bring it down on the shelf. We talk about it. We show it off on the camera. Share memories, stories associated with it. You know, a little mini review, if you will. And we always keep it spoiler-free when applicable. Which shouldn't be much of an issue with this game here. And we're going to be talking about a game that is very near and dear to me and was a big part of my childhood. But before that, what's the name of the segment? It is Game Gush. Tonight's Game Gush is brought to you by Draconics1. Thank you so much, Draconics. Always picking really top quality games. The secret is that there's no low quality games in the backlog. Alright. We're going to be talking about a very cool game here for the N64, Battle Tanks Global Assault. I'm going to come up here and show you guys the cover art and the beautiful green cartridge before I start talking. Check this out. Oh. So here's your box art. Nice tank on the front. 3DO. Intense 1 to 4 player action right on there. That's cool. And here's some really grainy screenshots in the back. A little preview of the tanks you get to play with. Pretty cool. And definitely the touchstone of this one is the green cartridge, which for some reason was a hallmark of like militant games. And then no rear label on this one. That's actually going to be part of the story. Stay tuned. But yeah, that was the thing that initially drew me to this game, was the green cartridge, because I never saw it. Well, that's not true. I didn't first see this game on a store shelf. The first time I saw this game was the cartridge, the loose cartridge, like in a system. And I was like, whoa, green. I was always hyper drawn to the colorful cartridges. And I still am. I'm just a sucker for colors. Like I was talking about with the stupid can of Red Bull earlier. I was like, oh, that's a pretty color. Take my money, you know? And because most of the N64 cartridges were gray, anytime you saw a colorful one, it was really exciting, especially if it was a color that you had never seen before. Yeah, there was the golden OOT cart, and then you had a number of yellow, a number of blue, a number of red, green, and I believe those were the only colors. Red, green, blue, and yellow. And then obviously the one gold cartridge, and then you had your special Pokemon Stadium 2 gold and silver two-tone cartridge. But I believe that was it. Oh, there was black. There was also black. But we didn't get any other cool colors. You know, there was no purple or orange or, you know, different shades of blue or anything like that. But it was still cool to see the colorful ones. They were always exciting to spot out in the wild as a kid. Like, oh, you know, I've never seen this one before. And it made you instantly interested. Or at least me. It made me instantly interested. And I'm certain that this was the first time I ever saw a green cartridge. I don't know when I first played this game or when I saw it, but I know the first time I played it myself, like at my house, was on a rental. So I must have like, I went to a couple of daycares that had N64s that probably wouldn't have stocked this game because it's quote-unquote violent. You know, there's no blood or anything, but, you know, it's like war imagery. You're blowing things up. It's also rated teen, which probably would have instantly taken it out of the running for being at a daycare. So I don't think that's where I first saw it. It must have been, like, at somebody's house, but I have no idea who it would have been. And then, after becoming aware of this game, I rented it. I suppose it's possible I rented it on a whim, but I don't think so, because I remember knowing about the green cartridge, and that was why I wanted to rent it, and there's no way I would have known that the cartridge was green if I'd never seen it before. So, I don't know the exact details, very long time ago, but I rented this game and instantly fell in love with it. It's just like, it's so simple, it's so arcade style. Like, a tank game sounds really boring, and it could have been so easily, like, slow and obtuse and bogged down by, like, weird controls, bad controls. But this game is actually not like that. It's not realistic at all, which is why it's fun. The tanks move around very fast and in a very simple way. They don't use tank controls, which is very hilarious and awesome. And the weapon system is very simple and easy to understand. There's a bunch of, like, over-the-top, wacky weapons that are non-realistic. I was never really a big player of Twisted Metal, but I think it's very similar to a lot of people in the way that you're driving a vehicle that has unrealistic capabilities and you can shoot all these crazy weapons. So in that regard, it's a lot like Twisted Metal, but it's not like a battle arena, although it does have a battle mode. Like, the battle mode in this game is pretty much exactly Twisted Metal, if I had to guess. Again, I didn't play a lot of Twisted Metal, but I think it's pretty similar. But where this game really shines for me is the campaign mode. There's like a story mode where you play through these pre-designed levels and you have these clear mission objectives that you have to achieve. And there's like little secrets you can find and like optional objectives, and the entire campaign is 2-player co-op, which was like, wow, it was so cool back in the day. There was nothing like that in my realm of knowledge. I didn't know of any other game that had like a 2-player story mode, and it was like the perfect length too. This was like the ultimate sleepover game. Like, you know, you could complete the campaign in like, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, give or take, depending on how many times you've done it before or how much time you wanted to spend, like, you know, screwing around and finding extra stuff. But it was really fun, perfect length, really compelling. Like, not compelling like, oh wow, what an amazing story, but just like, it was exciting to like get to the next level and you get to use different tanks. Oh cool, now we can use this one. Or, oh cool, this is this kind of a mission that we haven't had yet, you know. And it was just super, super fun. And so now for the story of why this game has no rear label. Some of you might be trying to get ahead of me in here, and maybe you're guessing that it came from the rental store, and I ripped off the rear label to get rid of like the rental store sticker. No, that's not why. I at some point owned this game, probably because we like rented it so many times that my mom was like, okay, we should just buy you that game because we're wasting money here. Because you're renting it every time somebody comes over to spend the night. So I'm just going to buy it for you. But what happened was, at some point, I foolishly decided that I had moved on from the Nintendo 64, and that was an era of my past. And I had played those games, and they were fun, and they were great, but I had moved on to more mature adult games in the RPG genre. You know, I had found the PlayStation 2, and I had fallen in love with Final Fantasy, and I only wanted to play games like that. I was only interested in playing these, like, 60-hour plus, multi-disc, huge narrative-based epics. That was all I wanted. I didn't want to play Mario anymore. I didn't want to play Zelda anymore. I didn't want to play Pokemon anymore. I had entered this new chapter, this new phase, and I still had all of my other games, but I wasn't really playing them. I was hyper-fixated on this new obsession. And there was a friend in my neighborhood who had just gotten an N64 for Christmas,
And this was, mind you, in like 2002, 2003. Like the GameCube had been out for several years. The N64 was by no means new. It had already reached end of life cycle. Games weren't being made for it anymore. But to this kid who came from a even lower income bracket than my family did, this was brand new. This was super dope and exciting. And even as a kid that like I knew that my family wasn't super well off. I knew that we were like very middle class, you know, like it's like classic scenario. Like if you grow up like really affluent, sometimes you don't know that right away. But if you grow up poor or, you know, slightly above in like middle class or lower middle class, like you're usually much more aware of that because it's something that like your family is talking about and complaining about all the time, you know? Like your family's always talking about money, and so naturally you're going to end up hearing about it. And I was well aware of this because, you know, I could only have... I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to paint a picture that I was some kind of like poverty-stricken kid. I had a great childhood, but I was very firmly in the like middle to lower middle class. And I went to a school on a scholarship surrounded by rich kids. So I was very aware of like the difference in income and like what that meant, you know? Like I had all these friends that had like hundreds of video games and they always had like the newest thing, and I was the kid that got things like, you know, a couple years after they came out, and I had to cherry pick here and there. I could only have a few things, so I was just like very aware of that. So for this kid that was my neighbor to have just gotten the N64, and for me to very clearly see that even from where I was at, this kid was even further down the line. You know, like he had like 2 or 3 siblings in his house. You know, his family lived in the same size house as me and my mom, but there was just 2 of us and there's like 6 of them. And they definitely were struggling a lot more. And they were happy with what they had. And this kid was stoked that he got the N64 because, you know, he was like the last kid on the block to get one. So he was already well aware of it and all the games that there were. So he really wanted this thing, and then he finally got it. But he only had like 1 or 2 games for it when he first got it. And probably like less than a year after he got it, I was getting ready to move out of that neighborhood. And we were going to be going to a different part of town, and I wasn't going to be seeing these friends anymore. One of the other kids on the street had already moved away. And I had also entered this new gaming chapter of my life where I was like, I'm only going to be playing, you know, these RPGs now. I'm all done with the N64. And so my mom was trying to find stuff to sell in a garage sale for the move. And so she's like, okay, go through your room, find anything you want to get rid of. And in classic me fashion, I was like, well, I don't want to get rid of anything. And she was like, come on, you got to find something that you're not going to want anymore. And so she's like going through my room and she's like, what about this? What about this? What about this? You know, she knows all the things that I don't use and don't play with. And so, you know, we start rounding up some toys and finding stuff like, okay, you're right. Yeah, I don't need this. You know, and she's talking me into stuff. And then we get to the N64 and she's like, well, you know, you haven't been playing these in a while since you got the PS2. You've been playing the PS2 the whole time. So do you want me to sell this stuff? Like we could probably get a lot of money for the Nintendo. And she wasn't trying to force me into it because she knew how protective I was of my video games. She was like, you know, we could probably get a lot of money for this stuff, but you know, you can keep all of it if you want to. I'm just letting you know, like, you know, this would be a lot. And and she was like, I would give you any of the money that comes from your stuff. That was the deal. She was like, you know, anything of yours that's sold, like you get that money to use towards whatever you want, which was an insane deal, by the way, because it's not like I bought any of this stuff. But anyways, I started thinking about it and I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's sell the N64. And like, that sounds great because then I can use the money to get more of these like RPG games that I want, because I was like collecting all the Final Fantasies because you could play all of them on a PS2 at the time, which was insane. And there were so many that I'd never played before because I was late to the game. And just before we were about to do the garage sale, I had this like change of heart, like light bulb moment. And I was like, you know what? This is a silly idea. And so what I ended up doing was I took all of my N64 games and my
and I kept my console, but I took all of my N64 games and I gave them to my neighbor. I just gave them to him because I was like, here you go, man. Like I could tell how excited he was to play this like new system, and I knew how much enjoyment I had gotten from the N64, and I felt like I was never going to play these games again. So I gave him like all like 13 or 14 of my N64 games that I had instead of selling them. You know, and then I told my mom, hey, this is what I decided to do. You know, and obviously she thought it was like super cute and nice, and it made me feel good to do that. So I gave away all of my N64 games, and I was fine with it for like 2 or 3 years. And then as I got into like high school and I started like getting nostalgic for childhood stuff, I was like, dang, I shouldn't have done that. I should have kept those N64 games. So I started like rebuying a lot of them. And this was one of the games that I remembered fondly. I was like, dang, I need to get that Battle Tanks game back. That game was sick. And so what ended up happening was I was in a music group at school that played performances like on a weekly basis. It was like a band basically, not like a concert band, but like a rock band configuration. Like, you know, guitar, bass, drums, vocals, or whatever. And I played guitar in this band that played at like this weekly thing at school. And we didn't play original music. We played cover songs. And we were pretty lame, but we thought we were really cool at the time. And some people thought we were cool. And the place where the weekly thing was that we played at was like this, it was like the one cool building on the school campus that like people liked to go to. Because it wasn't a classroom, it was always associated with these like cool events. And it was like, you know, it was like this youth building is what they called it, where like, you know, they would do lock-ins and random parties and stuff like that, and then this like weekly concert thing that was part of our school programming or whatever. And so we were having some kind of event there, and they had some video games there. They had a couple N64s, and they may have had a PS1, I don't remember, and they had a bunch of games there. And this was one of the games that they had, which I was very surprised by, because this went against like kind of the moral tenets of the school. And I was like, you know, you would have expected them to have only like sports games and like racing games, you know, multiplayer stuff that's like super squeaky clean. But for some reason this game was there. I don't know if somebody like left it there, or if for some reason the school like screened this game and realized, okay, even though it's rated T, there's no like bad language or blood in this game, so it's fine. I don't know. But I stole this game from my youth building in like, I don't know, 2003 probably. And it had the name of the school written on the rear label. So naturally, I had to destroy the evidence by clearing that off. So that's how I got this game back. I stole it from my school, which is hilarious. But yeah, lots of great memories playing that game, and all that sort of thing. Yo, Highlander Games, what is up, my dude? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub. How are you doing tonight? What is up? What is going on in the world of Highlander? I don't know if you're just coming in, but we were just finishing up a game, Gush, about Battle Tanks Global Assault for the N64, and I had just admitted to stealing this game from my high school many, many years ago. Statute of limitations. Come after me. You can't. Anyways, not the way you thought the story was going to end. But yeah, I have lots of great memories playing this game, co-op with friends. This was a great like bonding game with like a new friend or like a existing friend. And Vaughn and I actually played this game together. The Backlog boys played this game together on YouTube. You can go and watch it. It was one of our very early series. And it was used as a bonding experience because when Vaughn and I first started playing games together on YouTube, we did not know each other hardly at all. So we were actually getting to know each other by doing the show in that first year, in those first couple of months. So if you go back and watch those really old episodes, you can kind of see us kind of get to know each other and kind of establish a rhythm with each other. And this is a really short series. It's a pretty short game. It's only probably like 8 or 10 episodes. But we played it together and it was a fun time. And there's some good goofs in there. So if you want to go hear
younger, more awkward Vaughn and Austin, check out Battle Tanks on the YouTube channel, along with 1,500 plus other episodes of Backlog Boys. There's a backlog of Backlog Boys out there for you if you ever need some additional content in between streams. Okay, that's more than enough said, I think. Thank you, Draconics, for picking a good game. We're going to get back to Wild Arms 3. Here comes the game audio. There's the game. And we're going to pause that SpongeBob music. Okay. Let's do a save. And let's go talk to the very suspicious priest man and see what he says. What he say? So now we know a little bit more about dragons. It kind of makes sense why that guy refers to them as an artifact. Hello there. I wish this place could give off a more solemn atmosphere. After all, we are a religious order. We've been referred to as a drifter agency and even a volunteer group. I find that quite humorous. Although it kind of makes sense, though, because they're not really a religious order, because they don't have a deity. They're much more like a cult. Fossil resources are the residue of ancient power, glowing embers of the Great War. Why does man seek power? Perhaps it is our weakness that unconsciously reaches out. Okay, so he doesn't have a new mission for us, apparently. We just came here and we got our reward. But we do know where our next story location is. We gotta go to Baskar and talk to Gallows' granny. She has carried us through the story many times. So we're gonna go say hello to her. Again, we have a list of what you call it? We have a list of optional locations that we've been hearing about. I guess they could be future required locations, but we're not able to get to any of them right now. I'd really like to go to this village of dragon lore, but it's inaccessible without flying, which everything is pointing towards our flying thing in this game being a dragon itself. So, kind of confused there. Cradle of the Metal Gods. That also seems like it would be dragons, based on what we know about dragons now. We took care of the mine shaft, and then the other town that we heard about is Balak Rise, north of Baskar, past dunes. Only accessible by air, so we can't go there. And then the fighter arena, we don't know for sure, but we're also suspecting that the fighter arena is only accessible by air as well. If we could just figure out where Laxus Land is. We need to figure out where Laxus Land is. Because Laxus Land has more information about flying, which we are desperate for. I'm so sick of this sandcraft. Even though we've spent a ton of money and time upgrading it to its best stats possible, I still will leave it behind in an instant. Okay, so we're gonna go to the Baskar colony. That is on the same continent as Claiborne. Okay, so I think we want to go this way to get there. We do need to go to Humphrey's Peak at some point and do story time, though. Don't let me forget. If you guys are just feeling story time at some point, just say the word. And we can do that. There's a train station over here, right? No, there's not. Oh, but I can jump this with a horsey. That's right. So let me call my horse. There we go. This is a station. Westwood. Who doesn't feel story time? Well, yeah, I mean, you never know. I talk a lot when I stream, so I assume that most people wouldn't be here if they were annoyed by me talking, but there may be people who prefer the more quiet sections where I just play the game and don't say anything, you know? So. Okay. Do we want to go to Midland Station? I think we do. I think we do. I started plucking my eyebrows because someone told me they look bad strung together, but they just grow right back. I don't know what to do. Maybe this is how you drifters feel when you fight regenerating monsters. That is some silly text. I want to pull some out, but I don't want it to keep growing back. This is rough. Okay. Take me to my destination now, please. I'm trying to find somebody who will tell me something more about this Laxus land, so I'm just talking to everybody. Because we've been finding information in really random places. He doesn't like his unibrow. Yeah, what does it mean for your eyebrows to be strung together? Does that just mean you have a unibrow? Alright, we went the right way. There's one town that I'm thinking of where I know I can get something with my new jump ability, so I'm gonna go there before I forget. But first, let's meet up with Granny and see what she has to say. Sometimes people have new text for Gallows when we come back here, so let's see. Trouble is, I can't remember what people said the last time we were here, so I'm not always going to know if I'm getting new information. Oh, here we go. The guardians who preside over them are an especially powerful breed called lords. But it has been ages since anyone has seen a guardian lord. They lost their powers as the planet was ravaged, their bodies turning to stone. Some say they still sleep somewhere. I wonder if we'll ever see the day when the Guardian Lords awaken, reclaim their powers, and walk among men. Huh. Guardian Lords. That sounds almost like he's describing us. Like somebody who controls Guardians. Pretty sure that was new text. Nobody here? I think this is all new text. It doesn't seem... That sounds not new. That's definitely not new. The Blue Menace in Shane's dream. Shane is Gallows' brother. I don't remember hearing him referred to as the Blue Menace. Also, where is Shane? Shane is not here. Maybe he's in the shrine here with Granny. Oh shoot, I should have saved. Granny, you in here? I'm coming in. Yep, there's Shane.
The fact that I cannot teach you any manners shows how I am going senile with age.
Brother, what are you doing here? I'm glad you're both here. We can all plan together.
So what is it now?
The Guardians sent us a warning of fear and anxiety through the use of the mediums.
Guardians are the powers that sustain the world. If the Guardians are sending a warning, that means a big disaster may be nigh here on Filgaia. There was a great war that threatened the existence of the planet long ago. that was that.
Okay, apparently she just told a story.
Ever since we...
It appears we are not used to long lectures such as this. Even for me, 3.5 hours of...
3.5 hours, my goodness. Yo, Gooby, welcome in, dude. Ooh, a beanbag. Haven't heard about a beanbag in a long time. Yeah, you like my Master Belt shirt? It's a classic.
You are all incompetent.
So she's been lecturing us for 3.5 hours about the planet.
That's it from me, no more.
Sorry, Granny. Don't get so mad. Hey, Kiki, welcome in. How are you? How's your night? Thanks for being here. Come on, you're ruining our reputation as Miss Grudiev of 100 years ago. Ruining your reputation. So, her name is Miss Grudiev? You go, Belle of Earth Elemental. What is he saying? You're pretty good? Pretty good is pretty good.
It's too late to try and humor me. I'm not telling you anything. Nothing at all.
Please, reconsider. Your knowledge is indispensable.
I told you already I know nothing. But if you still want to know, go to the world's footprint and find out for yourself.
World's footprint. Okay, there we go. You gonna tell us where that is?
The world's footprint.
Shane, take these dimwits to the world's footprint, will you? Yes, you. I'm talking to you.
But I'm still a trainee as a pillar. Would it be alright for me to venture out of the colony?
Filgaia is in imminent danger. It is a pillar's duty to do whatever he can in times like these. You have my permission. Take this big fool to where he needs to go.
At once! I can't believe I get to actually help you, brother. We had 12 o'clock straight from Infinitum. The world's footprint is located past the dunes.
12 o'clock straight. That is a weird way to say that. Why wouldn't he just say, like, north? Okay. I'm going to write this down exactly as it is in case it is important. 12 o'clock straight from Infinitum. That was the last dungeon we did at Yggdrasil, I believe. Located past the dunes. Which means across the ocean, which is very confusing. Would you listen for a 3.5 hour lecture? I mean, it just depends on the subject, you know? I could see it being pretty tough in this situation, though. You wouldn't listen to a 3.5 hour lecture. You wouldn't download a car. Thank you for the anti-piracy, Kubi.
Let us be on our way.
We're counting on you, Shane. You've watched 8-hour videos on YouTube in one sitting? I mean, yeah, if I get to, like, pause and whatnot, I could handle 3.5 hour lecture, no problem. But if somebody's just, like, standing in front of me talking, and I have to just solely concentrate on them, and I'm not, like, multitasking or, like, taking notes or anything, sometimes, wow, that's impressive. Okay, well, once again, we know where we're headed. I'm going to double check on my map where Infinitum is, but I'm pretty sure I know where it is. Oh, okay. I was actually incorrect. I was thinking it was this. That's the Nidhogg Pass.
So we need to get all the way over here. Judging by what we've uncovered on the map, there must be a beach near there, so that's good. 12 o'clock straight from infinitum. Okay, so I think what that's going to mean is we're going to need to, like, enter infinitum and then exit infinitum, and then the direction that we're facing when we come out is the direction that we're going to need to go. Ooh, Tofu coming in with a game, Gush. All right. Right on. Let me get back to my ship. And we'll see if we can find this place. And then we'll do another game, Gush, here. Just to give it a little bit of cooldown, since we did kind of a longer one. Oh, while I'm here, I'm going to stop by the secret garden here. See if we have some more items to pick up. You think you got through the entirety of Fire Emblem three houses in 2 weeks? And that's almost 7 hours for one path? Watching the cutscenes? Wow. 12 hours straight watching a long play? I mean, yeah, I've binged stuff on YouTube for like an entire day, but not without doing other stuff. $99 heal berries. 26 potion berries, 32 revived fruits, 4 mini carrots. Holy crap. So she just keeps... Oh, that's amazing, actually. So nothing's wasted. She just keeps the other 47 that we can't carry. So the growth rate on these is insane. So yeah, we're getting a huge return on these items. So there's really no reason for us to, like... plant any more of them. Yeah, it's a little bit Harvest Moon over here. So maybe what I should do here, what does the tiny flower do again? We don't know. So the Holy Root cures all status ailments except Fallen. We only have one of those, but we could turn it into a plant to get infinite. And we don't know what the tiny flower does. It doesn't have a description. That's really weird. I'm not going to plant anything else now. We can come back here at any time and do that. Fantasy Life has been summoned. Someone said Harvest Moon. She was like, I know where I am needed. I have been called. Oh yeah, do you have any chat for me? Oh, she had something. Okay, that's fine. And you don't say anything different to different characters, do you? Oh, you do? So she says something different to Jet. Oh, that's right, because Jet was the one who, like, tried to protect her. Horse it like it's cart. Yo, I am the ma'am. How you doing, dude? What's up? How's it going tonight? I bet you're jamming and vibing because it's Friday. Alright, where's that train station at? It's like right over here, right? Oh no, it's back here. Thought this was a signpost. Good horsey. La-dee da da doo 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 doo. Alright. So we need to go back to just sitting down after putting the kids to bed. Oh, that's got to be a great feeling. That's got to be a great feeling. I need to look at my map and figure out what station I want to go to. We're trying to get to infinitum, but I need to get back to where my boat is.
Where did I leave my boat? My boat is outside of Little Twister. That's right. Okay. So we're gonna take the station back to the one that we came from, and then go over to Little Twister. Okay. Sorry, I had like a little micro freak out there. I'm gonna get to my boat. So we're going to Westwood. Not even gonna bother to chat with you again. You're probably gonna say some weird thing about your toes. This guy's still talking about his cat. Yep. Don't care, dude. Hey, I want to hear that tote conversation. It's gonna be a no from me. Oh, and then I gotta jump back over the gap here. And we're gonna need to buy some whistles soon here. I've been wasting a lot of whistles. Or not wasting, but using. Which actually, let's just go into Little Twister here and buy some. What if I put channel points on it? I mean, there's no guarantee he's gonna say anything different, so. This is the town where we're still waiting to get the membership card. Wait, this is new. If you go around the Cape of the Sand Canal and head north, you'll arrive at a giant crater. It is said that a floating city from the ancient past fell from the sky and landed there. Now, why would people want to live up in the sky, I wonder? North of here? Round the Cape of Sand Canal and head north. We're interested in living in the sky. From Little Twister. Round Cape of Sand Canal. Head north. Giant crater. Presumably, if these people are a city from the ancient past that was in the sky, they know about flying. So. Yo, Draconics, thank you so much. Thanks for being here, man. Thank you for the game, Gush. Ooh, we have a tie in the poll in the Discord. Thank you for reminding me. I need to plug that. We have a poll going in Discord, folks. I'm doing a bonus stream on Sunday, and you guys get to vote on what I stream. And apparently, the poll is tied. It was separated by one vote earlier today when I was looking at it. So if you haven't voted in Discord for the Sunday bonus stream game, please go and do that. We're closing that at the end of this stream, so it's going to be decided when I sign off tonight. Oh no, Gooby. Me giving a fun fact about my toes? Well, I guess I could do that. I do have a fun fact. I don't know if it's fun. It's not fun, but it is an anecdote. An anecdote, if you will. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Let me continue this line of thought here. We already heard about a giant crater, didn't we? I'm gonna cross this out because we did it. Didn't we already hear about a crater somewhere else? No. I don't think so. Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking of is one of the things we heard about earlier today. Oh, no, here it is. Mysterious crater. Yeah, okay. Alright, I'm not going crazy. Mysterious crater. So let's see if we can... We'll have to see if we can find that. An anecdote, you're a fan? Well, I don't know if you'll be a fan of this story, but... Okay, so, when I was a freshman in high school, we went on a class trip to a camp. We were going to be there for like 4 or 5 days, you know. And they paired people up into these cabins. Because it wasn't like tent camping, it was like cabin camping. You know, it wasn't like real camping. It was a nice place, actually. And so we were all stoked because we had all gotten paired up with like friends. You know, we were like happy with who was in our group, and some people were like paired up with people that they didn't want to be paired up with. So we were stoked because we were all friends, the 4 of us. And then you got paired up with like a chaperone, like group leader type person, who was some random person from like the school body, you know, some random faculty person. And we were not stoked about that. We got paired up with this like super old dude from like the church. And he was like really boring, and you know, he was killing our vibe. And we got to our cabin and we were like unpacking or whatever, and we had like a certain amount of free time before the next like required thing where we were gonna like all like meet in this like big, you know, community hall or whatever to like find out kind of like what we were gonna be doing all week or whatever. So this is the first day, like the first couple hours that we're there. And so they were like, okay, you got free time to go and unpack, and like, you know, you can like take a nap or like whatever, shower. And we couldn't like leave our cabins and like wander around wherever we want. They wanted us to stay in the cabins, but we were just able to like hang out, you know, and we were allowed to bring like electronics, you know, so people could listen to like their, you know, they could listen to their music or, you know, play on their phone or whatever. And so we were just like horsing around in the cabin, and the chaperone guy was trying to get us to stop horsing around because, you know, you're not supposed to horse around, I guess. And he ended up falling asleep. Like he was that like stereotypical of an old guy that he just fell asleep. Oh, sorry. This is new text here. Hold that thought. If y'all are powerful enough, you can regain the power of the Guardian Lords and use them. If y'all really want to awaken the Guardian Lords, head for the mine and town of Little Rock. Let's go! Let's go. So the Guardian Lords might be 4 like super mediums that are the last 4 that I'm theorizing exist. Info about Guardian Lords at Little Rock. We will definitely be pursuing that. There you can hear about the light that never stops shining, about the guardian that presides over hope, Zephyr. Yo, Zephyr? My name that I use for my characters in games sometimes? It me. The guardian that presides over hope. Okay, so we've had a luck guardian, and we've had a couple other guardians that aren't like over an element, they're over like something else. So this all but confirms the existence of additional mediums. So maybe there's a hope medium. Hope Guardian. Zephyr. I love the idea of having to beat like a super boss to get additional mediums that are super powerful. That would be sick. Okay, back to the story. So our chaperone guy fell asleep because he's like a stereotypical old dude. Even though we're like horsing around and like being loud, he still fell asleep. And I don't know how this happened, but somehow the game oh, more new text, sorry. Deep in the mountains, something sleeps called a dragon. It's most powerful and even has steel wings. It'll be an easy way to strike it rich if you could catch it and tame this thing. That way you'll be able to fly anywhere you want. The sky would be the limit. Oh my god, we're getting closer. Way northeast. Wow, I'm glad we stopped here. I was just coming in here to buy some whistles. Way northeast.
of Little Twister. Dragon. Okay, so we're horsing around, and somehow the game turned into trap this one kid in the bathroom. And this bathroom was like a big bathroom. Like, it was almost as big as the cabin itself. So there's like this big like communal sink area with like 3 or 4 sinks, and then there was all these like stall showers with curtains, and like a big communal type locker room shower with no curtain. And so we were kind of like horsing around in there too. And somehow we got this one kid in the bathroom and like shut the door and like barricaded him in there. And that was super funny to us, you know. And so he was probably the physically strongest kid of the bunch. So maybe we were exhilarated by the fact that we were like the 3 of us overpowering him. Maybe that was part of it. And he was trying to like bump into the door and like, you know, break out. But he was like kind of freaking out too. He was like, "Let me out, guys. Like, this is not cool." You know, and we thought it was funny. And eventually he kind of like gave up, or like made us think that he gave up, because he like stopped ramming into the door and he wasn't saying anything and we couldn't hear him, so it seemed like he kind of backed off. And so we kind of backed off from like leaning against the door and holding it shut. And I was barefoot, by the way, for whatever reason, because I guess you got to be barefoot when you're horsing around. And then just suddenly, as a surprise, he rammed into the door to try to get out. And because we weren't barricading the door anymore, he was quite successful in opening the door. And I was still standing in front of the door. And my 2 friends were not standing in front of the door. Luckily, my hands were out in front of me. So the first thing that hit the door was not my face, it was my hands. But interestingly, one of my bare feet happened to be just the right height to go under the swing of the door, right? So it wasn't super close to the floor. It was high enough to go over my foot, but not completely. So my, you know, your foot kind of like gains a little bit of height as it goes towards your ankle, right? So the door went over my foot almost all the way up and then stopped and kind of like rammed into like the top bones of my feet. And so there was like a huge blunt force right into the top of my foot. Also, interestingly, another thing that didn't go under the door was the toenail of my big toe. So this door swung open across my foot and just happened to catch my big toenail, but my big toe itself went under the door. So initially, I hear this, or not hear, but feel this blunt force of the door swinging towards me, and I'm having this adrenaline reaction, like, oh, I gotta get my hands up to stop the door from hitting me in the face, right? Totally instinctive, split-second thing, not actually consciously thinking. And then, to my surprise, the door stops before it hits my hands. And as I'm wondering if I have somehow become a Jedi, I feel the blunt force on my foot, and I look down and I see the door stopped against the top of my foot, and I could kind of see a little bit of like skin bunched up, you know? And so I'm like, oh boy.
And you know how, like, when you're, like, horsing around, like, I guess if you're boys, you know, like, you know, you're, like, horsing around and it's loud, and then as soon as somebody gets hurt, it gets, like, dead quiet. Everyone's like, oh, you know, like, all the air gets sucked out of the room. So it got, like, super dead quiet. And then I, like, very carefully kind of, like, try to squish my foot down a little bit so I can pull it out. Like, try to, like, flatten my foot a little bit because I'm kind of, like, stuck, you know? So I'm trying to, like, press my foot down really far, and I'm, like, pulling up on the door handle to try to get, like, you know, just those micro adjustments so that it's less painful when I take the door off my foot. So I do that, and as the adrenaline is dying down and I'm pulling my foot out, I look down at my foot, obviously, to assess the damage, and I see, here's my big toe, and here's my big toenail. It's just like a little round sailboat with a sail. It's just like waving hello to everyone. I'm so sorry, T. I'm so sorry. And so then I see my almost but not completely detached toenail. It's still attached in one bottom right corner. It didn't completely come off. So it's just kind of standing there, and I'm just looking at it. And obviously this has all happened in a number of, like, you know, split seconds here. But, you know, to tell the story in visuals, it takes longer. So this is all happening very, very quickly. And I'm looking down at my foot. And, you know, it's like that moment where, like, something happens that's going to hurt, but it hasn't started hurting yet. But you kind of know that it's going to start hurting. And so you're just kind of, like, bracing yourself, preparing for that moment. You know, or like you get a cut on your finger while you're doing something and you don't really notice, and then as soon as you look at it, then it starts hurting, you know? So I was kind of like waiting for that, because I didn't feel my toenail go up like that. What it felt like is it kind of felt like when you stub your toe, you know? Which may have been what happened. The door may have actually hit my toe first, and then kind of, like, you know, whatever. So I had the sensation that I had stubbed my big toe. That was kind of like the dull feeling initially. But then I see my toenail, and I'm like, oh. And everyone's just kind of looking. You know, everyone else sees it as well. And we're all kind of like, oh God. And then the pain finally, like, came, and I was like, ah, and I, like, screamed. And it was like a movie. The scream awakened this old pastoral man from his geriatric slumber, and he kind of like, what's going on? You know, I thought I told you, you know, like finished the sentence that he was in the middle of when he fell asleep, you know, kind of thing. And then he just sees us all standing in a little circle over here, looking at my foot, and I'm like, ah, like yelling at my foot. And this is actually where the worst thing happened. I was mostly just scared, but it was hurting me. But I was also like, what do I do? You know, like, what do I do about this? Because it wasn't bleeding. There was no blood at first. And I was like, okay, this is weird. Like, how do I do something about this? Like, you know, and all these thoughts are like racing through my head. And so this guy, as the adult in the situation, feels like he needs to snap into action. And he's just come out of a dream sequence, doesn't know where he's at. And his bright idea, get ready for this. His bright idea is for us to take the trash can that's in the bathroom, the little plastic wastebasket, rip the bag out of it, go into the shower, and fill that trash can with water, and then put my foot in it. That's his idea. And, like, we're like 13 and 14 years old. So we're inclined to listen to this guy, right? And that was a horrendous idea for so many reasons. We're at a camp that has like wilderness water coming out of the tap with God knows what kind of bacteria, and we're gonna dunk some brand new open wound skin into that water. Phenomenal idea. Phenomenal idea. That was one of the most shocking pains I have ever felt in my life. So, yeah, and spoiler, I did not get any kind of infection from that water, thank God. But I don't know how, honestly. But I thank everything that is holy that I didn't lose my toe to this guy's idiot advice. So now I'm like really screaming, and the pain is really going crazy. So I pull my foot out of the water because my body is telling me, this is a mistake. This is a mistake. So I pull my foot out of the water, but obviously the pain doesn't stop, right? The damage is done. And so now it's just a full-blown pain fest. Everybody's freaking out. Nobody knows what to do. You know, so everyone's just kind of like hovering over me. And so after things kind of like simmer down and I realize, okay, you know, this hurts, but it is what it is. It's done. It's over. Then the pragmatic version of me returned and is like, okay, what are we going to do here? So the problem was obviously that I need to wear shoes, right? I need to be able to wear socks and shoes to be a human, right? And I didn't have a pair of like flip-flops that I could put on. And obviously I'm gonna be like out in the wilderness for the next 5 days, you know, like hiking and going on trails, and we were supposed to like kayak, and there were supposed to be like high ropes course and water sports and all this kinds of stuff. And so I'm thinking about all this, and I'm like, okay, we're like 3 hours into this class trip. I may have just disqualified for myself from most, if not all, of the activities. But aside from that, when my life goes on after this trip, how you know, like, what is the future of my foot? These were the thoughts that I was having. And the problem was, you know, I finally got the gumption to go and like touch the toenail, right? And I'm like, okay, well, obviously, like, I can't put this toenail back on, you know? So it's probably got to come off, but it's still attached, right? So maybe either because it already hurts or because it's toenail, maybe I can just take it off. You know, maybe it won't be so bad. So I go and I kind of touch the toenail and I'm kind of feeling it, you know, and it's numb, but it's not like crazy. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can just, you know, maybe it'll just kind of like break off. Maybe it's just like almost there and it's like a loose tooth, you know? And so it's kind of like, I'm kind of like wiggling it, and, you know, it has this kind of like dull, bruised feeling. This is your fault, Gooby. Everyone blame Gooby. Blame Gooby. And as soon as I give like the slightest tug away from the toe as like a test, it's like, okay, yeah, this is going to be like an immense amount of pain if I try to pull this thing off. Because the one little piece that was still attached is not like, you know, dead fingernail that you can just beep, 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 clip, and you don't feel anything. It's like the alive part, you know, it was like the root. It was the back right corner of the toenail where it was where it was still attached. And it's like still like soft, like alive there, you know? So I was like, okay, what am I gonna do here? So what I ended up having to do
was we got a first aid kit from somewhere. I think there was one in there. And basically what I did was I just put the toenail back where it used to be. And it was bloody by this point. It wasn't like, you know, gushing or anything, but it was like red. The whole area where the toenail used to be was like red. And so I like kind of like grossly put the toenail back. And I was like, well, maybe it'll just kind of like fuse back together, you know, and like scab over and it'll be fine. So, and I was like, and at least this way, you know, I can like wrap it up and like, you know, dampen it from outside forces, and I can like, you know, put a sock and a shoe on. So I put the toenail back in place, and it was awful. And then I just wrapped it in gauze and like taped it. And so then I had this big comical white gauze toe. And then I spent probably like 10 minutes putting my sock back on. And probably another 5 minutes trying to get my foot into my shoe. And I think I ultimately realized that I was not going to be able to put the shoe on. The shoe wasn't going to happen. I got the sock on, and then I like tried to stand on it, and I couldn't put any weight on it. Because like the flexion of the muscle in the toe, like this muscle here, as soon as that muscle flexed, it like pulled on the new skin, and nope. So that was an immense amount of pain. So what I had to do was I had to basically, on my right, it was my right foot. On my right foot, I could only put weight on my heel. And then my left foot was totally normal. And so I had to like do this like weird Oswald Cobblepot limp. And I remember we left the cabin and we had to go to this like communal space because it was time to like do like the full grade assembly to like find out what we were going to be doing for the week. And I had one shoe on and one sock on, and I was walking on my right heel and doing this like weird little waddle, and I was drawing a lot of attention. People were like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And I don't remember if I was like too embarrassed and I like didn't say or what. But you know, I just hobbled over there with a sock on, and I was carrying my other shoe because I was afraid somebody was going to be like, "Hey, put your shoe on," and I was going to have to be like, "Whoa, okay," you know. But nobody said anything to me. And then at some point I must have told one of like the other teachers or whatever that was more competent than my group leader, like, "Hey, you know, I my toenail came off and my foot really hurts. I can't put a shoe on. Just letting y'all know." Or whatever, you know. And then I think we found out like I wasn't going to be able to do a lot of the stuff for the weekend. So I ended up sitting around a lot. But anyway, that's the end of the gross part of the story and the painful part of the story. There's a little bit more to tell, but it's not gross or painful. And I can probably resume playing the game here. I'm sorry to have stopped for so long there.
Really good. My favorite. Delicious. Always delicious.
But yeah, it really sucked, because like weeks later I eventually had to bite the bullet and get it off of there, and that hurt really bad, but it was also over immediately. The new skin was tender for a long time, and then the toenail finally started to grow back, which was very warranted, or very welcomed. That's what I meant to say. Okay, so we need to go to... First, we're going to go way northeast of here. So, where would that be? Way northeast of Little Twister is a dragon. So I wonder... I mean, northeast is this way. So I wonder if it's like... You know, is it like on top of one of these things? And we're gonna have to fly to get to it? It doesn't seem like it, right? Because the dragon is what's gonna be allowing us to fly. Oh. This is new. This is new. Oh, it's a Millennium Puzzle. Okay, this will be a nice little diversion. Yeah, be careful what you ask for in the future, Goofy. Cool, we haven't found a Millennium Puzzle in a while. Number 8 out of 20. 3 stars. So when it says way northeast of Little Twister, I'm probably going to assume that that's off the continent somewhere else. Millennium Puzzle. But yeah, when my toenail started growing back, it was all like thin and wrinkly. And I called it my lettuce toenail because it kind of looked like a piece of iceberg lettuce near the core where it's like all white and fibrous. Insert Yu-Gi-Oh joke here. Wait, I don't get it. Oh, the Millennium Puzzle. Yes, we've crossed that bridge before. Number 8, 3 stars. Northeast of Little Twister. This song is great. I love that it has its own theme. The rewards for these have been pretty good. And I believe the last one we did was a higher star rating than this one. Let me see if I have that in my notes. Oh no, it was the same. The last one we did was also a 3 star. Ooh, look at this. So if you haven't seen one of these before, we have to get rid of all of the blocks. When you touch 2 of the same color together, they disappear. But you have to get rid of all of them exactly. This one looks easier than the last one, just at face value. So let me do some quick counts here. 2, 4... So sometimes there's an odd number of blocks, and you got to make sure that you. Oh, okay. Well, we got to start over because of that. You're gonna go into the fetal position for the next 5 hours? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. So yeah, sometimes there's an odd number, and you have to eliminate 3 at once rather than 2. Okay, I see how this is going to be difficult because... Yeah. So basically, we're going to have to get rid of 1 row here so that we have more room to work. But that's fine. So we'll get rid of these 2. Get rid of these 2. And already we should have more than enough room to work. Now we got to be careful with the reds here. The reds are going to be the tricky one because there's only 3 up here and then there's 2 over here. So that'll probably be our last move. Will be over here. Okay. So I'm gonna start working on these pillars over here. Let's go like this. I gotta make sure I don't fall down, because I can't climb this ledge here. I can't go down there. I can't physically go down there, because I won't be able to get back up. So we can go ahead and do that. And then that moves down. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see what the yellow situation is here. So we've got 1 for that, and then there's 2, 4, 6. Okay, so we're going to have to do a triple on yellow as well. Like we are going to have to do on the reds. That's fine. I see an easy way to do it. And then let's see about the green situation. 1 there, 2. Okay, green we don't have to do a 3. Cool. Well, this looks pretty easy. Let's see what happens as we get closer. Sometimes we think we've got it, and then as we get down to fewer blocks, we're like, oh crap.
and there's like an oversight. Toenail running away from home. Oh, that's a good one, Gad. All right, let's do that really quick. Let's see, where is my... There it is. Yes, welcome back to Dale. Why you no find? Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Okay. Toenail running away from home. Do you want any modifiers, Gad? Like an artistic style or a photographic style that you'd like to add? You know, the oil on canvas is always a go-to. You can do like you could say like 35mm lens claymation in the style of, you know, like you can get super specific. You can name like specific photographers or animators. It's pretty incredible. Finger paint, ooh. I wonder if it will accept that as a medium or if it will just put fingers in it. We will see. So, toenail running away from home, comma, finger painting. Fingers are like toes. They sure are. These don't take very long to generate, so we'll just wait while we jam out to this amazing tune. Oh, it looks like a child's drawing. This one's cute. Look, he's waving bye. Bye, home. Is this like blood from where it was chopped off? Or those little ants carrying the severed foot? And here's another one like waving bye. It doesn't actually look like finger paint, but it does look like a child's drawing. Good colors in this one. I like the texture on this gray. It very much looks like gray crayon rubbed really hard against a piece of paper. And this looks like something that you would make in like kindergarten. It's got like a little babushka baby here. These poor little skinny stick toes here. And then the hands coming off of it. It's like a personified toe. And then look, here's my bloody stub of a toenail here. No, it's painted. And then this last one is like claymation. This is wild. This is really wild. There's like some serious forced perspective and lighting happening here. Yeah, it was kind of watermelon-y. This one is crazy. There's paint across the foot here. And you can see like a little wet, shiny spot, like it's wet paint. This one is kind of mesmerizing in a really weird way. Alright, we'll put these in the Discord. As with all of these AI image redeems, they always end up in the Discord. So you can look at those later. Should I spoiler tag them because it's feet? Thank you for that, Gad. Alright, let's get back to this puzzle here. I'm just traumatizing people tonight, apparently. So sorry, guys. Alright, we're still looking great on green here. Green is for sure good to go.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Alright, yellow. 2, 4, 6. Okay, so we have to do a 3 on yellow. So let's go ahead and get that out of the way. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to put one over here, like so. And then we're going to push it off. And then we just push a third one in between those two, and they'll all 3 disappear, leaving an even number up top for us to connect together. We could have done the 3 at the top as well. It's just easier for my brain to eliminate the odd number first, and then just do all 2s to the end. I am fine, T says. So happy to hear it. All right, let me move this out of the way. Okay, gray, how's gray looking? 2, 4, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, they're all even. They're all even, so Good to go. I think we got this, guys. I really do. I really think we got this. Okay, we got to do one more 3-pack here. Make sure we get this right. And then we should be home free. As long as we don't, like, accidentally do, like, a combination. Let's see. We can go ahead and do this. That's fine. So yeah, basically what you're trying to avoid is having one block left of a specific color, because then you have no way to get rid of it. That's what you're trying to... Which is worse, laundry or dishes? That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I mean, because each one has, like, phases, right? Like, dishes, you have the loading of the dishwasher, where you're, like, cleaning all the gross food waste off of the dishes in the sink, and sometimes you got, like, standing food and standing water that's gross, and, you know, you got to motivate yourself to get in that mode and then get them into the dishwasher, and then maybe, you know, start it up. And then the other phase is emptying the dishwasher, putting them away. And then laundry is the same way. Like, you got to take the clothes, dump the hamper into the washer, put all the stuff in there and start it, walk away. Then you got to move them to the dryer. That's like the middle phase. And then you got to take them out of the dryer and then do all the, like, folding and putting away. So I guess, I don't know, maybe the logical answer is to choose dishes, because both phases are kind of, like, equally as lame and time consuming. But whereas with laundry, at least the first phase is, like, super easy. You just dump the clothes in there and start it and walk away. You don't have to, like, I mean, I guess depending on your clothes, you might have to prepare your clothes for the washer. But in most cases, you're not going to need to prepare your clothes for the washing machine as much as you're going to prepare your dishes for the dishwasher. That would be my take. Although, some people just put their dishes right in the dishwasher with all the food and stuff still on them. And I think those people are insane, but some people do that. And maybe they just have some amazing dishwasher that just doesn't care and still gets their dishes clean. But I have a brand new dishwasher and it still doesn't clean dishes covered in food. And plus, like, the food doesn't just magically disappear. It goes to the bottom of your dishwasher, and eventually your drain will get clogged, and then you'll have to go in and clean that out, which is extremely disgusting. So I'd rather get all of the shit off of my dishes in the sink and have it go down the disposal, and then basically put a visibly clean dish in the dishwasher to get sanitized. That's my style. But imagine that you also do the laundry of a 3-month-old baby. Yeah, that's definitely a sway. That's definitely a sway, especially if you're not using disposable diapers. A level apple. We have never seen this item before. What does this do? Oh, it's a rare candy. It just raises somebody's level by 1. Huh. Okay, well, obviously, that item increases in value over time, right? Because the number of experience points you need to go up a level increases with each level. So naturally, we would want to save that until we're level, 98. Theoretically. So I don't plan on using that anytime soon. I wonder, oh my god. There's no way we could plant that at the garden and farm infinite of them, right? Because that would be completely game-breaking. But it is a plant. There's no way. Yeah, I mean, it's such a noble idea, and it's so easy to say that you're going to be different and do that. But when you actually get into, like, the practicality of it, and how hard everything else about having a baby is, like, you can't beat yourself up over taking the easy way and going disposable diapers. You just can't get caught up on that. You gotta give yourself something. I'm sure we'll find a better way someday. Somebody will invent like a baby bidet or something. We need one of those things that's like, the thing at the bar
that you use to clean the glasses? You probably do because you've worked in restaurants. You know, you like dip it in the bar clean, and then you put it on that thing, and it like and it spins and like polishes the glass, and then you dip it in the water, wipe it off, you're good to go. They need something like that, but for like babies. It's obviously a lot gentler, you know. So you like stick your baby on this thing, and get like the you know, like bidet action that like gently cleans the whole baby's region, and then, you know, good to go. Wrap them up in a new one, and you're good to go. That somebody needs to invent that. Somebody get on that. Yeah, it's all good, Tofu. You can't beat yourself up about it, you know? I mean, the whole plastic thing is such a iceberg. Like, you can't... Also, what's up, Nostalgia? I didn't see Automod grab anything, by the way, so if I missed a chat message, feel free to repost it. You'd automate everything other than playtime if you could? Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? Well, hopefully other aspects of our lives will become automated in our lifetimes so that we can do more meaningful things person to person. Wouldn't that be something? What was I saying? I don't remember. You're here for the 3 minutes spare time that you have? Yeah, see, exactly. Because something hasn't been automated yet. Okay. So let's see. Way northeast of Little Twister. It could be this other island that we haven't been to yet. We could see if there's a beach there. I'm putting top priority on finding this freaking dragon. I don't care who I have to kill or what society I have to crumble in order to get this dragon. I want to be able to fly around this map. And if it's available to me right now, I want it. I will do everything I can to get it. So, okay, let's see. Little Twister is right here. Northeast of Little Twister could be that little slice where Infinitum is. But since that's our next story location, well, maybe getting the dragon is part of the story. Maybe we should go there first and see if we get some kind of inkling about the dragon. Oh, interesting, Gad. Yeah, that's the old school ballsy route. Just wait and see. I could not do that. My pragmatic planner brain would freak out. Like, you know, obviously if I was living in a world where knowing ahead of time wasn't possible, that would be different. But if I know it's possible to know and I'm just choosing not to know, no way. I would go crazy. Alright, let's move. And let's shoot. So this is our first Sandcraft fight after the most recent upgrade that we did. Okay, he's gonna get to move after this, so let's guard. Oh, you're a sociologist, wow. Very cool that you took courses on gender and sexuality. Had the best gender-neutral intentions, not 5 minutes out of the womb, described him as strong and handsome. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to undo that level of programming that we have. But also, like, I don't know. Like, I don't believe that is immediately harmful. There are plenty of people that probably do. But, like, it's like the same construct. Like, who says that either gender can't be strong or handsome? You know, like, in the same way that you're like assigning gender by saying that, you're also agreeing that those things are assigned to a gender. So the whole thing is just kind of like whatever. Oh, that's beautiful, Gad. That's beautiful. Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Tofu.
And I feel you, but I'm just trying to give you some solace. Like, it's all made up and the points don't matter anyways. I think. You're describing your kid as strong and handsome because you think they are, not because of you think that that's a landlocked quality of their gender, or that's what they're supposed to be. Okay, so this is the dungeon right here. This is where the next story beat is going to happen. This is Infinitum. And this is technically northeast of Little Twister. So we'll do some scanny-wannies around here. I don't know what a dragon is going to look like on the world map. I don't think we're going to just run into it on the world map. But just in case there's some kind of like optional dungeon around here, things typically aren't located this close together either. Yeah, no, I mean, as long as you're being mindful of it, like, that's really all you need to do, in my opinion, as a non-expert. What are these guys weak against? Earth. All flying, for the most part, has been weak against Earth. Like, if you're thinking about it actively and making an effort, you're already doing more than, like, 99% of people. So, definitely take solace in that. You can't do it perfectly. It's not possible. Yo, Gad, thank you for gifting the tofu. Let's get some emotes in the chat. Nope, not emote only. There you go. Staryu's here to congratulate you. Alright, this is Infinitum, correct? Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna poke my head in here really quick. Dads for dads! Love it. Let me see if it says anything about a dragon when I walk in here. I'm assuming we're gonna get a cutscene right away. Oh, no. Okay, interesting. Let me go back to my notes here. The world's footprint. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's near here. World's footprint, 12 o'clock straight from Infinitum, located past the sand dunes. So I need to walk out of here and see what direction I'm facing. And record that. So I'm facing exactly north. Facing exactly north. So 12 o'clock straight in this direction, located past the sand dunes, which means across the ocean. So that could be two different places. We'll try attached to this landmass first. Let me get a horse here so I can scan more easily. We're just going to be doing some scanning. Just a heads up, y'all, I am going to take my midstream break soon here. Probably in about 10 minutes. Is this all manticores? Oh no, kobold as well. Also weak against... Oh, he's weak against wind. Shoot. Earth. Shoot. And wind. Goodbye. I legit think the Toe Story scared some people away tonight. I think we lost some people to the Toe Story. Only the real ones made it through the Toe Story. Shoot him. Get him out of here. Maybe we're still stunned. Could be. Yeah, it was pretty terrible, Kiki. Both the experience and the story. I hadn't told that story in a long time, so I had to give it my all. I had to give you guys everything. Oh, we got a sign. Wander around a bit and look for adventure instead of making a beeline to your destination. Rest the wings that carry you from afar to search for what's near. Thanks, Alan Smithy. He just like stuck these signs all over the places, like schoolroom, classroom posters. Hang in there. Okay, so this is a dead end here. And I'm assuming we can't jump this, but I will try it. I'm sorry, T, and I guess also you're welcome. I don't really know what to say. But I'm glad that you're still here. I'm glad that we're still Twitch friends. After being subjected to that verbal torture. There's definitely a spectrum as to how people like vicariously feel other people's pain when they like hear about it or see it. I feel like I'm on like a very extreme end of that. That's why it's what makes me like very squeamish about certain types of movies and TV shows. Like I can't handle a lot of its stuff because I just like immediately put myself in the same situation, and it either like freaks me out or I like feel the pain. I don't know if that means I'm like a hyper empath or something, but you have it too, T? Okay. Yeah, I have a tough time with some stuff. It's not, there's no rhyme or reason to it either. Like sometimes stuff doesn't bother me, but anything with like the face, you know, like face, mouth, anything like that, or hands, or obviously like genitals. Any of those three parts of the body, I cannot handle any type of like pain visualizations. Nope. Oh yeah, I definitely feel tingles and stuff like that about stories like that too, for sure. Those I can get through. A broken arm story won't make me go la 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 la. Like a finger story might. But I guess it just depends on what it is. Broken bones are weird. It's a really wild thing. It's weird how, like, your risk of breaking a bone drops off significantly, like, after a certain age. Like, typically kids break bones because they do, like, certain activities and are in, like, certain situations. I don't even know if it's because they're, like, weaker than adults. I think it's just like a situational thing. Because there's lots of broken bones in like professional sports. Okay, so where are we gonna try next? We're gonna try... let's see, we gotta go around the cape here. I hate sand battles. Oh, this is a new enemy. Capricorn? Pew pew. Okay, there's no reason to move because he's gonna attack after this, so just guard. Oh, this guy has magic. Okay. You're terrible when it comes to body horror. JoJo Part 5 in the second half had a lot. It's hard to make it through. JoJo. Now, there's a show that has been mentioned a lot that I have never watched. I've been eagerly following the Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 3 news. Anybody else been anxiously awaiting that news? I can't believe how long they've dragged out this final season. It's kind of ridiculous. It's not kind of ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous how much they have dragged it out and milked it. It's absurd, actually. But I was so confused because I didn't know that they were going to do a third part. You know, initially they had said, okay, this is the final season. And then when the first half of it ended, they were like, okay, you know, this is the first half and we're going to come back with the second half. And I was under the impression that the second half was it. You know, that was going to be it. And we were gonna see all there was to see. So I'm watching through the second half of it, and starting to get to the point where there's like 1 or 2 episodes left, and I'm like, how in the hell are they gonna wrap this up? This ending is gonna be a disaster. Because there was like new stuff happening, there were like new characters, and like crazy twists and scenarios happening, and all these unanswered questions. Like, more questions were getting raised than answered at a per minute rate. And I was just like, how is this gonna work? And I was so nervous going into what I thought was the final episode. I was like, okay, apparently this is the final episode. It's normal length. There's no more after this. This is it. And I was ready for it to just be absolute junk. And then the episode ended, and I was like, wait a minute. Like, that's like a cliffhanger, but not like a we ended the show on the cliffhanger, but like legit a normal cliffhanger that they would do at the end of like a regular episode. And I'm watching the credits and I'm trying to like unpack this. And then there's a post-credits scene that's not like a normal like, hey, here's what's coming up on the next episode, but there was like a continuation that was clearly like a setup for something. And I was like, what is going on here? This is the worst ending ever. They're making it seem like there's more, but this is it, apparently. This is a dumb ending. And I sat with it for like a week like that, where I was just like, man, I invested so much like emotion into the show, spent so much time watching it, following it, loving it, and then they just randomly ended it in like a not good way. And then somebody posted something online or whatever, and I saw it, and it was like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a part 3, or oh yeah, I can't wait till part 3 comes out. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like relieved, but also like pissed off that I didn't know that it was a thing. So now that they have come out and finally said like, no, this is really it, this is actually it, I'm like, okay, gimme, let's go, I'm ready. So I've been waiting for that to come out. So you've been rewatching, huh, T? That's cool. Have you guys seen all of it and you're watching it again? Or did you like leave off a little bit and you had to like go back a little bit to refresh your memory? You don't watch modern anime, you just recently started watching Aria, the animation, which is a 2000s anime. Never heard of that one. I would say Attack on Titan is the only modern anime that I'm watching. I typically watch older stuff too. Let's just kill this thing. Hardcore. 178k, beautiful. He hasn't seen any of the final season. Oh, okay, so you've seen past where he has, and you're going back to like, okay, very cool. So you've only seen final season part 1. Okay, gotcha. Well, you are in for it. Okay, here's a new beach. This looks new. We definitely haven't been here before, because I can tell by the map. So this could be where we need to go. This, or for the dragon anyways. Maybe not for the story. Oh, you're at part 1 now for season 4. Very exciting. Oh, this is a new enemy. Okay, he inflicts paralysis. Good thing we have immunity. Yeah, that show is amazing. It's so mind-blowing. It's really, really difficult to digest and keep up with after season 2. But it's so good. I love it so much. I'll definitely need to rewatch it a couple of times to Drill Mandrill. Boy, that guy's foreboding looking. Let me go ahead and scan him. So he's in the bestiary. And then, Kobold's weak against wind, right? Yep. Start shooting this guy. I guess I should have healed Jet right away. Well, maybe not, because he's just going to keep doing this. Thank God we have immunity. These guys would immediately game over you if you didn't have immunity to paralysis. So I wonder if that's something we're going to see more of as we get further into this game, is that, like, you need absolutely immunity to status effects, because people are just going to exploit you otherwise. Yo, Tofu, welcome back! Yes! Gad threw you a gifty. He said he needed unity between the dads. Okay, this guy is also weak against wind. Cool. So if we got into dire straits, we could throw out a summon. Because we do have a wind summon. Okay, I'm gonna keep shooting these guys. I'll get rid of Jet's paralysis once these guys are out of the way. Right, I made the assumption and knew what you meant. I gotta get this picture of this foot off of my screen. I know you guys don't see it still, but I do. There we go. Baths are weird, man. Like, I'm not knocking anybody that's a fan, but I don't, like, unless I have, like, some type of, like, affliction or injury, I don't know if I'll ever take a bath ever again. It's just strange to me, I guess. I've kind of, like, completely weaned myself off of hot water. I don't like to get in hot water anymore. It doesn't feel good. So I like the idea of, like, soaking in, like, a nice hot bath, like, that would never happen for me. And the idea of getting in, like, a lukewarm or cold bath also sounds awful. And I'm also not the type of person that would be able to relax just, like, sitting there doing nothing. Like, I'd be like, okay, I need to get this done and move on to something else. Okay, let's see here. I need to keep Jet from dying. Well, actually, I don't need to keep Jet from dying. I'd like to keep Jet from dying, but I don't need to. We should be fine here. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. 0. Yeah, I have this really bad thing. I don't know what you call it. I don't know if it's like a OCD tendency or an ADHD tendency or whatever it is, but there's like so many like random normal daily life things that always give me this sense of like, hurry up and get it done because you're wasting time. And, you know, bathing, showering is one of them. I don't relish it. I mean, obviously it's one thing if I'm like, you know, just got done like doing the yard work or something and I'm like all sweaty and gross, or if I just got done like going for a run or doing a workout, you know, that's like a shower that I will relish. But just like a normal everyday shower, like I just want to get it done and get it over with so that I can get on with something else that's like feels more important. Am I healed? That's what I'm worried about. Yeah, we're good. All right, what does this sign say? Between the dunes to the northeast lies the crater opened by a gift from the heavens. Okay. Northeast of here. Okay, well, so that's obviously not on this continent then. Am I going to be expected to go all the way around this horseshoe of land? We can't see elevation, so if there's like a cliff or something that's going to stop me, we won't see that. I forgot to buy horse whistles, too. It looks like we can go that way pretty far, so... yeah, I'm going to go ahead and bring my horse out, and we'll, search around this whole area. See what we can find. And unfortunately, probably get stuck in a bunch of battles. We don't have a way to hit these guys with all wind, which stinks. I guess we could do it with a summon if we really wanted to, but given the fact that we're going to fight so many of them, that's not really good economy. We also should probably put paralysis resistance on Jet so that we don't have to worry about that. That would be nice. Lots of crits, that's excellent. Got rid of 2 right away. No paralysis, beautiful. Wonder, do they have different attack patterns when it's a horseback fight versus not? That would be fascinating to find out. If so, I haven't noticed that with any other enemies so far. Because he's not using that paralysis attack at all now. And they were using it like crazy in the last fight. The only thing that isn't good about the horseback fights, I just realized, I don't think you can get the rare drop chests afterwards. Let's see if Jet has the ability for paralysis. He doesn't. Okay, what is the item for the paralysis? It is the blue bracer. Pretty sure we don't have one of those. No. We do have an enemy that drops it, though. We know where to get him if we wanted to farm him. Oh. Is this another Millennium Puzzle? Oh, this is the world's footprint. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Holy smokes. Okay, this seems like a good spot for me to take my break. I said I was going to take it about 10 minutes ago, and I got onto something. Okay, so we are still sort of northeast of Little Twister. There is a possibility, what I'm getting at here is there's a possibility that these seemingly optional details that we're getting and the story details are actually pointing us towards one thing. This could be a required story beat where we find a dragon. It's very unlikely that the airship is optional in this game, based on what we've seen so far. So, hopefully that's what this is. I don't want to wait much longer to get this dragon. Alright guys, so I'm going to take a short little break here. This is the middle of my stream. I do a long stream on Fridays. I usually put a bounty on going from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. I usually put a bounty on going an additional hour. There's no specific conditions on that, really. I'm leaning towards the extra hour right now, but I'm not fully convinced yet. Also, we need to spin the wheel twice, because we have had a gift sub tonight, 3 times. We've had 2 resubs and a gift sub. So we need to spin the wheel 3 times. Let me go ahead and do that before I take a break, in case there's anything I need to prepare during the break. So, if you'll take a look above my camera here, you can see the wheel I just enabled. We got a bunch of fun stuff on here. We're going to see what you have all got in store for me. Spin number 1. What'll it be? I've got some brand new snacks and sodas stocked up, so I'm definitely hoping for that. But we've been landing on gift sub a lot lately. Ooh, we're gonna read an excerpt from Endless Dreams. That's a new wheel segment. Very excited about that. That was a great idea submitted by the community that replaced the respin that we needed to desperately replace. So we're gonna read an excerpt from Mark Griffin's book, Endless Dreams, the bullet ball guy. We'll do that after the break. What else we got? Yes, the wheel is always evolving. I'm always looking for new stuff to add to the wheel. If you guys ever have an idea, just throw it out there. I'd really like to replace the Al as Batman thing. I think it's kind of jumped the shark. Boys lore. All right, we landed on boys lore, so I'm going to have to pick out something during the break to show you guys. I have a hard drive full of content from Backlog Boys history, a lot of which never made it into an episode. And I like to save little nuggets and things from the old editing session. So I'll find something funny and share it with you guys when we come back. Warm bath could be a slice on the wheel. Oh man, I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, spin number 3. Here we go. Can we get a snack? Your boy would love a snack or a soda. What do we got? A snack! Beautiful. All right. I promise it's not rigged. Okay, so I'm going to take a short break here. I encourage you to do the same. I'll throw on some tunes that you can listen to. I'm going to run some ads to cut down on any pre-rolls, mid-rolls when we come back. So people don't miss gameplay if they don't want to. And, you know, stretch your legs, get your blood flowing a little bit, rest your eyes from the screen, all that sort of thing. Maybe put a layer of clothing on, layer of clothing off, depending on your climate and how you feel. Get comfy, refill your water, take meds, all that good stuff. I will be back at 9:30. It's currently 9:13. So I'll see y'all in about 15 minutes and change. And we'll have some fun stuff to do when we come back. There's going to be a snack. There's going to be a reading, a dramatic reading from Endless Dreams. And a piece of boys lore in video form that you'll get to watch on the stream. That's never been seen before by anyone other than Vaughn or I. All right. See y'all at 9:30. Thank you for being here. It's been a fun night. Be back in a little bit.
Oh man.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Sorry about that. It took me a few extra minutes to get the clip ready. I underestimated that. And I was having some trouble with my my hard drive that has the clips on it. So we're going to be watching a clip from a series that we did in, I guess it would have been 2018? Maybe even 2019. No, it has to be 2018. Right? I don't know. That's not really important. This was a really fun series, one of my favorites. Vaughn and I had our good friend Wesley over, who you all know as Resilient AAM, longtime friend of the show and the channel, and actually one of the OG Backlog Boys stands. He's been literally watching Vaughn and I be stupid and play games since day one on YouTube. He's probably the only other human being on the planet Earth, besides me, that has seen every episode of Backlog Boys. And that includes Vaughn, by the way. Vaughn has not seen every episode of Backlog Boys. He was in every episode. But as far as actually sitting down and watching them all, obviously I watched them all because I had to edit them all. But I'm pretty sure Resilient AAM is the only human being on the planet who has actually seen every episode of Backlog Boys. So that's pretty insane. So obviously we naturally owed him a guest spot on a series. And I don't know exactly how I settled on this, but I decided that we were going to play a playoff season of Madden 97 for the Super Nintendo. Because it has a surprisingly fun and robust character creation mode. So I thought, oh, we could all create our own player, and then you have to like go out for the draft for like the position that you're trying to play. You have to choose a position that you want to be, and then you do specific like mini games basically based on that football position, and then you get like an overall score, and then it goes to the draft. And then, like, you know, if you did well enough, like, a better team will want to try to draft you. And so we did all of those individually. Like, all three of us did our own individual, like, tryouts. And then we basically completely threw out the results of it because we put ourselves on specific teams. You can just go and edit the rosters anyways. We just did that for fun. And then we set it up in such a way so that if we all, like, played through our playoffs, we put ourselves on the certain teams such that
we would be able to win as many games as possible and still have a human player involved in each game all the way to the end, you know, so that it would basically guarantee that 2 human players would be in the Super Bowl, was the idea. So we each 3 put our custom players on different teams, and we played through these playoff brackets, and some of them were, you know, computer matches or whatever. And what we would do is if our team lost and our team got eliminated, we would just take our custom player and then put them on another team. We had to do that a couple of times. And then when it came time for the Super Bowl, we made it so that all 3 of us were actually playing. And I think what we ended up doing is there was like this rival team that was super, super good and dominating everybody. So we put all 3 of our players on the other team and tried to win the Super Bowl as that team. And they were both defensive players, and I was an offensive player. So they were playing defense, and I was playing offense. And we were like rotating the controller around. It was super silly, and it was a lot of fun, and we just talked about random junk. And this clip that you're about to see is a random in-between episodes clip that didn't make it into an episode for whatever reason. Hopefully that doesn't mean that it's not funny, but we'll all find out together. So I'm going to, let's see, I got to turn off the game audio for me because that's going to distract me. But yeah, I've got the music off. So crank up your volume and let's listen to whatever happened between these 2 Madden episodes. The title of the clip is Sour Cream and Cheddar Ruffles .mp4. Let's find out together.
Oh man, these are like the laziest, gluttonest chips. These are like the I should go back to bed chips.
Which one is it?
They're so like, I don't know, something about them is just like, oh, you like one and you're like, I'm a slob.
Yep.
They're kind of oily too. Like I feel like a lot of Ruffles and stuff are.
Yeah, I feel like if you squeezed one of these hard enough, like liquid would come out.
You could juice it. Cream of Ruffles.
Ew.
Cream of Ruffles sour cream.
Cream of Ruffles soup.
Horrible.
Yeah, that'd be pretty terrible.
There you go. Just a random bit that happened while we were talking between episodes and eating chips that wasn't good enough to go in an episode. And no one has ever heard it besides me until now. Well, and obviously Wesley and Vaughn. That's the kind of stuff you can expect from boys lore. So don't set your quality bar too high. Plus, obviously, there's only so many. Eventually, I'll just run out, and we'll have to put something else on the wheel. I don't think I'd be good enough to, like, tell a story from boys lore, like, on the spot. I don't know what we would do once that folder runs dry. But we're going to move on to the next thing here. We're going to read a dramatic excerpt from Endless Dreams. For anyone that doesn't know, Mark Griffin, the man on the cover of this book and the man who wrote this book, presumably, is the creator and inventor of Bullet Ball, a total joke sport that he thought was going to become an Olympic sport. Incredible story. Absolutely incredible story. This guy is still pursuing his endless dream of making Bullet Ball a success. If you ever want to feel absolutely horrible and also laugh your butt off at the exact same time, just go to YouTube and type in Bullet Ball and watch the first video that's got like a gajillion views. One of our alerts is from that video. But this is a book that he put out a couple of years ago, which is crazy because the original clip is from like I don't know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, super long time ago. But he put out this book because I guess he found out you could self-publish on Amazon, and the print is massive, the margins are massive, there's random punctuation all over the place for no reason, indents for no reason, just to pad out this book. There's even pictures, just to pad out this book and make it seem longer. And there's no cohesive narrative whatsoever. You would think that this is some kind of like memoir or something like that, but it's just like random streams of consciousness
of like conversations and like thoughts that he has had over the years, and it doesn't really seem to all go together. Granted, I have not sat down and read the book cover to cover, which makes me a terrible Bullet Ball fan. But we like to just crack this open to a random page and read an excerpt, and it's a ton of fun. So let's see what we can make happen here. All right, here we go. Right at the beginning of a chapter. Chapter 8. In the spring of 2016, we had finally made it to Vegas and began living our dream. Laying above the clouds on top of Turtlehead Peak, I listened to Evan Knight's reminiscence and began thinking about our decision to relocate. Leaving the people you love is never an easy decision, but if there is one constant in life, it's change. As I began reminiscing, the song caught up with my dreaming. And here's a picture of Turtlehead Peak. Just a random picture of Turtlehead Peak. The first reason I found it difficult to leave St. Louis was my mother. I find it hard to talk about her without feeling uneasy. When you have to care for a parent or loved one and still live a productive life, it can get difficult. Priorities shift as the wind blows and life gets put on hold. Once a week was bingo and casino. Meals have to be cooked daily. Depends have to be changed daily and the private parts cleaned. Oh my God. Clothes have to be washed and beds cleaned. Doctors have to be visited and funerals attended. Ambulances have to be called and then trips to the hospital. Carry them up and down the stairs. You have to sleep lightly every night for fear of the unexpected. Schedules have to be adjusted and adjusted again. Constantly listening for unusual sounds throughout the day. When you go to the movies, you watch while fearing something bad may happen in your absence. Even when my siblings would stay with Mom to give us a break from the responsibility, I continued to worry. I would always say that I refused to let anything happen on my watch, and I meant it. The responsibility is overwhelming, but I would not trade it for anything in the world. All right, well, that was certainly not humorous. But if you know Mark Griffin, like I do, it was slightly humorous. But yeah, certainly not a humorous subject. But the fact that he just like was kind of like very loosely talking about like taking care of his mom, and then he just went right into the nitty-gritty. Like bingo and casino. Like, okay, that's kind of cute, you know. Yeah, that's annoying. Like, I can imagine a scenario where you're like, oh, come on, you know, and she's lingering with her friends because it's her only social time, and you want to, come on, let's go. And then he just goes right into the depends. And the fact that he used the phrase private parts cleaned, like, he spared no expense on that sentence. Well, next time we'll try to shoot for more levity on our next excerpt. But hey, that's the type of amazing, true grit and salt of the earth content you can expect from Endless Dreams. All right, and the last order of business here from our prize wheel spin is a snack. I am very excited. I've got some new stuff over here that I've been eyeing up. Let's take a look. We've got some savory stuff. We've got some sweet stuff. I'm kind of leaning towards sweet tonight. I ate some food during the break, so that seems like a natural follow-up. Let's take a look here at what we've got. I think I'm going to try to decide between these two. Maybe you guys can help me. I'm feeling chocolate. These are both chocolatey. Okay. So, if you've been around for a while, you know that I'm a big fan of the Ritter Sport chocolate bars. You can find these at your grocery store. Very, very good stuff. Not that expensive. A lot of good flavors. They have a cornflake one. They have a marzipan one. A lot of really, really good stuff. And I've actually never seen this one before. This is the dark chocolate with whole almonds from the Nut Selection. I'll give you a close-up on this in a second. And then the other one we've got is a cookie, some very fancy little cookie stacks from Lacey's. And these are also almond and dark chocolate, but this is obviously a very different presentation. There's also toffee involved here. So this is called a crisp toffee wafer confection. So there's like a, you've probably seen something like this before, where there's like a thin layer of like crispy toffee that's almost kind of like not like burnt, but it's kind of like fried looking. And then there's like a layer of chocolate on the bottom. It's like a thin, chewy, crispy cookie. So let me come up to the camera here and show these to you so you can get a visual. And maybe you guys can help me decide. So here's the Ritter. We get a little picture of a cross section there. We got some whole almonds and dark chocolate. Pretty straightforward presentation. Kind of know what to expect there. These are like nice, tall, square pips. There's no percentage on how dark the chocolate is, so that we would just have to find that out. I got to assume somewhere around 55 or 60% if it's not specified. And here's what these cookies look like. Here's a side view. So that kind of a situation. There's like a layer of chocolate on the bottom, dark chocolate, and this like crispy toffee with almonds on the top. So no like whole nut bits here, more of an almond flavor spread throughout the toffee, I'm assuming. Here's what the top looks like, top of the cookie. One of these kind of deals. I'm definitely down for either. Anything speaking to y'all? Anyone want to help me decide here? I know I'm going to be happy either way. The song is awesome. Ooh. Let's give this cookie a shot. T says toffee. Alright, yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Let's try this out. These look wild. The top of this reminds me of the look of a, the cream of Ruffles soup flavor. Ugh. The I should go back to bed chips. Yeah, the top of this reminds me of like a coconut 7-layer bar. You guys know what I'm talking about? You ever had one of those? That's one of my favorites. This won't taste anything like that, but just visually it reminds me. Oh. Dang, that smells good. Now, is this 2 cookies or is this 1? Is this meant to be toffee on both sides? Or are 2 stuck together? I think this is meant to be this way. Yeah. Yeah, they don't expose the chocolate on one side, I guess, because they would stick together. This smells incredible. It smells so good. You can smell the chocolate. You can smell the nut. And you can also smell like kind of like a caramel type flavor, you know, like brown butter kind of fried smell. You guys liking this island music? Hopefully if you're experiencing winter weather right now, this is lifting you up. This smells incredible. Let's get in. Ooh. Wow. Okay. This is really good. What's really cool about this is a lot of people don't like toffee because it's like super hard and kind of like sticky and chewy and it gets stuck in your teeth and it feels like it's gonna rip your teeth right out of your skull. The way that this is done prevents that. Because it's like such a thin layer, evenly distributed, and the fact that it's like attached to this chocolate, this toffee just kind of like neatly dissolves. For how chocolatey it appears, dropped a little piece there. Not gonna eat that. For how chocolatey it appears, the flavor is very balanced. It actually kind of leads with the toffee flavor, and then you get the chocolate flavor afterwards, and then the almond flavor is kind of the aftertaste almost. Wow. This is so good. The chocolate is really creamy. It's not super dark and bitter, but the fact that toffee is like a pretty sweet thing, it's nice to have a little bit of the bitterness from the dark chocolate to balance it out instead of just sweet on sweet if it were milk chocolate. I think the texture of this is actually what really sings the most. the fact that the toffee, you get the toffee flavor and the toffee experience without the stuck in your teeth thing is amazing. It's very brittle, like if you've ever had like peanut brittle or anything like that, it breaks apart super easily like that. But the fact that you have the chocolate in there, it just seems to like catalyze the whole thing to make it easier to like chew up and swallow, which is a weird thing to think about being important for a cookie or a treat of any kind. But when you're talking about toffee, it makes a huge difference. Because it basically gets rid of like the one thing about toffee that's not good. And you still have all the rest. So yeah, it's crispy and it's crunchy, but it's not hard. It breaks away very easily. And the chocolate is soft on the inside. It's not like tempered or anything. It doesn't snap. And it's kind of a genius design too, because if the chocolate was exposed on one side, it would probably be melting like crazy onto my fingers. But the fact that I'm holding onto toffee is keeping my fingers kind of clean too. They'll probably be a little bit sticky and crumbed, but this is phenomenal. I could easily just eat this entire thing right now. This is such a good cookie. It's also interesting to think of it as a cookie because there's not like a dough here, you know. There might be some flour involved, but there's no real like dough base. So it's like shaped like a cookie, but it's not really a cookie. It's just toffee and chocolate and nuts in the shape of a cookie, and you eat it like a cookie. This is incredible. Wow. Wow. I was expecting it to be more chewy. No, thank you, Gooby. Yeah, pet the streamer. I was expecting this to be more chewy, and I was gonna detract. You know, I would have detracted points for that. Like, oh yeah, the toffee flavor's nice, the chocolate's nice, but it's really chewy and, you know, gets stuck in your teeth like toffee usually does. But it doesn't. I can't dock those points away. A+. A+ on that one. Also, these would break up really nicely into some vanilla ice cream, which will definitely happen at some point. That's kind of like my go-to. That's kind of like the life cycle of stream snacks, or at least chocolatey stream snacks. I like try it. You know, I try a couple pieces of it on stream, and maybe eat a couple pieces later, and then eventually, you know, it ends up getting crushed up and put in vanilla ice cream. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful cycle. Alrighty, folks. Thank you for the subs tonight. Thank you for the treat. Thank you for getting that wheel to spin. Let's get back into the game here. Ooh, that was a Tomodachi Life song. Tomodachi Life was a game that I got people hooked on, but then I never played it myself. It's very interesting. Alright, there's the game audio for me. You guys should be hearing it. Yeah, you're hearing it. Okay. So, we just found the world's footprint. And this is our next story destination. And based on what we know about the dragon, this could be where the dragon is as well. A lot of people have been talking about this dragon thing, and that makes me think that that's the next story point of the game. Because every time we get to like kind of a seemingly non-linear point of the game and we kind of like veer outside the beaten path and start talking to NPCs, we're always like, that's some juicy info. And then I think it always kind of ends up being pertinent to what we actually need to do next rather than optional stuff. Because that's what we thought we were finding when we found out about like the sword statues and the Nidhogg. You know, I thought I was finding maybe like an optional super boss, but then that ended up being the actual story destination. So I think what this game does actually is when you have a certain point that you're supposed to be going to next in the story, all of the NPCs in the game have like a switch flipped and they start talking about it. So no matter where you go, whatever
previous town you go to, I think people are going to start giving new dialogue about what you're currently supposed to be doing, which is a phenomenal choice and idea from a development standpoint. It's basically going to ensure that a player never gets stuck. So that's really cool. It makes me want to go to other towns and see what different things they say to see if we can get more concrete info. Because presumably they're not all going to say the same thing. But anyways, I'm going to pop a Gimel coin here and save. Just in case we decide we don't want to be here yet. But we're going to head in. And we're going to hope that we get a dragon in here. Let's see what happens. I gotta clean my glasses again.
This was originally a shrine of the Guardian Lords, but their powers are long gone. But it's still regarded as significant in a different sense. In a different sense? Yes! This shrine houses mural paintings which recount the history of Filgaia. It's similar to a historical museum. Yes, you could say that. Let us then perceive the details about the Great War, which took place on Filgaia.
He's being all tour guidey. Cute. The world's footprint. All the dungeons in this game have like super ominous, severe names, which is fun. Oh, ambushed on the first battle again. Oh, look at these little manholes. Oh no, not the little scissor girls. Okay, so yet again, we're getting hit with status effects right off the bat. These girls are going to try to put us to sleep. Hopefully most everybody has immunity. I think sleep might actually be the one that we all have immunity to. What is that thing? Look at him. What is he? He's just like a squishy cylinder. He looks like a Wacka from Paper Mario. Christine and the Wise Man. Why is he a wise man? The last time we saw these dolls, they were dark type and they were weak against white. So let me try hitting one of them with white, just as a guess. And the rest of y'all can shoot. Okay, I was correct. They are weak against white. And they do not have a lot of health. Yep, just like the last one, they resist dark, half damage from everything else, and then weak against light. The other dolls were exactly the same elemental affinity. Oof. That was a loud neck crack. You guys hear that? Oh wow, he can double his attack damage. He doubled his magic damage, and he has a magic and attack berry. Oh, what is this spell? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is very scary. This is very scary. He's just sending all of his stats into the stratosphere. Maybe they're really bad to begin with? Let's hope so. Okay, he only did 160 damage, but that may have been one that didn't boost himself. Okay, he's got less than 600 health. That's a relief. Weak against lightning. Interesting. But yeah, look at that. Just boosted all of his stats. That's crazy. How do I learn that? Is there enemy skill in this game? Double attack damage. Man, can you imagine the havoc we could wreak if we could double our attack damage? Good lord. Crits for days. We haven't upgraded our arms in a while, I just realized. We should probably do that at some point.
We could probably finish fights a lot faster. Like, we haven't really had any problems, but, you know, the faster we do damage, the less we have to heal, the less time we spend in fights, etc. So, might be kind of cool. I should be scanning. Nothing here. Oh, hello. What does this say? A stone slate is covered in mud. There appears to be writing on it. Covered in mud. Hey, I was right. Mural chamber ahead. Respect your forefathers and proceed quietly. Ah. So I bet we have to walk. We have a sneak ability in this that we very rarely use. Oh, is this timed? Interesting. Oh, I have to sneak into the next room. I see. It closed when I stopped sneaking. So yeah, you wouldn't get very far if you were just guessing.
First, let us go back approximately 2,200 years. This is a painting of when the Neo-Sapiens first came down to this planet.
Okay, so Neo-Sapiens are an extraterrestrial race that we are descended from? Possibly?
Neo-Sapiens?
Okay, good. Virginia's gonna ask questions. We don't know.
They are believed to be the progenitors of humans. So that ship floating up top is the immigrant ship?
Wait, how does she know what that is? We've never heard that before.
Yes, but even before their arrival, an indigenous race called the Elu
Inhabited Filgai. Okay, this is a common point of contention in the Wild Arms series, guys. This ELW, proper noun. There's a lot of contention over how to pronounce this. What do you guys think? Some people say elv. Some people say elu. Some people say elwa. But I've never heard anybody definitively agree on any of the pronunciations. Okay, so the elves, I say elves. I just say elves. Elves are indigenous people of Filgaia. And then Neo-Sapiens came on immigrant ship. Humans descended from Neo-Sapiens.
Elves are mentioned in folklore, just like the demons. They are said to have been a beautiful race with long, pointy ears.
Yeah, see, elves, right?
Many traces of their everyday lives are excavated even to this day. This was when the two races, two different cultures, came face to face.
Okay, so this seems very similar to the last dungeon in that we're getting like piecemeal story details as we go through the dungeon. I don't mind this storytelling style at all. Oh, look! An orange block. Could it be that we will get another tool in this dungeon that will allow us to clear orange blocks? There's a duplicator door behind that. Hi, Gobi. What you doing, pup? What you doing? Come in here so I would pet your head? I'll pet your head. Oh, we got some books. Some more new enemies. Apocrypha. That's a cool word. Okay, light spell on Christine. Shoot the wise man. We definitely want to focus on them. Let's try a thunder attack. See if that does more. against fire, as most books tend to be. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. It looks like the little doll girl was chasing the book with her scissors for a second there. That was funny. We can use our fire spell, see how it does. We must have full sleep immunity, which is great. Oh, that's right. I forgot that the book model, you can like, when they do that one animation, you can see that there's like an, watch the top of the book. You see that? It like gets like cropped. There's apparently like a some type of invisible boundary box on that animation that the object exceeds, and so the part of the top of the book just gets trimmed off during part of that animation. It's very odd looking. Definitely not intended. Alright, I'm gonna heal Virginia just to cut down on how much vitality we have to use at the end of the battle. Well, actually, this may not happen. He may just kill right here. Alright, cool, we got it. Dragon fossils. We need 40. I don't know what we're going to do with them after that, though. Or wait, we need them for arms upgrades, don't we?
This painting illustrates an event 1,300 years ago. The elves had welcomed the immigrant people with open arms. The elves and the Neo-Sapiens lived harmoniously on this planet for a very long time. However, that all came to an end. Perhaps overcoming differences in race was too difficult. The two sides, filled with contempt and hate, began to battle it out. Thus began the Great War, which pushed the planet to the brink of extinction. The Neo-Sapiens utilized the power of science and technology for weapons, and the elves used the roar and terror of the Guardians. The hostilities of war spread throughout Filgaia.
How ironic that the Guardians' first enemy was none other than our forefathers. Ah. All these mobs suck. Okay, Spectre, Cremate, and shoot. I'm still afraid of these Wise Men just because of how powerful that spell is. But they haven't done anything that did a lot of damage, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. I wish there was something besides summons that would hit every enemy. Maybe there will be at some point, but we're long overdue for something that hits all. Like, even if it's not a lot of... Oh, see, he can use that ability on other allies, too. He's using it on the book now, which is very scary. So yeah, these guys gotta be eliminated first. Because there's no negative effect to that, which is horrifying. It literally just raises all of their stats. It's insane. And then he uses Grav. Which can't kill, but it will drive our health way down. And put us in kill range for something else, probably. Okay, we definitely need to heal here. I might double heal. No, I'm not gonna double heal. Alright, let's get rid of Christine, and then everybody else focus on the wise man. Get him out of here. Don't let anybody else get boosted. It's also weird, though, because it doesn't seem to do what it says it does. Like, we still seem to do the same amount of damage to stuff. So, I don't know what to think about that. Stop using Grav. Grav sucks, man. And how come it hits every time? Whenever we try to use Grav, it misses like 60% of the time at least. I gotta have another cookie. These are so good. Alright, we're officially out of vitality. Oh, we got one of these. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? What? What does this mean? There are so many different ways you could interpret this. So, okay, the thing I'm most concerned about here is that I'm supposed to turn the switches to a specific pattern rather than all one color or the other, as we've done before. And that this is trying to illustrate to me what the pattern is supposed to be. Okay, so at the top it says 3-3. Does that just mean that it's a 3x3 grid? North to south. And then a string of 8 numbers. And then west to east. And then a string of 8 numbers. Different string of 8 numbers. What does that mean? Because this isn't like a rows, columns, numbers, letters type of situation, right? These numbers can't identify a specific switch. Like, I could apply these numbers to all of the first column and the first row, but that doesn't make any sense. 2 3 2 1 1 3 1 2. Okay, let me just see something here. 2 3. Okay, it's already giving me like baba, like incorrect sounds. That one's incorrect. So that one's already pressed and we can't interact with it. Okay, so the center one is the correct first one. Let's see if we can figure out why. So are these... Okay, so these are coordinates. So the two numbers over each other correspond with a specific location. Got it.
Okay, so let me write this down here so we don't have to keep looking at it. 2, 2 is the middle square. 3, 1, 2, 3, and there's 8 because 1 is already lit up. 2, 3 out of 9. 2, 1, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. This is a really, really weird way to write this. So the 3, 3 at the very top is the one that's already pressed. Third, yeah, it's written differently than the rest of them, but it means it's the third row and the third in the row and the third column, I guess. Okay, so 2, 2 is the middle, and then 3, 2. So is that this one? No. Oh wait, did I write this down wrong? Oh yes, I did. Okay. So 2, 2. This is 2, 2. So 3, 1. 3, 1. So north to south 3, 1. So that's this one. No? North to south number is on the top. North to south, top to bottom. And then west to east, left to right. Top to bottom, left to right. Okay, that's normal. So 2, 2 is always going to be the middle, but 3... Okay, so how are they interpreting 3, 1? North to south, 3. So row 3... Or column 3. And then the first one from left to right? What? So that, I mean, I would think that by this logic, this is 3, 1. So, okay, let's try 2, 3 then. No. Alright, so if I can just randomly figure out which one this is to understand kind of the rubric, I should be able to just input the rest. So is this isn't 3, 1. And this isn't 3, 1. So is this 3, 1? No. Is it relative? Oh, I bet it's relative to this position? Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense, because if I took 3 steps north from here, I wouldn't even be on the grid anymore. So that's not it. Let's just arbitrarily do it. There's only so many options. Okay, so this bottom right square is apparently 3, 1. So north to south 3 means the bottom, and then east to west 1 means all the way to the right. So this is completely backwards from what I would think. So that means that 2, 3 is this one? Yes. And so then 1, 2 is this is first column. Okay. And then 1, 3 wait. Is this one? No. No, it's the top one. 3 is on the top. Dang it. Okay. So this one. 3, 1. 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 3. 3, 2. 1, 1. 2, 1. Boy, that was weird.
That was weird. But we got it.
The Great War raged so long that the people fighting it forgot how the war started in the first place.
That's like every war.
The war finally came to an end approximately 400 years before the present.
I'm gonna write that down. I think we already knew that, but I didn't write it down anywhere. The Great War ended 400 years ago.
The Neo-Sapiens and the Elves signed a ceasefire agreement, and the fires of war over Filgaia were finally extinguished. This war was thought to be never-ending left battle scars all over Filgaia.
At least they were smart enough to end the war before they lost the planet on which they lived.
Yeah, what an astute observation there, Clive. Not your smartest take. Oh, ambushed again. This is a slightly worse, or not as bad mob. Well, I guess with the grabs, this is actually worse. Probably gonna have to do a potion berry here, because now we're in kill range from the doll attacks with 2 characters. So that's not good. Close to 3 characters now. So let's... Yeah, we'll go ahead and use our group heal. And then we're gonna do a Mystic. Well, let's just do a heal berry. I bet we can get away with it. Should be fine. We're going to cremate one of these books. And then we're going to shoot a book. Okay, misses are good. We like misses. That animation gets me every time. It just makes me feel like I'm like video editing or something, and I'm like, oh, gotta fix that. Alright, Virginia once again in danger, and she doesn't have her SOS invisible ability anymore. Get out of here. Wonder if there's any way to resist the gravity spell? Probably not. Other than just straight evasion. Thank God we can't be put to sleep. This would be like a freaking unwinnable boss battle if we didn't have sleep immunity. We'd all just be sleeping, getting our health cut in half over and over and over. Oh, Clive doesn't have immunity. Okay, we found out. We found out. I got a cool little gadget today I'm excited to try out, y'all. This tiny little box. Came in a package all by itself. It was blowing around on my front porch because it was so lightweight. It wasn't even that windy today, but it was blowing around. By the time the lady came home, she was like, this was in the driveway. It like blew off of the front porch and like started taking off up the driveway. Pretty crazy. But it's like a thing to put on a tripod, so that you can like quickly take a camera on and off of a tripod. I'm really excited to try it out. I'm sure you guys have heard me talking about this 4-camera setup that I'm saving up for. Got 2 so far. And one thing that I'm gonna have is, you know, I'm gonna have positions for the 4 cameras when I'm streaming in here, doing games, and I'm also gonna have positions for the 4 cameras when I'm out there streaming music, when that resumes again. And so I'm thinking, you know, I want to have these on all the different tripods and just have all the cameras, tripods in place where they're going to be all the time and lock those down so I don't ever have to move those. And then hopefully they'll all have these little quick systems so I can just come in like boop, boop, you know, and all I have to move is the camera. That's my plan. So I'm going to test this thing out and see if it works as good as I am hoping. And then, if so, buy a bunch more ahead of the cameras, because this is obviously much easier to buy than the cameras themselves. Cremate the book. Please don't kill Virginia. It's weird how they don't go after Gallows at all. If that's just straight luck, that's crazy. Man, we need... I want to get that attack blocker ability on everybody. That would be something. That seems like the way to, like, break this game, is, like, figure out an item that gives a really good ability, and then just grind the enemy that rare drops it so that you can get it on every character. And, you know, then you'd have to level grind to get enough, like, ability points to have all those abilities active at the same time. I'm sure somebody's done it. Oh, this is getting really annoying. Let's see here. I can do a group heal with Virginia right now. So I guess maybe I'll do that. Let's get Christine out of here. Technically, the books can't kill me, because all they can do is cut my health in half. So let's do a Mystic. We'll do Potion Berry again. I don't want to waste... Heal Berry. I don't want to waste my Potion Berries. Let's focus on Christine and get her out of here. I don't know why I wasn't doing that before. Splitting up my damage. It's a bad habit I have in RPGs. Like, 95 times out of 100, the best thing to do in an RPG is to focus all of your damage output on one enemy and make sure that they're gone. Because you want to make sure that you're receiving as few attacks as possible in a turn. But I have this bad habit of splitting up attacks evenly amongst the enemies to try to, like, wipe them all out efficiently at once. And we're talking specifically, like, regular battles here, not like bosses or, you know, event fights where you'd expect to run into some kind of gimmick or something. That's totally different. But I specifically have this bad habit in, like, regular battles. Give me something good. Yeah. Dragon Fossil, I guess. I used to get excited about Dragon Fossils, but not really anymore. Okay, let's use some of these berries to get healed up, so we don't start the fight with low health. Excuse me. Oh, we got two doors. Okay, are we gonna fight mimics? 2 warp stars, nice. Lucky cards. Gallicard. Okay, no mimic. Whew, that was close. We bonked the wall. I thought that was gonna cost us a battle. Yo, Dante, welcome in. How are you tonight?
To the elves, who were deeply attached to and relied on the planet's life, these battle scars were a serious threat to their existence. The population of the elves began to diminish at an alarming rate. And so the Neo-Sapiens and elves decided to join hands once again, this time to rejuvenate the planet. However, it was too late. Approximately 150 years ago from today, the birth of the last elf signed the end of the elf race. I'm gonna write that down. Last elf born 150 years ago. I feel like that's gonna come up. I feel like that elf is gonna be named at some point. The remaining Neo-Sapiens repented for all their sins and vowed to do everything in their power to revitalize the environment. Amidst the fervor of pro-environmental sentiments, the last elf, Mariel, gave rise to the Bhaskar Creed. Okay. So the elves are descendants of the Bhaskar. That makes sense. Oh, you've been playing Iconoclast. I've been hearing a lot about that game. Is it cool? I'm not as drawn to Metroidvanias as others. It's not a subgenre that turns me off, but I'm just not drawn to it. I think I just haven't played enough of them to like have the bug for it. It's also not a subgenre that I'm nostalgic for because I didn't grow up with Metroid or Castlevania. I've only played those games as an adult, so maybe that has something to do with it too. I recognize the addictive quality of it, and I love games that creatively use the same formula in like 3D. You know, like Zelda, where it's like, okay, you go to an area, you see stuff that you can't do, and then later on in the game, you find something that allows you to, backtrack and do more than you could before. And that in general, that's like the Metroidvania concept. I love that. You got to find the right one that gives you a hook. Action search. Interesting. I've never heard it boiled down to basic terms like that before. But yeah, it is kind of funny that it's called Metroidvania. Like, that's the accepted nomenclature for that type of gameplay loop. But it obviously doesn't belong to those series. Or, I mean, I guess now it does, but it doesn't necessarily. But they just are the namesake. But yeah, how is Iconoclasts? The funny thing is Castlevania didn't start until Symphony of the Night. Yeah, exactly. It is said that she parted company with the Bhaskar after a bitter disagreement. However, the elf race are said to have great longevity. That is why to this day we continue our efforts and pray that our separated paths will one day cross yet again. So ultimately, it was our forefathers who drove away the indigenous tribe from this planet.
It may be that our very existence is unhallowed.
Are we even worthy of fighting for this planet?
Huh. Dwelling in the past ain't gonna change anything. I hate this kind of stuff.
Wait. Jet's right. We can't change what happened by sulking over it. Hold your head high. We may be tainted, but that's one more reason why we have to protect the planet. In the place of the elves, we're the ones who have to deliver a future for this planet today. I think that's our only way of making amends.
Okay, so this has like super obvious allegory to like North American history of like white settlers, robbing the land of the indigenous people, and then like future generations having to like live with what their ancestors did and try not to like carry the guilt that they themselves did it. What are these guys weak against again? Electricity. Well, if I can at least hit all three of them with something, I'm gonna take that opportunity. So let's do that. Oh, I'm curious about something. Can I Mystic a gem? I can. Okay, this is something that I had not considered before, using a battle item to target all, which I feel very silly for not thinking of that until just now, but that's something we should definitely take advantage of. And Inspire. You aren't open to the whole world until a certain point, and it's very story-based. You're a mechanic, and you use a wrench to solve puzzles and fight bosses in unique ways. Oh, cool. That sounds fun. That sounds interesting. It's really cool how you can see that in the story. What? Oh, you mean like the North American history thing? I mean, I'm sure there's For Wild Arms? Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's like other... I mean, obviously the story was written by Japanese people, so I don't know if that's necessarily exactly what they were trying to reference. I'm sure there's tons of similar stories throughout world history of like, you know, an indigenous people being driven out by, you know, some like new settlers and being like, oh, this is our land now. And then being like, oh wait, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And then like future generations being like, man, why did my, you know, great grandsires do that? And then they feel bad even though they didn't do it, but they have a good life because of what their great grandsires did. So they're like, how do I feel about this? Yeah, it's an interesting historical concept, but I'm sure it's happened all over the world with like various like island nations, or I'm sure it happened in China and Japan a lot, so they could be basing it off of something like that. I just, you know, being American, I unfortunately mostly only know North American history. We only killed one guy in that whole turn? Man. Yeah, whatever perspective you want to take. I just like the idea of a story that you can connect with in that way, regardless of whatever it may be. Whether it's like, you know, intended or whatever. I think that just like strengthens any story. Like if you can draw a corollary to something like from your own life or from history, whatever, it strengthens the story because it helps you like understand it, and it helps you like feel it, I guess. So I enjoy that. Come on, rare drop. Nope. Getting lots of dragon fossils though. Okay, once again, 2 doors. And once again, that one was the chest. A weather vane, that's a new item, I believe. What does that do? Allows you to avoid ambush and danger? Whoa, that is a really good ability. That is really good. So, is this something I have to equip onto a medium? It is. Wow. Okay. So, we should probably give that to somebody. The question is who? Everyone has the same number of personal skill points. However, some characters have significantly more abilities than others. Jet and Clive have significantly fewer abilities than Virginia and Gallows. Okay, we can max out Poison Ward for Gallows. That's good. Clive doesn't have Sleep Ward at all. Do we have an alarm clock? Okay, we can max out Poison for Jet. That's good. Wow, 5 points. Yikes. Let me see if I have a alarm clock. No, we don't have an alarm clock. So Iconoclasts, huh? Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people talk about that game. How's the music in that game? I've been wondering if maybe I've been hearing music friends talk about the music from it, and that's why I feel like I've been hearing about it a lot. Man, that's a really good ability. I wonder how many points it costs. It's only 1 tick, so I gotta imagine it's like at least 3. Could be like 5 or 10. Who has the fewest? 2 on Moonspark, 2 on Lucky Hand, 1 on Cosmic Cog, because it's the newest one, so I guess that makes sense. And Cosmic Cog is Clive's. So, yeah, Clive wouldn't be a bad choice for that.
when it says avoids danger, I wonder if it just means that only that character can't be in a danger encounter. And then, you know, it prevents ambush for the whole party. But danger encounters start with one character. So it could be that it only prevents it from starting with that character you have the ability on, and then a danger encounter could still happen with the other three. We wouldn't know until we equipped the ability and it happened, I'm sure. But either way, it's still a really good ability that we'd like to have on, because those encounters are kind of annoying, and I'm sure as we go farther in the game, we want to avoid it even more. The enemies do seem to be getting a little bit more pesky with the statuses and things. So... oh man, that's such a good item. Oh, we're not allowed to use it? That's odd. Can it only go on certain mediums? Why can't it go on Cosmic Cog? Wait. Because we already have it. Okay. It can't go on Cosmic Cog because we already have this ability. Okay. So this confirms part of my theory then. So it doesn't give you full immunity to ambush because we've been ambushed like 4 times tonight. And this ability's been active the whole time. But it probably does give you immunity to danger, because Clive, I can say with certainty, has never had a danger encounter himself. It's always been either Gallows or Jet. Or, I'm sorry, Gallows or Virginia. Maybe Jet has had one, but I can say with certainty that Clive has not. So maybe you would have to have this on every character to completely abolish ambush encounters. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like a percentage. I don't know. But it does seem to prevent danger. Okay, so that's good to know. And now we know how many points it costs. It costs 3. Alright, well, I'm not nearly as in a rush to get it on somebody now that I have realized it's already on one other character. But cool that we got another one. Also, that ability was included with a medium, I think, so now we know what item gives it.
This painting depicts the event of approximately 100 years ago. I'm sure you all know what this signifies.
Yggdrasil?
The Yggdrasil system, correct?
Yggdrasil was created to revitalize Filgaia's environment. However, my brother has told me a little bit about what happened. As long as we live on this planet, we're the ones who have to protect the planet's future.
However, looking back at history, there is only mention of Neo-Sapiens who threaten this planet. I'm not quite sure what this means. Perhaps we are meant to harm the planet once again.
Within these mural chambers lie only facts about the past. It's up to the people of the present to figure out how we want to interpret this. We may still be in the dark now, but I'm sure we will find the truth within them.
Looking for a shortcut can lead you astray. That is what my professor always used to say. Yes, I understand now. I am always jumping to conclusions.
Is that it for the paintings?
No, there's actually one more in the back. Yes, I believe this would be a good opportunity to see the last mural. And there's certainly no doubt that there's a boss in this room.
Oh, of course, not without another block puzzle first. Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. Silver and green are the elves. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. People are people, and elves are elves. Whoa. Okay. Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. So we're going to put the yellow block on the white square.
Silver and green are the elves. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. Okay, so silver on green, white on red. Yellow are people aboard a white ship. Silver and green are the elves. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. So that tells me I need to put the white block on the red tile. People are people and elves are elves. So does that mean silver goes with silver and yellow goes with yellow? Okay. Well, obviously we can just get this by trial and error, and we don't have to necessarily logic this, but I want to logic this because it's more fun. Alright, so we're going to try putting the yellow... Oh yeah, we don't have a white square. Okay, so I think yellow, the people, goes with people, yellow, and elves are elves, so I think green, silver and green are the elves, is what it said. So this is green. No, thank you, Dante. Yes, this is my Master Belch shirt. One of the bosses from Earthbound. It's a Yeti shirt, older Yeti shirt. Okay, we're gonna try putting this one on the red square. And then the silver one is also elves, so silver goes with silver, right? Elves are elves. Okay, apparently that's not it. Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. Oh, okay, I see what they're saying. So the yellow block represents the people on the white ship. So ignite the white ship and paint it red actually means put the yellow block on the red. Okay, so I think... Let me try switching these two. No. Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. I feel really confident about that one. Yellow block goes on the red. You're still bound to play that game? Yes, you are. It's definitely... That's like a... that is definitely a game that I would put on my list of, like, must play. Like, you don't have to love that game. You don't have to play it to a certain point, but you definitely have to try it and see if it clicks with you. Because that game is, like... If that game does click with you, it's such a magical experience. It's not going to be magical for everybody, but yeah, it's what a game worth appreciating. Silver and green are the elves. People are people and elves are elves. Okay, we can try switching the green and the silver, I guess. No. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. Alright, let's reset the room.
Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. So yeah, you could take that two different ways. You could take that as meaning yellow goes on white, which is what we did the first time. And then ignite the white ship and paint it red, you could interpret as white block on red. But we also did that the first time. But then all we know about silver and green is just that silver and green are elves, and that elves are elves. But you could also interpret yellow are the people aboard a white ship as actually referring to the white block. Or the yellow block representing the white ship. And therefore that means yellow block on red. Yeah, Mini SNES is cool, man. Really cool. Did you get that recently? People are people and elves are elves. I'm assuming the other side says the same thing. Yeah. Yellow are the people aboard a white ship. This is very strange. I mean, there's no world where this is silver and this is white, right? No way. Wait, before we do that, swap these. Nope. Dang it. Sometimes it'll let you grab a block while that exclamation point is up, and other times it won't. Oh my god. Oh, and they're all individual. I can't do any group cast. Oh my god. These guys suck, man. Alright. This is gonna take a minute. Unless we crit all over the place, let's go. That was a good turn. Another crit, beautiful. See you later. Bye-bye. Another crit. Wow, we are critting like crazy. Such good luck. Alright. Back to the puzzle. That ain't it either. Well, that's like half of the combinations already that we've just tried. So that's discouraging. Oh, Gad is onto something, huh?
Let's see here. Let me stew on it a little bit longer here, Gad. I definitely am losing patience with it because it doesn't seem logical. I wonder if there's a stacking element to it. That would be an interesting solution. So, like, am I supposed to put the yellow block on top of the white block? And that's the yellow people aboard the white ship, and then I put it on the red square? Oh, wait a second. Ignite the white ship and paint it red. You guys, we can ignite things. And then it's just color matching from this point, I bet. That's what you were thinking, Gad? You're a smarty, dude. This is probably it. This is probably all it is. Match the colors. Dang it, got ambushed. Oh, this mob sucks. This mob really sucks. Ooh, beautiful counterattack. I would rather have 6 of the manhole dudes than this. Yeah, I was so focused on, like, reading between the lines that I didn't take that literally. Another beautiful counterattack. Let's go, Clive. Man, if we find anybody that drops that counterattack item, we are going to farm the heck out of that. Okay, now we get to go heal Virginia, Spectre, Christine, everybody else shoot the book. Yo, Nap, how are you? You've unspoopied. How's it going? Are all these battles leading to the last boss? I don't think so. I think we got a long way to go in this game still. These are just really annoying regular enemies that we've been encountering in this dungeon so far. We're learning a lot of story stuff the last couple streams. The lore dump tonight hasn't been nearly on par with what we got last week. The story kind of broke wide open last week. And now we're kind of getting some supplementary detail here. But I think what we're actually working towards right now is getting like an airship equivalent, which is apparently going to be a dragon. We learned a lot about dragons tonight, which is pretty cool. And now we're learning about the indigenous people of the planet and how the ancestors of humans kind of screwed them over and took the planet from them and then only realized their mistake when it was too late. And there's been some allusions, A-L-L-U-S-I-O-N, not like Mirage, illusion, but allusions. There's been some allusions to the existence of another 4 mediums, which would be really exciting. But yeah, there's still a bunch of the world map left to explore, so I don't think we're anywhere close to the end of this, but we'll see. No, yeah, it's okay. You don't have to dox yourself or anything like that if you don't want to be known. Not that your username doxes you. I guess that's a misuse of that word. But yeah, I guess I assume that you're not changing your name back because you don't want people to know who you are, and that's why it's okay for me to say that it's you. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah, you don't feel like you have to be like, Oh, by the way. I guess if I was like being an idiot and I didn't realize, like, oh, hey, welcome to the channel, and start like introducing myself to you, then you could be like, hey, it's me. Which is how I feel anytime I like show up to a chat the first time as Backlog Boys instead of BB Austin. That's as close as you could get to your previous one. So wait, did somebody steal your previous one while you didn't have it? Is that what happened? Because if so, that's tragic and crazy. Oh, it's just gone forever. It's locked. Wow. Okay, we solved it. That was a clever puzzle. I was definitely trying to big brain something that wasn't big brain. To avoid trolling. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this is it. I smell a boss fight. Let's get to full health. It's blank.
This is the last painting. But it's blank. This mural depicts the future, which lies in wait. It is up to the individual to see this as despair and hopelessness.
This is some abstract art stuff right here.
Yes, this is a blank canvas created by the artist as a symbol of what is yet to come. Oh. We'll start the bidding at $300 million. Or as a future which is yet to be painted.
Of course, I'd like to see something painted on there.
Yes, something great and exciting.
Yeah, but what's with all this rubble? Why is this the only place that's messed up?
This wreckage is of an idol modeled after the Supreme Guardians, the Guardian Lords. Guardian Lords?
Raftina, Justine, Zephyr, and Luciad. Okay, so we heard about Zephyr earlier. I'm going to write these down. So these are going to be the last 4 mediums for sure. And they keep making sure that we understand that they're like a cut above the rest. So I'm guessing that these are going to be optional super bosses that you get the power of if you can manage to tame them and subdue them, which sounds really exciting. Raftina, that's a hilarious name. Justine. Zephyr, which we already heard about, and Zephyr is the god or guardian of, what was it? Hope? Yes, hope. And Luciad. So I'll fill these in as I learn about them.
And on the left side, we have an unused toilet seat in pristine condition. Bidding will start after this one.
Yeah, exactly. Guardians who preside over the unlimited power of the heart which everyone possesses. They reigned over all guardians, but disappeared before the planet began decaying. Right? See, I've been studying.
We do not know the whereabouts of the Guardian Lord's lost powers, but we must find them someday. The teachings of Bhaskar state that a future for the planet will not arrive without them.
Okay, so maybe they're not optional.
A future for the planet? It was just the other day I left my town to become a drifter.
It's only been a few days since we started? Jesus, a lot has been packed into these couple of days.
And before I knew it, I'm involved in the future of the planet. This is a very serious situation. It's so serious I can't seem to comprehend everything, but I do know that we have to do something. I'm not sure how helpful this was, but this is the last of the murals. We should head back soon.
That's really it? Nothing's gonna happen? This is very suspicious. Okay, here we go. Oh boy.
No, it can't be. No way.
So these are the prophets now fused with the demon masks or whatever? Oh my god.
How nice to see you again.
Leolt, Melody, and Malik? Are these the enemies my brother has been fighting? The ones who threatened Filgaia?
Here's a little something to celebrate our reunion.
Oh my god, are we gonna fight them all at the same time? What? What? Excuse me? What are these guys? I'm assuming these are like creatures that they just summoned, and this is not actually what they are. Okay, so ridiculous appearances aside, it seems like these three monsters are going to serve specific roles. He looks like he's sponsored by Oakley with the one eyeball. This guy right here, Stream Gear. This is like an off-brand, like Corsair rival that makes really cheap equipment that breaks super fast and has bad reviews on iTunes.
The new Stream Gear Twitch desk. It's not a stream deck, but it sure looks like one. Stream Gear.
So these guys are probably going to play very specific roles. The lion guy looks like an all-out attacker. Scarecrow looks like a mage, maybe a status. And then this MF right here looks like he's either going to be like high defense or maybe like buff debuff. And also when we have fought the prophets themselves, they've kind of played those three roles too. So without knowing what kind of magic or buff debuff we're facing, my instinct is to go after the attacking person that's going to be doing the most damage to us. This guy seems very straightforward. I don't think he's going to have any kind of like barriers or anything like that. So I'm just going to start wailing on this guy. Go ahead and throw out an Analyze just in case he has an elemental affinity, even though that never seems to happen. And we'll throw out our typical boss gambit here of slow and defense down debuffs. Oh, he just reflected that back onto me. Okay, well, I was completely wrong in my assumption, so he is reflecting spells back at me. Arcana Disposal. Okay. Okay, so Jet is going to take massive damage from attacks right now for the next, like, 5 turns or so. Okay, so he has a status effect, and that must be what that reflect is. He's weak against all elements. That is unexpected, but we will exploit the heck out of that. Suppressed Curse, question mark? Okay, so that was likely a counterattack. So maybe we're supposed to attack him with magic. Let's see if he counters spells. Oh, he does. Okay, I'm an idiot. So, instant death attack? Are you kidding me? And the lion guy just used a healing spell? Wow, I got these guys completely mispegged. Okay, so... Thank you for the clip, Gad. Much appreciated. Okay, so... We're gonna try to use... We're going to try to use clearance on this guy to see if it gets rid of his barrier. Or wait, we don't have that. We need eraser. We have to use eraser on him. Let's see if that works. And then we're going to revive Jet. And then Clive is going to use, hopefully, use a potion berry on him. Okay, so yeah, that's an instant death attack. Wow. Okay, that's not a counter. It's just his regular attack. Okay, they've all gone already, so that's actually good. So Jet should be able to get back to full health here. Okay, it said nullified, but we've seen that text every time that spell has been used regardless, so we really want to make sure. Thank you, Gad. I appreciate it. Walk the dogs, went to the bookstore, and got gas. Let's go. Getting stuff done, Tofu. Yeah, we're still having fun. This fight is pretty tough so far. Oh, he's... Okay, his reflect is gone. All right. Now we can start actually wailing on him with magic. You're going to just regular attack because you have no FP. And you're going to inspire this young Lennart. Beautiful crit. Love to see it. Friday nights are for chores. I mean, hey, if you get all your chores done on like a Thursday or a Friday so that you don't have to think about chores on Saturday and Sunday, that's a win. I did all of my chores on Wednesday. I took a personal day on Wednesday because I just felt like I was falling behind in my entire life. And I was very tired. I woke up for work and I was just like, I want to go back to bed. Wait, he's already got his reflect back on? What the heck? How did he get it back so quickly? Okay, so that Arcana disposal that the Scarecrow guy is using is regenerating it. So I think what the battle is trying to tell us is that we need to get rid of that guy first. And I probably should have figured that out before now, but see if we can fragile him. Everyone else can shoot. We will scan him. Yep. Okay, yeah, everything's getting reflected, so that was a dumb idea. Jet probably just got his defense back to normal, and now we lowered it again. But see, who's using this heal ability? Psychedelic Horror? That is a name. Okay, good. Needed that. So we still want to analyze this guy, so we can keep track of his buffs and debuffs. But yeah, let's get rid of this Scarecrow guy as soon as possible. Yeah, he did hit me with a bad trip, apparently. So yeah, the lion guy is the healer. That's really weird. And he just completely restored the Scarecrow to full health. So, does that mean I have to figure out a way to kill him in one turn? Because that's insane. That is absolutely insane. If so. Alright, let's get rid of this confusion. Oh, my shirt is Master Belch from Earthbound. Classic Yeti shirt from a few years back. Several years back, actually. Okay, yeah, get your instant death attack out of here. So yeah, maybe this battle is trying to teach us that appearances are not always the indicator of what an enemy will do. Okay, this guy is weak against light, but he has reflect on. And it seems that if we dispel the reflect, that it immediately gets restored. So, I don't know if I want to try using Eraser on him. Oh wait, let's get rid of Jet's Confusion as well. And then let's have him use Fragile on the Scarecrow so we can lower his attack. And we'll see if we can do like a max damage turn where we hopefully kill him in one turn. That's the message I'm getting from the game right now, is hey, you gotta kill this guy in one turn, otherwise he's just gonna get healed. Okay, we got the defense down. That's good. Look at his little coat hanger legs. So there he is restoring the barrier. It looks like he's only doing it to himself, but it applies to everyone. Please don't kill Clive. Crits are good. Okay. Let's see. Here's what we're gonna do. We will get full value out of a group heal here, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and Gatling this guy. And let's... Oh, I don't have Accelerator ready to go. Dang it. I'm too afraid that Clive is gonna die. And I really don't want him to die. Let's use the Potion Berry on him and then lock on to the Scarecrow. Beautiful. Good. Okay, Clive's alive. Do I document, catalog how my reviews, thoughts, impressions of a game? Dang, there's the critical heal. 3260, so he's literally healing that guy to max health. Man, this sucks. How are we supposed to kill him in one hit if he has more than 4,000 health? I don't understand. I chronicle many things about my gaming experiences, but I don't chronicle my, like, thoughts and reviews. I mean, I guess, like, the closest thing would be, like, the notes that I take, but that doesn't really... I don't really write... It's not like a diary so much of, like, how I feel about the game. It's more like me helping keep my place in the game. And like theory crafting, sort of. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really thought about writing stuff like that down. I think if anything, the thing that I would really want to record is like more of like my interpretation of like a plot line of a game, or like my summary of the plot. Because I never like have like forgotten how I felt about a game. Like that basic kind of broad emotional connection has always remained intact, but very quickly I forget like what transpires in a game, and like maybe forget like what some of my favorite moments were and that kind of thing. So I feel like that would be the thing for me to diary, if anything. But yeah, I've never like recorded or like my review type thoughts in any way, other than, you know, like, you know, game gushes existing in VODs. There was a short period of time where I wanted to like make content like that for YouTube, but once I realized like how much work it was going to be, I was just like, nah, I'm good. I'll just think what I think. Oh, what do I don't know what to do here, man. I don't know how to kill this guy in one turn. I really don't. Unless I just get lucky. We could try to get Virginia in a good situation to use Valiant. That could maybe get us there. That could be cool. I'm just gonna keep trying for now and see what happens. You used to deliberately seek out new music to listen to. You listened to 500 albums last year, and you always remember your general impressions of an album. You're the same way. You never wrote it down. You were just curious. Yeah. I think it's like a noble pursuit and like a good idea. For sure. Like I'm always trying to do more, I guess, to like get the most out of these experiences. Because, you know, like I'm on this quest to like try to play all the games that I have. And with like how many I have, you know, it's like I gotta like play through them efficiently, and I gotta like, it's very unlikely that I'll ever like replay a game if I want to complete all the games that I have, because I have so many. There we go again, full health. This isn't working. This is not working. And I don't see any way that I can stop that guy from healing. So unless he, like, doesn't heal when you attack a certain character, we can lower magic defense, we can erase the barrier, but it gets restored immediately. Who goes right after Gallows? I believe it's Jet. I don't know. What can I do here? This is not a good situation to be in when I'm like the most tired. This would have been good like at the top of the stream. Let's see here. The lion guy heals every turn. So it doesn't really matter who we attack. We have to be able to kill them in one turn. In one cycle. And we don't know how much HP any of them have. All we know is that the Scarecrow has more than 3,200. And we know that the lion guy has more than like 14 or 1,500. Presumably we could do a ton of damage if we could get rid of the barrier, because they're weak against all the magic elements, but we can't keep the barrier down long enough. So let me try one thing here. I'm gonna use the D barrier thing. I'm gonna get rid of the barrier, but I'm not gonna have anybody use magic so that he doesn't reflect it right away. And I'm gonna see if I'm just gonna see where he goes in the turn order. Okay, so he's already acted. Here comes the heal. Everyone is already at full. The first time we've seen that attack. We don't know what that does. Okay, so his barrier is gone. So Virginia and Jet both went before him. So let's try using magic with them. And then I'm going to preemptively use Eraser on this guy again. And then use magic with Clive. And we're going to see what happens here. This guy's weak against light. So let's hit him with a light spell really hard. Jet can reload. Clive, why don't you go ahead and shoot him? Shoot him regularly, though, because his defense is back to normal. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so he doesn't reflect it. He takes 300 damage, so it's not an insane amount. So there's the restore of his barrier. He's attacking. He didn't do the heal, so that's something. And then we remove the barrier again. Five attacks. I really need to do a heal here, as much as I want to preemptively remove the barrier again. Alright, so we're going to go Spectre again. We're going to go Fragile. And then we're going to go Lock On. Okay, so this goes around the barrier. Lower his defense. Miss. That's unfortunate. There's his barrier restored. Okay, he's not healing. So I don't know if we were just getting bad luck there for a few turns, and his RNG was just rolling the heal spell every turn. And maybe we just need to play the luck and try to catch a few turns where he doesn't heal to get this guy out of here. Okay. Erase the magic barrier again. Now Virginia's going to have to shoot, because he does have the barrier up. Jet, just shoot him. Please don't heal. Please don't heal. Please don't heal. Yes! Okay. This is the best situation we've been in so far. So if this guy has like around 5,000 or 6,000 health, we might be able to kill him. Great. Confusion. Now he's using the wrong spell. So the barrier's still up. That's unfortunate. Okay, we'll have Gallows try to attack. Virginia can Gatling now. Jet can shoot. We're just going to try to max out damage here. And pray that the lion doesn't heal. Yes, he's not healing. Oh, man. Okay, well, at least he shot somebody. Yes. Okay, he's not dead yet. No, we're not going to use our heal here. It's not good value. Shoot. 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 Yes. Yes! Oh my god. Okay. Progress. We got rid of the Scarecrow. Okay. So now we have gotten rid of the magical barrier guy. That's huge. Now we can start taking away their reflect and they won't be able to restore it. And we're going to go after the lion guy next because he's healing. This goofy dude, this big goofy dude doesn't seem to do anything that's scary other than cast confusion. So, alright, let's see if we can get Eraser off here. We're going to... We don't have enough for clearance, so we're going to have to keep attacking for a little bit to build up some FP. We could probably go ahead and... Or no, wait. Oh, wait. His barrier is not there. It's already gone. We don't need Eraser. So... Let's do a group heal. Hopefully he gets through the confusion. This guy is weak against every element. So let's just start throwing out some magic, I guess, while we got it. Cremate. Well, no, Jet's magic attack is really bad. We'll have him shoot anyways. And I guess maybe we'll have Clive shoot too. Let's see how much this does. Wait, what? How is he reflecting? I don't understand. The status isn't there. Alright, well, I guess I do need to use Eraser on him if I want to use magic. Maybe I'll just shoot him anyways, though, because it's doing good damage. Alright, that works, Gallows. We'll settle for that. So until Virginia has enough FP, Gallows is just going to remain confused. This guy may very well get to restore his health. We'll see. He's by far the strongest attacker, too. That attack does a ton of damage. Beautiful counterattack. Nice job, Clive. Too bad he didn't have any ammo. No, don't shoot Virginia, Gallows, you idiot. Nope. Leonard. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with Fragile. Let's just get as much damage in there as we can. Good. He does seem to counter with that, but he also uses it as an attack. Oh no, dude, no! Okay, that wasn't a full heal, though. We've definitely done more damage to him than that. Okay, Gallows is out of confusion, thank God, just in time. We're gonna have to do 2 group heals this turn. Extension heal... Mystic, Potion Berry. Not messing around here. Yeah, 1500 sucks. But we've done more damage to him than that, so... That's something. I guess I really didn't need to do heal with Gallows. But oh well. Nice. So yeah, you're probably supposed to use magic on this guy so that he doesn't counter. Maybe he only counters physical attacks. That could be his gimmick. That was still good value on that heal. I'll take it. Jet got really low because he got countered. But yeah, he only counters once per turn. He only seems to counter the first person who attacks him. Okay. So even though there's nothing on him here, I'm going to try using Eraser. And we'll see if maybe I can cast a spell on him later on. Let's try Fragile so that Jet doesn't get hit with the counterattack. And maybe it'll be Clive instead. Or it's going to be Virginia. Yeah, so he does counter the first person who attacks him in the cycle, but he doesn't counter every time. Yeah, he's still got that barrier up. That's so weird. Even though it says there's nothing there. So let's see if Eraser works. Good. Miss. Is he in some kind of like glitched state? Where he like has the effect of the barrier, but the game thinks that it's not on him? It's really weird. We're just gonna use physical attacks, I guess. Because he is definitely reflecting everything, even though it says he has no buffs. It's really annoying. Alright, everyone attack Clive. I should have planned for that. Oh, this time he's countering twice in a turn. What's different? Oh, he's healing again. Damn it. Why did he heal so much more that time? Yeah, this time he's countering every time. What's different? Alright, well, we're gonna focus on the other guy, I guess. Let's do our group heal. And let's freaking shoot this guy. See what we can do to him. Have you tried asking them to let you win yet? It's true, we haven't tried that yet. It's a good point. Let's see if this guy has a counterattack. Doesn't appear so. He also seems to be definitively the weakest. By like a long shot. He just seems to have a... Or it's a matter of how much HP does he have. That's the burning question. How much HP does this guy have? And how soon will the lion guy throw out a heal? Because this guy's not taking a lot of damage. She says, are you reading a guide to a game you've never heard of before? Oh, you're reading a guide because you're curious about how this fight works? That's funny. I would totally encourage that, especially since I trust you not to, you know, like say stuff that I don't want to know. I would be so curious too. Sometimes I watch several streamers that have similar rules to me where like they're playing the game for the first time and they want to just try to figure stuff out without looking anything up. And sometimes when it's a game that I don't know, so if they get stuck on something, I'm in the same boat as them. Sometimes I relish not knowing because I see other people in the chat who are like I can tell that they know, and they're like, it's like killing them that they can't say anything, you know, or it's like it's killing them to watch because they know the solution. And sometimes I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't know what the solution is here, because I can just casually watch and see if they figure it out, or I can try to figure it out myself. I've been in both scenarios. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's been a time. There's probably been once or twice where it's like they're stuck on something and it's a game I've never played before, so I don't know. And after a while I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna find out because I need to know, and I can't wait for them to figure it out to find the solution. I can also think of at least one or two instances where the streamer found a solution, but it seemed kind of like reverse engineered and maybe wasn't the intended methodology. And so then maybe I'll go and look it up and be like, is that really how you're supposed to do that? You know, or like, is that really what they expect you to do? You know, and I'll try to answer that question for myself. You're always upset / amazed that people don't treat video game solutions as a spoiler. There's such a backlash to spoiling a movie or a book, but sometimes people really just want to share with streamers. It is crazy, isn't it? Like, it's interesting that it's such an open-ended discussion. It's weird though, because there are legitimately people who just don't care. Like, they legitimately just don't mind if someone's like, oh, go over here, there's a really good item over there. Oh, cool, you know, and they just don't care. It doesn't bother them at all. It doesn't ruin their experience or anything. They're just hanging out, you know? I guess there are certain games where I would feel that way, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. Alright, let's get a heal in here. So far we've had no heal since we started going after this guy. Let's see if our luck will hold. Yeah, some people don't care about getting backseated or getting stuff like told to them or spoiled. And there's also people who like completely separate types of spoilers. Like, some people are like, if you're gonna tell me something that's just gonna be like a quality of life thing, or like something that's just like a mechanical thing that has nothing to do with like a storyline, they don't care at all. Some people only care about spoilers specifically related to like the storyline of like the game or a character, you know, if it's like a twist or like a key plot point, they don't want to know that stuff. But if you want to tell them like, oh hey, don't bother going to get that chest because it's a sword that you're going to be able to buy in the next town, you know, they don't care about that. But and then there's people like me and some of the other streamers that I watch where it's like they don't want to know anything about the game. Like, literally don't tell me anything about the game. You know, if I miss an item, I miss an item. If I'm brute forcing a boss the complete wrong way, let me do it. You know, all that kind of stuff. You permanently lost a friend in 7th grade for spoiling Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Oof. Oof. No! Wait, what? What? Okay, so we killed the other guy, Hog, but also he did critical heal and it only healed 90? I guess that's because he's only missing 90 HP because we haven't been attacking him. Okay, sorry, that freaked me out for a second. I had no idea what was going on. But now I think I'm with it. Okay, so it's down to just this guy now. I really, really want to throw out magic on him, but I'm afraid that he's just going to magically reflect it like he has so far. Ooh, here we go. Valiant. This is going to be huge. We have found out that this is one of the best abilities in the game. We unfortunately have it on one of the worst characters that we could have it on. But even on Virginia, it still does really well. It increases your attack power based on how much health that you're missing. But what's crazy about it is you retain the boosted attack even after you restore the health, which is typically not how abilities like that work. Like, if you think of like the move Flail from Pokemon, you know, it does damage based inversely to your HP versus your max HP. So if your HP is like super, super low, Flail is like super, super powerful. But once your HP comes back, Flail's not super powerful anymore. But this one gives you a duration of the battle buff to your attack stat based on the current difference between your HP and max HP. So you can get down to low HP, use the ability to get a huge boost, and then heal yourself, but you still have the boost according to how much it initially boosted you. So it's kind of busted. Especially if you, like, plan it out well. Let's do a Mystic Heal Berry here just to stay on top of things. Because this won't be a big attack turn. It's a feature. Yeah, it's definitely not a bug. I mean, it doesn't seem like they intended the ability to work a different way. It's just a really powerful ability. I don't think they like intended for your attack to go back down as your health went back up. I think if that was the way they wanted it to work, you know, they would have made it that way. I don't think it's an accident that it works that way. Maybe they just didn't realize how exploitable it was, or I don't know. I mean, it costs quite a bit to use. You don't get it right away, so, you know, there's all that to it as well. All right, here we go. Big attack damage. So yeah, now we're doing 380. And you can see the, like, sparkle to her attack that's not normally there. That's showing us that she's got the boost. But yeah, if we had that ability on Clive, it would be absolutely insane. But unfortunately, the other spells that are attached to that medium just work so well with Virginia that I want to keep it on her. Plus, all the passive skills that we equip to the medium disappear if you take that medium off of a character and put it onto a different character, which really sucks. So you have to really be pragmatic about who you attach the mediums to, because it's not forever, but it's a huge loss if you end up changing your mind later on. If you want to get into this genre of RPG on a 6th-gen console, is PS2 the way to go? I mean, if you're talking about PS2 versus GameCube and Xbox, there's absolutely no contest for JRPGs. Like, 90% of the JRPGs from that generation are on the PS2. Good or bad. There's like maybe 5 JRPGs on the GameCube, and there's some really, really good ones that, you know, are on like a lot of people's top lists. But you know, there's only so many. Whereas on the PS2, there's probably like 200 JRPGs. Oh, finally. Man, that fight sucked. Yo! Adventure 5! We didn't even know there was a part 5, and now we have part 5. I said we were going to do some reading tonight, but apparently that's not in the cards. We'll have to do some reading next week. Your lineage was PS1, Dreamcast, Xbox 360, PC. So it's not something you ever got around to. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, PS1 has a boatload of JRPGs. Thank you for the 13 bits, Tofu. Yeah, heck yeah. Thank you for the GG. But yeah, other than PS1, none of those consoles really has a heavy concentration of JRPGs. Dreamcast had a couple, Xbox had a couple, 360 had a couple, and that's it. The PlayStation was definitely the home of the JRPG, other than the Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo, then PS1, and then PS2. That's where all the JRPGs are. Like, all of them. It's crazy, actually. There's a lot of them on PS3 and PS4 as well. They've definitely always been predominantly in the PlayStation family. But Nintendo consoles hold their own pretty well, just not N64 and GameCube. There's like not a single JRPG on the N64, and then there's like 5 on the GameCube. But the Wii and the not really Wii U, but Wii and Switch have a ton of JRPGs. So, not only did you lose your soul, I see that you've lost your human form as well. We have given up and disposed of all that, along with all our weaknesses, thanks to the demon lord Siegfried. Okay, so finally, we have been given a title for Siegfried. He's the Demon Lord. We don't know if he's a demon himself, but he's Lord of the Demons. Presumably a demon. Your parents helped you sell your PS1 to get your Dreamcast. Interesting. So yeah, at 9 years old, yeah, you probably weren't playing a lot of... Yeah, that's kind of how it went. Like, unless you had like an older sibling, you just didn't know about JRPGs. Like, if your parents are picking out games for you as a youngin', especially even those like single-digit years, they're not gonna pick a JRPG for you. Most people I know and have encountered that started on JRPGs really early are because they either had an older sibling or a parent that wanted to play them and was interested by them, you know? And then people who just got into them on their own usually didn't find them until like their teen years, which is exactly what happened with me. I didn't play... I mean, other than Pokemon, which technically is a JRPG, but not really. It's Pokemon. It's its own thing. I didn't play my first Final Fantasy until I was 12. Yeah, I was 12. Maybe I was 13. I can't remember if it was Christmas 2001 or 2002. Maybe it was 2002, so maybe I was 13. Because the PS2 came out in 2001, and I didn't get it until a year later. So yeah, it would have been Christmas 2002, I believe. I'd have to fact check that somehow. Oh, is Siegfried showing up? They're bowing. Are they the ones who can unleash the power of guardians in this present day? But Filgaia is impoverished. The power of the guardians must be limited. Surely you should be able to defeat them. No, sire. If only we were graced with the power of demons as you are, these rogues would have been long gone. My first FF was 9. My nearest and dearest.
Siegfried.
However, we still have other matters we would like to take care of before we dispose of them. Ah, of course. Yes, we need some plot glue here.
These rogues have taken everything away from us.
So Malik looks like a... What is he supposed to be? He's kind of like a goat bird.
These rogues insult us.
You seek vengeance? Interesting. I shall bestow the power of demons upon all of you. I thought he already did that. And to you, I shall instill fear. You will now have front row seats to witness this planet's transformation. Until then, continue to struggle as you do now. So I guess he just gave them new bodies and not demon powers? I don't know.
That's the blue menace that appears in my dreams.
Oh, now it... Full circle. Okay. The blue menace. Gotcha. It's Siegfried. So he was having visions of Siegfried. Whoa. What was that noise? Just heard a really weird noise in my house. You okay? Alright, I think it was a vacuum, like backfiring or something.
So these were my brother's enemies, the ones who threatened Filgaia. But there wasn't a thing I could do about it. Hi, Gobi. As a pillar, I'm destined to fight any threat to Filgaia. But in actuality, I'm always shielded by my brother, unable to do anything.
We found out who the Guardian's enemies were, and how Baskar came about. We got a general idea of the planet's history. But what good does that do us? The Guardians have declared the demons from folklore the enemies yet again. But we're dealing with the present now. We don't have time for this. Putting Shane in danger wasn't good either.
Will you cool it for a minute? Having you fret isn't going to solve a thing. This planet's enemies are not the demon artifacts. He may be the only one, but a demon has risen from the ages of folklore. How do we face him? What do we do? The power of the Guardians defeated him in the past, but how effective are their decayed powers now? That's it. The power of the lost Guardian Lords. If they can be awakened, then maybe... Yeah. Trying to figure out everything at once is making my head explode.
Looking for a shortcut can lead you astray. What we currently know is that a demon is trying to do something with this planet. Do you remember the words the Blue Demon Knight Siegfried said to us?
This planet will transform. Do you think that refers to the evolution of Filgaia? What the prophets wanted?
In a broad sense, yes. However, we are dealing with demons who are said to have left behind the wisdom of Hyades. There must be a more definite and concrete malice behind his words.
Where are you going, Granny?
An invasion from another world can only be dealt with by the power that sustains the world. Guardians. With such limited options, there's really no use thinking about it. Plus, I'm sure we're all hungry. We can't come up with good ideas on an empty stomach.
Granny, that is what I'm talking about. Let's get some snacks up in here.
I'm going to go fix some dinner. Join me if you'd like. In fact, I suggest you spend the night.
Okay. Right on. Okay, so we've got a pretty clear picture of what our next task is going to be. So we're definitely going to have to round up these 4 other Guardians.
This planet will transform. I've heard those words before, yes. They're the exact words I asked my professor about that day, that moment. This planet will transform. Yes. Reborn into a Filgaia filled with green, as it once did. Not the Filgaia covered by wasteland and desert seas, as we have come to know. So, Filgaia really will rejuvenate. But that all depends on whether this device will operate as planned.
Listen up, young one. These are those who view the work of archaeologists as pointless, but that is untrue. If we are able to investigate and pinpoint the cause and origin of Filgaia's decay, we may be able to find a way to reverse it. Just remember, looking for a shortcut can lead you astray.
So obviously that's Clive's professor.
The more we investigate, the more inscrutable it becomes. Filgaia has been decaying ever so slowly since ages ago. That is certain. However, take a look at these marks. There has been a drastic change in the past several years. This in itself is the current state of decay. That's quite odd, really. I can't recall such a grand change happening. Perhaps I'm becoming feeble-minded with age.
This version of the main theme is really cool.
Good heavens. A nanomachine. I cannot possibly calculate this with my knowledge. But even with such advanced technology, where are our forerunners able to rejuvenate Filgaia?
Oh, he's so short.
Make haste, young one. The security mechanism seems to be activating each block. Quick, you can run past it.
Professor.
Stop calling me Professor, you imbecile. As the groom-to-be for my daughter, Catherine, I am to become your father-in-law, you know.
This is not the time to be arguing about these things. The security mechanism is catching up. You're not thinking about...
Someone must stop the security mechanism. Plus, it may take some more time than expected to solve the mystery of Filgaia's decay. It may have been wiser for us to look for a shortcut in this case. We took too much time. I am much too tired, and my body is old and decrepit. Young one, I leave everything in your care. The fate of Filgaia and Catherine. The only regret I have is that I will not be able to see this planet transform. Listen well, young one. Unlike myself, you still have time on your side. You must track down the cause of Filgaia's decay, and find a way to rejuvenate Filgaia to its original state. When you and Catherine become parents, wouldn't you want your children to have a safe and bright future? Take good care.
Man, you just wanted to break into like the full main theme.
That's it. We may be able to find out something if we search that ruin. However... No, this isn't the time to be wavering. I must be strong.
What's the matter? Can't sleep?
No, I'm fine. I was doing some thinking about my memories of the past. But now I think I have an idea what that demon is up to.
Really?
What Halle said about finding a way for the Guardians to face the demon. Apart from that, I believe we need to find out more about the demon's objective and intentions. I will explain in detail tomorrow morning when everyone wakes up. It's funny how sleepless nights are the most productive.
Amen to that.
There was a ruin that my professor and I investigated that contained a device capable of transforming the planet. It was an old device that hardly even functioned, but for us who haven't the foggiest idea what to do next, I believe this may prove to be a good lead.
I think we should go there, but... Are you all right, Clive? You look a little down.
Sorry to worry you. Yes, I am fine. It's just that I have bitter memories of this place, but really, I am okay.
Okay, but don't strain yourself.
It is an old ripped piece of a map, but the location of the ruin is indicated here. It's not much to go on, but let's do our best to pinpoint its whereabouts. And what do you say we start gathering information about the Guardian Lords Halle mentioned? My professor and I always used to gather various data, even when there seemed to be no relation. Looking for a shortcut can lead you astray. I suggest we visit as many locales as we can before we reach our destination.
A map shred. Okay, so he's literally explicitly saying, go to other towns, talk to people, try to find out stuff. And that's probably what will lead us to the Guardian Lords. Okay, well, this is going to be our stopping point for tonight, guys. I've gone past midnight. I am extremely tired. My voice is extremely tired. So I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm going to drink some water and go get some sleep. And, yeah, I hope y'all have a good rest of your night if you're staying up. And cheers to you either way. I will be back on Sunday. Sunday afternoon for a bonus stream, which I need to close out the poll for right now. So let's head over to Discord and see what we're doing. Yo, thank you for the additional bits, Tofu. Thank you. Yeah, we did a lot of good stuff tonight. I'm happy with the progress we made. More huge story progress, it feels like. Okay, we have a tie in the poll. So if the tie doesn't break by the time I raid out, that means I get to pick. So if you haven't voted, now is your chance to literally single-handedly decide the direction of Sunday's bonus stream. Otherwise, I will pick. Who do we want to raid tonight? Yo! Okay. Obvious choice. RGB is playing Ocarina of Time. I don't know if this is a first playthrough for him. It could be. But we're going to go drop a raid on Retro Gaming Backlog. Haven't dropped in on him in a while, so I want to check in on him, see how he's doing, see how things are going. He's still, I think, fairly new to Twitch. That's right, raids aren't working on my laptop. for some reason. I gotta do it on my OBS here. So yeah, let's go say hi to Retro Gaming Backlog. Please drop him a follow. Very chill streamer. Plays a lot of retro stuff. And like me, seems very committed to completing games on stream. So if you're into that sort of thing, definitely a good place to go and hang out. And we'll see what's going on with him. Looks like he is doing some Child Link stuff. He's in Goron City. So I'm going to go say hello to him as I'm getting ready for bed and drinking ice water. And I will see you all on Sunday for the bonus stream. It's going to start around 12 Central. Thank you all for being here tonight. I had a blast, as usual. I love playing this game. It's so freaking cool. And we'll see you next week for more of it. On Tuesday, we will be playing Pokemon. And doing some story progress. Getting closer on that one. In the meantime, Discord's there for you. And we'll see you on Sunday. Have a good night, guys. Let's go say hi to RGB.
Shoot, another raid. Welcome in. Backlog boys. Millions a lot. Hey, Austin, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hey, thank you for those follows, Spanx McGee and Tofu Daddy. Those are great names. Yeah, like, what are you playing? Is it just still you, Austin, or is your brother playing too now? Did you see Ocarina of Time you raid? Nice. Are we having fun tonight? Yeah, we're having fun tonight, man. Like, trying to remember how to play this game, like, up to this point, because this is technically my first playthrough of this game. Because I've only got to Jabba's Belly like 10 years ago, and I've never played this game since. So, this part of the game, I'm kind of vaguely remembering things. Once we get past Jabba's Belly, I'm not going to remember anything. So, Vaughn's back in the US, but he hasn't started streaming yet. I see it. Cool, man. You guys been still playing, what was I playing? Wild Arms 3? Is that what you're still playing? 3 times like a top 2 game for you. You speedrun the randomizer. How have things been going with you? Not too bad, man. It's good to see you, though. I've been meaning to pop in your stream. I've seen you kind of come on a couple times, but yeah, Wild Arms is sick. Really liking it. Nice. Heck yeah, dude. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Austin. For those of you brand new here, you can just call me RGB. The pupper above me is Anya. She's passed out now. But yeah, retro pretty much is in the name. It's pretty much been focused on here. I've been trying to get like a community night one time to do modern stuff, but solely pretty much on retro. Other than that, I only use original hardware as well. Like right now, we got our real N64 going, real cartridge, real controller, with a rumble pack and everything. Even playing with a CRT. That's how we roll around here. So, but yeah, welcome in and thank you so much for those new follows. Appreciate y'all out there. Right now, I'm trying. Isn't the guy's name like Deruti or something like that? I want to say. I know it seemed like it was like a complicated thing. I know we gotta talk to the I know we gotta learn how to do bombs. We gotta figure out how to light these torches. The CRT is gonna be too hard to find one, but you're not a passionate collector or anything. See,